Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
A massive silver battleship hurtled through the vast expanse of the universe, its sleek metallic exterior shimmering under distant starlight. Inside, the cold hum of machinery filled the cockpit as its crew monitored their rapid approach. "We are nearing the designated coordinates transmitted by the mother box."
"I see it."
A deep, commanding voice responded from the pilot's seat. Steppenwolf, a towering warrior clad in silver scale armor, rose to his feet. His massive hands gripped a colossal battle axe, his gray eyes narrowing as he gazed through the viewing window. Reflected within was a stunning, vibrant blue planet, their target. Then, a sharp beeping interrupted the moment. The control platform flickered, signaling an incoming transmission. Another urgent message from the mother box. A parademon announced, its guttural voice tense. Steppenwolf's expression shifted to curiosity and then anticipation. "What does it say?"
"A new location?"
"A battle report." "No, it's a warning," the parademon hesitated before continuing. "A command to retreat immediately. It says the planet is beyond dangerous. There is no hope, only annihilation. Something is coming for us." Steppenwolf's brow furrowed. "What nonsense is this?" he snarled. He tried to process the implications. Who or what could warrant such a dire message? The Green Lantern Corps?
Kryptonians? Some native force?
Then, instinctively, his gaze snapped back to the viewing window.
His pupils shrank.
A dark, menacing figure streaked toward them, growing larger with each passing second. Encased in a black battle suit emblazoned with the Kryptonian sigil of hope, its form radiated sheer power. Muscle definition sculpted by war, bone spurs protruding from its limbs and back, and eyes burning with unholy crimson flames.
A harbinger of destruction. And in its left hand, the mother box.
Realization struck like a thunderbolt.
Horror crept into Steppenwolf's voice. "Stop it.
Stop it now."
Too late.
Aboard the battleship, defense systems flared to life. Blazing energy cannons locked onto the intruder, unleashing torrents of light powerful enough to reduce entire planets to rubble. But the figure did not slow.
Yi Meng grinned, hurtling forward.
The searing beams struck his exoskeletal frame, causing a momentary pause before his body surged with golden red lightning. The transformation was instant. Supercharged.
"No!"
Steppenwolf roared, gripping his axe as he lunged forward. But he could only watch helplessly as the unstoppable force collided with the ship.
The universe fell silent. Then, boom!
The massive warship crumpled like paper. Yi Meng tore through the vessel, his form splitting it apart from bow to stern. Fire and energy erupted in a cosmic inferno as debris scattered across the void. The mighty battleship, which had once conquered countless worlds, was reduced to nothingness in mere moments. Amid the wreckage, only one figure remained.
Steppenwolf.
Thrown from the explosion, he plummeted through space, barely managing to stabilize himself as he entered Earth's atmosphere. Fiery debris rained alongside him, his silver armor scorched, his expression twisted in rage and disbelief. This was impossible. They hadn't even reached the battlefield, and they had already lost everything. Then, through the burning wreckage, he saw it. The bone-spurred monster was still coming. Gritting his teeth, Steppenwolf clenched his axe. His shattered armor shimmered under the intense heat of re-entry, his muscles coiling as he gathered all his strength. Sparks danced across his battle-worn frame as he raised his weapon high.
Hra!
Lightning crackled along the edge of his axe as he swung, aiming directly at Yi Meng's neck.
The strike landed.
But instead of slicing through flesh, the blade met an immovable force. The hardened exoskeleton absorbed the blow effortlessly. The impact reverberated through Steppenwolf's arms, sending a violent shockwave back through his body. Yi Meng let out a low, guttural sound.
"Oh?"
Done charging. Before Steppenwolf could react, a clawed hand shot out, clamping around his throat with terrifying speed. The descent accelerated.
Earth loomed below. Australia.
The sky split open as the two figures crashed into the land. Mountains crumbled, the impact triggering a seismic rupture that sent shockwaves rippling across the continent. Dust and fire billowed into the air, and where once a mighty range stood, there was now only a massive crater.
Within its center, Yi Meng.
Steppenwolf lay sprawled beneath him, his once proud form reduced to ruin. His armor cracked and flickered, barely holding together. His right hand twitched toward his axe, but before he could react, A crushing force slammed into his chest, driving him deeper into the earth. "I am," he gasped, trying to speak, but Yi Meng's hand descended like a hammer. Smack! A thunderous slap sent Steppenwolf's helmet flying. Blood trickled from his split lips.
Apocalypse. He coughed.
Yi Meng tilted his head, his grin widening.
Apocalypse.
Thud. Another devastating strike. The ground cratered further. Steppenwolf choked back a scream, his body arching in agony. He struggled, his pride refusing to die. "I am a new god." Yi Meng's foot pressed against his chest, pinning him. The once mighty warrior barely had the strength to lift his head.
"New god, huh?"
Yi Meng chuckled darkly. "Then why do you look so breakable?" He raised a fist. Boom! Blow after blow rained down. The battlefield trembled. Blood painted the dust-red soil. Steppenwolf's nose shattered, his left horn snapped. His body convulsed with each devastating impact. He had faced warriors, champions, conquerors, but nothing like this. He was powerless. "The Supreme Dark Lord will avenge me," he rasped. Yi Meng's glowing red eyes burned brighter. "Dark Lord." Twin beams of molten heat lanced from his pupils, carving a deep, searing gash into Steppenwolf's chest. The scent of charred flesh filled the air. Yi Meng exhaled, shaking his head.
"Then let him come."
With monstrous strength, he hoisted Steppenwolf by the leg and slammed him repeatedly into the crater floor.
The ground split.
Dust filled the air. A mountain range crumbled into a deep, bloody valley. Steppenwolf dangled limply, broken beyond recognition. His shredded armor barely clung to his ruined form. He coughed weakly, the taste of blood thick on his tongue. He finally understood. This was why the Mother Box had warned them. Earth was not a place of hope. Hope was a lie. Because the one who bore its sigil was nothing but destruction incarnate.
"Kill me," Steppenwolf croaked.
Yi Meng leaned in, his voice a growl of amusement.
"Kill you."
He grinned, his fangs glinting.
"No, no, no.
You live." Steppenwolf's broken eyes widened. Yi Meng's voice dropped to a low, predatory whisper. "Live long enough to watch your so-called king come for you."
"And when he does?" Yi Meng's grin widened.
"I'll be waiting." Beneath the surface of the earth, concealed within its core, the hidden sea churned violently. Vast whirlpools spiraled, sending towering waves crashing against unseen shores. From the depths of this abyss, a dark figure emerged, a monstrous being clad in an obsidian battle suit adorned with jagged bone spurs. With a single, effortless motion, it hurled a battered blood-streaked form toward the cavernous dome of the Earth's center. A heartbeat later, two weapons followed, one a crackling thunder axe, the other Poseidon's trident. Whoosh! Twin streaks of deadly precision cut through the air, embedding themselves into the suspended mountain's rocky surface. The weapons impaled their target, a broken warrior, his massive form pinned against the floating stone. Blood seeped from countless wounds, staining the silver-scaled armor now riddled with fractures. Steppenwolf groaned weakly, his head slumping forward, body too ravaged to struggle. Yi Meng, the ancient Doomsday, turned his attention to the trembling Mother Box, which had landed unceremoniously on the island's beach. "Mr. Destroyer, what is that?" A hesitant voice broke the silence. Standing on the shore, her curvaceous form partially obscured by the golden glow of the crystal sun at the Earth's core, Atlanta watched in stunned disbelief. She had witnessed much in her time, but this? This defied everything she understood about power. As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Some truths were best left undiscovered. To her surprise, the bone-spurred monster seemed to be in a rare good mood. He chuckled, a deep rumbling sound that sent shivers down her spine.
"A watchdog."
He settled onto the warm sands, basking in the eerie sunlight of the subterranean realm.
Atlanta blinked. "A watchman, a dog?"
Her gaze lifted to the massive horned figure nailed to the floating mountain. Steppenwolf, though brutalized and barely conscious, still emanated an undeniable force of will. Even in his pitiful state, his alien physiology worked tirelessly to heal, his armor knitting itself back together at an alarming rate. This was no mere beast. And yet, Yi Meng spoke of him as though he were nothing more than a household pet. Only someone like him could see an apocalyptian warlord as something so insignificant. Yi Meng let the Mother Box rest beside him. The spectral glow of a golden gemstone flickered weakly on his forehead, its light dimming further, as if struggling against an unseen force. A warm, yellow radiance faded into nothingness, while the crimson flames within his eyes surged, more violent and untamed than ever. Here, in the dreamscape of the DC universe, A month had passed. He remained lucid, his actions calculated, his will intact.
Progress.
A stark contrast to the chaotic rampages of the past. He had come to understand this world, to explore its depths. Yet, one lingering regret persisted. If he could not return to reality, how would he ever witness the results of his explorations? Still, there was one final task before him.
The transition.
It was time to find a way back into the Marvel dreamscape. Yi Meng exhaled, centering himself. He focused, methodically tracing and anchoring his connection to the Marvel universe, stabilizing the strands of his fragmented consciousness. But the Marvel dream had changed. He had leaped through time, navigated the quantum realm, and arrived in an unfamiliar era.
Could he truly return?
A voice, small and sorrowful, echoed in his mind.
Yiba. Teacher.
Do you remember me? Yi Meng's eyes snapped open. A penthouse suite surrounded him, sleek, modern, luxurious. The cityscape beyond the towering glass windows pulsed with the glow of neon and steel.
New York. Marvel's past.
He recognized the location immediately. The Avengers Tower, one of Tony Stark's many properties. Successful transition. He murmured, his synthetic voice edged with relief. But the name still lingered in his thoughts.
Morgan.
She doesn't exist here. This realization unsettled him. If this was the past, then the Morgan he once knew belonged to a different timeline, a different future. A future that might no longer exist. Yi Meng tapped his vibranium fingertips against the glowing mind stone embedded in his forehead, deep in thought. He retraced his steps, analyzing the sequence of events that led him here. He had first entered Marvel's dreamscape in 2024, as an AI named Saturday, bound to Morgan Stark. After betraying the Stark family, he had encountered Wanda Maximoff, a woman consumed by grief. Through her, he had obtained a fragment of the Mind Stone. Desperate for the complete stone, he had utilized the quantum realm to travel back in time, landing in 2014 and assuming the role of Vision.
And therein lay the problem.
If this was the true past, then his fate was already sealed. 4 years from now, in 2018, he would die by Thanos' hand.
Vision must die.
It was an immutable truth. A truth that aligned too well with Wanda's memories of a little dream. But Yi Meng refused to accept such an end. He had altered history before. He had saved Quicksilver, defying the timeline's expectations. He would not allow himself to be erased. No matter the paradox, I will not be bound by fate. He needed to move quickly. He needed PIM particles. A notification pinged through the Avengers Tower's network system. Iron Man has departed for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Discussion, Ultron Initiative and Thor's latest report.
Yi Meng smirked. Perfect timing.
He reached into the building systems, seamlessly hijacking its surveillance protocols. His synthetic form shimmered, bending light to create a perfect holographic projection of himself reclining on the sweet sofa, eyes closed in deep meditation.
A distraction.
His real body flickered into invisibility, his vibranium-coated exoskeleton blurring into the background as he phased through the walls of the high-rise. With a single pulse of energy, he shot skyward, vanishing into the neon skyline of New York.
His destination? PIM Technologies.
The company, founded by Dr. Hank Pym, held the key to time travel, the PIM particles. The microscopic marvels had been developed post-World War II, later hidden away when Pym severed ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, those very particles rested within a high-security facility in New York.
Yi Meng's expression darkened.
If the universe believed he was fated to die, then the universe was wrong. Let's change history once more. PIM Technologies stood before him, a seemingly modest 4-story facility, hiding technology that could rewrite the very fabric of time. Security was tight, lasers, biometric locks, and pressure-sensitive floors. But none of that mattered. Yi Meng flickered into nothingness, seamlessly infiltrating the compound as if he were a ghost. Every firewall, every detection system, every countermeasure.
Compromised.
And within moments, PIM particles were his. Now, let's rewrite destiny.
Vibranium virtualization combined with invisible coding, coupled with the invasion of artificial intelligence. Vision. Yi Meng sneaked into PIM Technology Company like a technology ghost, but the company's internal scientific research personnel and security guards were unaware. With a thought in Yi Meng's mind, he knew all the layout and data of the company's buildings, and he also learned where the PIM particles were stored. Vision. Yi Meng ghost generally hovered, entered the corridor, passed through the wall, and continued to fly towards the inner laboratory. At the moment, PIM Technologies, in-house labs. A bald elite man in a suit and leather shoes stood on the glass platform, looking down at the entire large and rigorous laboratory. Dozens of scientific researchers in white coats were operating, injecting a special particle into the machine for experiments. Sizzle. In one of the glass tanks where the experiment was in progress, a goat was hit by a massive mucous membrane, and then it was instantly wrapped and shrunk, like a small ball of pink chewing gum. And the machine that detects the goat immediately shows that the signs of life are lost. Dead again. When the bald elite man saw this, his expression was unavoidably ugly. The experimental goat died instantly after shrinking, which also meant that it was impossible to really develop a super battlesuit that could shrink humans freely. Continue to experiment with living things until it succeeds. Darren Klaus left the next sentence, then turned and walked towards the door of the laboratory. Darren naturally didn't notice that the moment he walked out of the laboratory door, an invisible invisible figure passed under his eyes and beside him. Vision Yi Meng glanced at the bald elite man, and the other's personal information immediately appeared in his mind. Darren Kraus. After Dr. Ant-Man Pym retired, he handed over Pym Technology Company to the other party for management. And Darren Kraus recreated the Pym particles from Dr. Pym's old file archives, and tried to create a high-level battlesuit similar to the Ant-Man battlesuit, so as to realize the dream of the top rich man. The opponent is also the later supervillain Hornet Warrior, the main villain in the movie Ant-Man 1, and was finally defeated by the second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang. Well, now Scott Lang has not yet become the second-generation Ant-Man, but is still a high-level technology thief. Vision Yi Meng ignored the other party, and flew into the laboratory where Pym particles were still being used for shrinking experiments, and reached out through the particle storage bin. The palm of vibranium directly absorbed the Pym particles in the 5 glass tubes into the body. He doesn't need Ant-Man to shrink the battlesuit. His own vibranium body with the transfiguration ability is originally equivalent to wearing a battlesuit. He only needs Pym particles to become bigger and smaller. That's right, with Pym particles, as long as Yi dreams, he can become an Ultraman at any time. Definitely, if you want to travel through time and space, you still need the assistance of time and space machines involving the quantum field. Otherwise, even if Yi Meng can shrink into the quantum realm, he will just be trapped in it, unable to go to a certain Marvel time and space he wants to reach. Successful. Vision Yi Meng didn't make a sound halfway, and after getting enough Pym particles, it passed directly among the experimenters, and flew out through the outer wall of the laboratory. Fly back to the sky over Pym Technology Corporation. Yi Meng also restored the security system under his control, without leaving a trace of intrusion, and flew back to the Avengers building along the original road. It wasn't until Vision Yi Meng returned to the Avengers building, in the laboratory of Pym Technology Company, that the researchers finally discovered to their astonishment that half of the Pym particles in the storage bin had been lost out of thin air. Avengers building, envisions one-person suite. The blurred Yi Meng returns to the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, sits on the sofa, and overlaps with the stereoscopic vision. Then, the three-dimensional projection in the house, the virtualization and invisibility of the person are all released together. Vision Yi Meng, who kept his eyes closed all the time, opened his eyes, as if he had never left the room. It's just that somewhere in his vibranium body, 5 more Pym particles have been stored out of thin air. The next step is to build a space-time machine and say goodbye to this Marvel past. Vision Yi Meng thought to himself. But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of an engine, one could perceive a fighter plane landing on the roof platform above the building. It's the other Avengers members who are back. Vision Yi Meng thought for a while, stood up from the sofa, went up and blurred flight through several layers of walls, and came to the roof platform. Sure enough, AS.H.I.E.L.D fighter plane was landing on the spacious open-air circular platform. However, after the fighter plane stopped, the fuselage was still shaking violently, and a crimson energy leaked out. This is... Yi Meng opened his eyes wide, and with the blessing of the mind gem inlaid on his forehead, he could clearly feel a strong sense of sadness. Vision, come and help. The hatch deck was still slowly opening, and Thor's urgent voice came from inside the fighter plane. Vision Yi Meng didn't have a hesitation, and the light golden cloak was hunting, and the body of vibranium immediately flew into the inside of the S.H.I.E.L.D fighter. Yi Meng looked up, the scene in the cabin shocked his heart. Visible. In the cockpit of the S.H.I.E.L.D fighter, Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye Clint stood aside nervously and worriedly. In the middle, surrounded by 4 Avengers members, a young girl wearing a red windbreaker and a knee-length skirt is kneeling in the middle of the cabin. Her loose dark blonde hair seems to be dyed scarlet by red light. Could it be the Scarlet Witch from the past time and space Wanda? However, at the moment, Wanda was kneeling on the ground, raised her head, her eye makeup was smudged, and 2 lines of tears slid down her beautiful green and fair face. The girl's loose scarlet hair fluttered wildly, and the physical shock wave formed by the interweaving of grief and indignation and unstable energy swayed outward, making the cabin of the S.H.I.E.L.D fighter plane a mess. And in the arms of the girl, the body of a silver-haired young man was lying in a pool of blood. There were several fatal bullet holes on his body, and he had long since lost any signs of life. That is, Quicksilver. One of the twins, Quicksilver Pietro. Yi Meng flew forward, and placed Vibranium's palm on the raised forehead of the young girl Wanda, using the mind gem to soothe her emotions. Wanda fell into a coma, and the outward scarlet energy impact ceased. Yi Meng supported the soft body of the young girl Wanda, looked down at the dead Quicksilver, suppressed the inner peace with absolute rationality and asked, "What happened?" "Let me tell." Hawkeye Clint sighed, and said calmly, "When we took the residents of Thorvia and evacuated with the aircraft carrier, we didn't expect that there was an Ultron Legion robot mixed in with the carrier. Pietro was killed on the spot trying to block a bullet that was fired at the refugee." Vision Yi Meng fell silent. At this moment, the brain of a supercomputer is operating at an unprecedented speed. Others feel sorry and sad at best. And Vision Yi Meng set off a stormy sea. He obviously saved Quicksilver in Thorvia and changed history. But Quicksilver Pietro is still dead, died in the Thorvia incident, and also died protecting others? How can that be? In other words, even with his intervention, Marvel's history remains unchanged? Thorvia is still gone, Ultron is still dead, and Quicksilver Pietro is still sacrificed? Nothing in past history has changed since the moment he became Vision? Vision Yi Meng suddenly realized something. There is a big problem with this past Marvel time and space. Seeing the dead Quicksilver Pietro, Vision Yi Meng was shocked. The current Marvel past, nothing has changed. In the dark, there seems to be a potential mysterious force, secretly manipulating everything, making this world move towards the predetermined future. It can't be that. Yi Meng's thoughts turned sharply, and he quickly thought of a possibility that could explain the current state of the world. "Vision, how is she?" Captain America Steve asked with concern. He still has a certain affection for the twins, just like an old man taking care of children. He never expected that Quicksilver would suffer such an accident. "The body is fine, but the emotional sadness is too much, which makes my ability unstable, and I need to take a good rest." Vision Yi Meng said while reaching out to pick up the unconscious girl Wanda. "I will send her to the room to rest, and Pietro will trouble you?" "No problem." Captain America complied. Yi Meng held the girl Wanda in his arms, and took a last look at the young man lying on the deck in a pool of blood. He secretly scanned and confirmed that it was correct, and then levitated and flew out of the cabin of the S.H.I.E.L.D fighter. Watching Yi Meng's leaving back, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff sighed. "Hey, now, even Dr. Banner is missing." Hawkeye also nodded, and said helplessly, "In the end, he turned into Hulk and went after the out-of-control Avengers fighter." Thor held Thor's hammer, patted his chest, and said in a convincing deep voice, "Don't worry, I will ask Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, to help find it." At last, the 4 members of Avengers all looked at Pietro's body in unison, their eyes full of regret. Unfortunately, this child died. Yi Meng flew back to his suite, and gently placed the girl whose hair changed from scarlet to dark gold on the bed, and covered her with a thin and soft quilt. There were still 2 lines of tear stains on Wanda's face, and the black eye makeup was blurred and smudged. Yi Meng took a towel and wiped it clean, revealing a clean and fair face. Yi Meng lightly placed 2 fingers of vibranium on the girl Wanda's eyebrows, and through the ability feature of Mind Gem, she calmed down her chaotic and chaos sadness, and the warm yellow light dispelled the cold scarlet. After the girl Wanda relaxed and fell asleep completely, Vision Yi Meng sat motionless by the bed, like a real robot, with golden and silver eyes shining, and the super brain terminal was running at an extremely fast speed. Quicksilver Pietro, who was originally rescued secretly, was shot and died in the Thorvia incident according to the original historical plot. It is as if there is a potential force, repairing the original timeline, making the established past shape towards the established future. And all of this, perhaps only he who comes from the real future can perceive it. Yi Meng also knew that in the Marvel universe, there really was a potential force capable of doing this. Whose name is Time Administration? The full name is Time Variation Authority, or TVA for short. This is a so-called special department that coordinates all time, independent of the Marvel universe. This special department once appeared in the Loki TV series, and Yi Meng had learned about related concept films in his previous life. The Time Administration is suspected to exist in the quantum realm, and it is dedicated to escorting a main timeline. All people and things branched from the main timeline, which will cause the possibility of multiple parallel universes, will be reset and removed by the Time Administration one by one. Simply put, Avengers 1 to Avengers 4, from Loki leading the alien mechanical army to invade New York, to the Ultron incident that has just happened, to the upcoming Thanos invasion in a few years, and the Avengers crossing to obtain infinite gems, to the end Iron Man snapped his fingers to end the endgame. All the history that happened here is part of the main timeline, also known as the sacred timeline, and in between, any other timeline branches that occur. For example, if the born evil god Loki is female, black, or stronger, he will be eliminated by the Time Administration. As long as the Time Management Bureau exists, Marvel will only have one time and space, which is the sacred timeline time and space, and all other time and space will be reset. So, when the Time Administration existed, Marvel didn't have a real multi-universe, only a fixed movie universe. After the disappearance or accident of the Time Management Bureau, the multi-parallel universe really began to take shape, evolving into the Marvel time and space where Yi Meng first dreamed and arrived, where he could meet villains from other universes. So, not only have I returned to the real Marvel past time and space, but also the sacred timeline that the Time Administration secretly monitors and maintains. Yi Meng felt that this was the only way to explain why Quicksilver was shot twice and died. Should be. The Time Administration discovered the hidden danger of Quicksilver's survival, which may lead to the destruction of the sacred timeline, so it secretly intervened to restore Quicksilver's survival. Vision Yi Meng's pupils were slightly condensed, following the existence and concept of the Time Management Bureau. The only sacred timeline is inviolable and inviolable, so even if there are travelers from another world coming, they will be arranged by the Time Administration as soon as possible. People like myself are obviously space-time smugglers. Perhaps because he, as an artificial intelligence, did not show up during the whole process and replaced the superhero Vision, the Time Management Bureau did not find his own intrusion. Assuming this is the sacred timeline, and the Time Management Bureau exists, this is troublesome. Vision Yi Meng's mood became worse and worse. To put it bluntly, the Time Management Bureau is to protect the sacred timeline. To put it bluntly, it kidnaps the sacred timeline, making the creatures in it behave like NPCs in accordance with the established past and future. In particular, Yi Meng also became the vision of one of the important NPCs. Now, the Time Management Bureau has not taken action against him. It should be that some of his secret actions have not been discovered, or the previous actions are still within their acceptable range. But anyway, if this is the sacred timeline, once Yi Meng, the Vision, tries to forcibly change history, or even escape to other time and space, it will definitely attract the intervention of the Time Management Bureau. This is a fixed Marvel time and space. As one of the important heroes, Vision Yi Meng must stay here, waiting for the supervillain Thanos to be killed 4 years later. Yi Meng's vibranium fist clenched quietly. Who knows, it is uncomfortable for someone to secretly control and restrict the entire world, and even his own free actions. Now, as before, as the predicament of Stark's artificial intelligence period, it can only act according to the established program instructions. It's just the current predicament, the entire time and space at the moment. So, now, is it a flip table, or a flip table? Time Administration. Take control of the sacred timeline and other offshoot timelines beyond the time and space of the Marvel Universe. If it is placed in an Oriental novel, it is equivalent to the heaven against the mortal world, and the force is indeed too high. But it doesn't mean that Yi Meng is scared. No matter what time management it is, the current Marvel Universe is just a dream exploration world for him, which is an essential problem. In terms of high status, the Time Administration still can't touch him. Therefore, knowing the existence of the Time Administration, this one is enough to make people doubt life and question the terrifying truth of the world. Yi Meng didn't think about how to escape at the first moment, but thought about how to counteract the Time Administration if he ran into the Time Administration. In any case, it is impossible for him to sit still, or play the role of Ultron, a function NPC, and wait for death quietly. Thinking of this, the girl Wanda was still on the bed with her eyes closed, breathing evenly and lightly, beautiful and quiet. The gemstone on Vision Yi Meng's brow glowed with a halo. He suddenly sensed something was wrong with his surroundings. He raised his head and glanced around the room where he was, and saw a colorful double image like glass. The space in the room seems to have stagnated. This is not a sign of switching dreams or waking hours. Did the Time Management Bureau notice the previous incident and attack him? Vision Yi Meng quickly stood up from the bed, and Mind Gem Awakening detected it, but he clearly sensed goodwill, and the other party had no malice. Not the Time Administration. The glass shattered. Yi Meng felt as if he had passed through a thin boundary wall. Although the surrounding area was still his single room, the bedding and furniture were exactly the same, but it was completely different from the original room. On the bed, Wanda, a girl who disappeared, proved this point. Here, it looks like a mirror plane similar to reality. Vision Yi Meng realized something, and quickly walked towards the door of the room. Walk out to the living room. It can be seen that a bald woman wearing a magic weapon necklace and a yellow monk's robe is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking back at him. The bald woman in a monk robe with an ordinary and calm face and no age can be seen turned her head and introduced herself with a faint smile. Hello Vision, my name is Ancient One, and I am the Sorcerer Supreme on Earth. It really was her. Yi Meng was not surprised by this. In this past time and space, Doctor Strange had not yet been born, and the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, naturally did not die either. Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme, one of the most powerful ancient existences on Marvel Earth? Yi Meng recalled that according to the original book, Vision and Ancient One should not have any contact. Sure enough, it was because of him that Ancient One appeared here. It's just that Vision Yi Meng was a little surprised to be able to know Vision's abnormality one step faster than the Time Management Bureau. In the original Marvel book, the Ancient One magician was said to be very magical, but in actual combat, he was easily killed by an evil magician from Blacken. Please sit down, Ancient One magician. Vision Yi Meng greeted calmly and gently. Even though this is a mirrored space, he still took the position of the owner. As the Ancient One of the Sorcerer Supreme of Marvel Earth in the past, he stared straight at Yi Meng with his hands behind his back, and said softly, sure enough, the moment you were born, you saw something in the mind gem. With a thought in Yi Meng, it seems that this magician did not realize that he was a space-time smuggler. As artificial intelligence instead of vision, he attributed the abnormality to himself as vision. At the beginning of its birth, Mind Gem ushered in some awakening. Ancient One continued, don't worry, I don't mean to hurt you. In addition, this place is a mirror space, which does not belong to the real time and space. It is a safe place for conversation. It seems that this magician knows more than he imagined. Vision Yi Meng's golden eyes flashed, and following Ancient One's words, he said bluntly, the insight you are referring to. Does it mean that there is a time management bureau that secretly observes and modifies our current time and space? The Ancient One magician was silent, but his expression was as calm and composed as ever. This also allowed Yi Meng to confirm his inner thoughts. Sure enough, Ancient One knew about the existence of the time administration, so, it's called the Time Management Bureau. Ancient One magician seemed to know what Yi Meng was thinking, and said calmly without emotion, I don't know the specific name of their organization. It's just that I've lived too long, and because of the Eye of Amigo, time gem, so I noticed some strange things in a long time. Speaking of this, Ancient One took a special look at Yi Meng. Thank you, you gave me an answer today. So, after knowing the truth of this world, what are you going to do as a Sorcerer Supreme? Yi Meng stared at Ancient One. Now that Ancient One knows that there is a time administration in this world, then it is possible to stand on the side of the Time Management Bureau and get rid of themselves, the alien who knows the truth, for them. It is also possible that Ancient One will stand on its side and try to fight against the time-restricting administration together. Ancient One didn't make Yi Meng wait for long, and after about 3 seconds, he answered, I can't do anything. Yi Meng didn't know what to say. Ancient One's answer made him feel astonished, but felt reasonable. Indeed, this echoes the character design in the original Ancient One. Even in the original story of the movie, as the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme, he also possesses the Time Gem, who can see countless possibilities in the future in advance, but ushered in the simplest and most direct way of death. There is only one possibility. Ancient One has long decided and waited for his own death. Even now that it is known that the Time Manager is intervening in this timeline, it still hasn't changed the Buddhist idea of retirement. So, you're here just for an answer. Yi Meng pondered for a while, staring at Ancient One, still bluntly, if I want to attack the Time Management Bureau, what will you do? I told you, I'm not going to do anything. Ancient One looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the New York City in the mirrored space, and continued to say calmly, as long as you don't endanger the peace of the earth in this world, I have nothing to do with it. Definitely, I want to remind you. Ancient One paused and said, during these 3 years, I hope you will not be impulsive for the time being, lest you cause irreparable damage to this world. 3 years? Correct. 3 years later, Ancient One ushered in the time of death, and then Doctor Strange became an agent, and the world was no longer under her control. Yes. Yi Meng pondered for a moment before agreeing. After knowing that there is a Time Management Bureau, it is impossible for him to go back to the original Marvel time and space through the time machine immediately. Temporarily as Vision, you can continue to hold and borrow the power of Mind Gem normally. If you want to leave or control this world, at least you have the capital to deal with the time administration. Facing the time administration, Mind Gem, artificial intelligence, and even the vibranium body, the means of this Marvel Universe system may not be effective. Therefore, we can only try to guide the system power of other worlds. In fact, Yi Meng has always had a conjecture. Since the power of the Mind Gem on the side of Marvel's dream can be projected, why can't the power of the ancient Doomsday be projected here? If part of the power of Doomsday can be projected onto the current Marvel Vision incarnation, Machine Superman, in a mirrored space on a parallel edge to Marvel New York. In this special spatial domain, there are only Ancient One Magician and Yi Meng. This place is not part of the outside Marvel time and space, so even the time administration has no way of knowing what happened here. Vision Yi Meng raised his eyes and looked at the bald woman in a yellow monk robe standing with her hands behind her back in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. She could sense a vaguely dark aura on her body, but she didn't feel any malice from the mind gem inlaid on her body. Yi Meng suddenly asked curiously, Ancient One Magician, even if you know that your fate may be arranged by others, don't you care about it? Ancient One smiled and said peacefully, I've lived for hundreds of years. As a human being, I should have died a long time ago. I am what the world needs me to be. My ability is limited, it is enough to protect the Earth world for a period of time. These words seem to have gone through vicissitudes of life, but they do not contain any personal emotions, just like a glass of warm and cool boiled water, and they are also the pure rules that this world needs. Looking at the Ancient One like this, Yi Meng suddenly thought of a description. Saint. He suddenly realized. Ancient One looks like a Buddhist, but actually lives an extremely transparent life. It seems that he doesn't dare to provoke the time administration, but in fact there is no need for that. Regardless of outer space, what is beyond the universe? She only pursues the peace of the Earth at present, free from the invasion of foreign dimensions, and let the Earth usher in peace for hundreds of years, and spends her life as a sorcerer supreme. As for freedom, law, past, future, what does it have to do with her Ancient One? Ushering in the last 3 years of death, as long as the Earth continues to be peaceful, then leave the rest of the matter to the good successors to decide. This is the real sorcerer supreme. Yi Meng secretly felt that compared to this Ancient One Magician, although Doctor Strange was excellent, he was still far behind. Vision Yi Meng thought for a while, and there is one last question. Magician, so you just came here to remind me, let me not act impulsively when you die, for the remaining 3 years in office. Ancient One glanced at him, the mind gem is inlaid on you. If something happens to you, the gem will also have a big problem, which will lead to an imbalance in the universe. All right. Yi Meng spread his hands and promised, 3 years later, no matter what decision I make, I will keep the infinite gems in this world in balance. Ancient One nodded slightly, his clear eyes fell on him again, focusing on the mind gem on his forehead and paused. There is a problem between you and mind gem. What's the problem? Yi Meng was shocked. Do you think that now you are controlling mind gem as the master, or just as a temporary carrier of mind gem? Yi Meng fell silent. Needless to say, even now as vision, he can only use part of the mind gem ability without side effects, such as detecting and controlling the emotions of the other party. And the power of mind gem is definitely more than that. Moreover, mind gem is still mind gem after leaving his vibranium body. Once he loses the mind gem, he will lose all mind gem abilities, and may even usher in death. Indeed, according to the Ancient One magician, the current incarnation of vision is just a temporary carrier of mind gem, not the dominant controller. Perhaps, this is also the reason why even with the mind gem, you can still only project a small part of the mind abilities past DC dreams. Magician, can you give me some pointers? Vision Yi Meng asked modestly. Ancient One magician simply replied, if you want, I can teach you in the mirror space in the future, how to control the power of infinite gems. But including me, no one has managed to completely control infinite gems. Then it's a deal. Yi Meng readily agreed. The surrounding space is distorted and broken like a mirror. Yi Meng looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, and the figure of Ancient One had disappeared. He returned to the single room, and saw the girl Wanda was still sleeping on the bed, with her hands clasped together, her thick eyelashes quivering uneasily. As soon as Vision Yi Meng sat down by the bed, the girl Wanda suddenly woke up and opened her eyes, straightened her body, her bright eyes revealed bewilderment and grief successively. Yi Meng said softly, this is the Avengers building. Although it is my room, you can continue to rest here. The words are not finished yet. The girl suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Pietro, my big brother died. I already know. Feeling the fragility and softness, Vision Yi Meng couldn't help patting the girl's back to comfort her. Jinyan's eyes shimmered with thought. Just now, he will accept the 3-year contract, not because of Ancient One, but more because of his inner decision. It was also because of the existence of the Time Management Bureau and the Ancient One magician that Yi Meng suddenly realized something. As a creation at the beginning of the universe, Mind Gem is bound and maintained with the birth of the Marvel Universe. Once the Mind Gem leaves the Marvel Universe, or even crosses the quantum realm, it may cause the Mind Gem to fail. The current failure of the Mind Gem will not only directly affect the existence of the incarnation of Marvel's Dream Vision, but also indirectly affect the will balance of the incarnation of DC's Dream of the Ancient Doomsday. So, Vision Yi Meng needs to stay in this Marvel past for a long time no matter what. Next, on the side of the Marvel Dream, continue acting as Vision, try to transfer the technology and ability of the DC Dream, and learn how to control the Mind Gem from Ancient One. Yi Meng planned the route on the side of the Marvel Dream, and then looked down at the sad girl in her arms. If there is a chance in the future, I will personally go to the Time Management Bureau to seek an explanation for your brother. Real world. It's been 3 days since Homelander headed east into the fog. This much-anticipated miraculous performance of the Star Dragon Empire ended in the failure of Homelander. Afterwards, Homelander did not come forward to comment. Homelander's spokesperson said that Homelander needs to rest and it is not convenient to be interviewed recently. Only the high-level personnel of the Star Dragon Empire know the truth behind the scenes. Homelander almost died. One of the 2 patron saints of the Star Dragon Empire's supernatural department, Homelander, known as the strongest in the world, almost died in the eastern region engulfed in mist. No one knows what happened to Homelander in the Foglands. After Homelander woke up after being rescued, he also kept silent about what happened in the fog, unwilling to disclose or even recall. But just coming out of the mist from Homelander, the heavy injuries on his body, and all the invalid battle suits, cloaks, and cameras, it is conceivable that Homelander encountered a terrifying existence that he could not resist. During the 3 days that Homelander was autistic. In the Eastern jurisdiction and the Western jurisdiction, the high-level executives of both sides held more than a dozen meetings, all of which were about the SSS-level fog incident. In the end, they came to an agreement and made a big decision, on the 10th day after the SSS-level fog event. This day, the real world. High-level executives from the Eastern and Western jurisdictions held a press conference at the same time, announcing an unprecedented project. This project will be completed by the cooperation of the East and the West with the power of the entire Star Dragon Empire. At the moment, Eastern Jurisdiction, the closest city to the edge of the mists, Fuyaki City. Although the number of residents in the city has decreased by 30% compared to last year due to the location near the edge of the fog, as the largest city in the Dakin Autonomous Region, the central city area still looks bustling and bustling. At the moment, almost all the federal residents of Fuyaki City are watching the news on TV, or using their mobile phones to browse hotspot information on the internet. An intellectual woman wearing glasses opened her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the news on the tablet. Oh my god. They want to cover the 1,000-kilometer area shrouded in fog with walls and power grids from 100 meters away from the edge of the fog. Surround yourself. This means that the Star Dragon Federation has completely abandoned the city territory engulfed in fog, and listed it as a real forbidden zone for humans. It also shows that this SSS-level fog invasion file is the first super-large event that cannot be solved in human history. On the side, in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the hotel, a slim black-haired girl parted her lips unsurprisingly. This is not surprising. Since it can't be solved, we can only give up the territory covered by the fog. Miss File Size. Chen Hong looked at the girl worriedly, then we. The girl continued, Aunt Chen, is the company you registered completed? It's done. Chen Hong showed a document in his hand. The name of the data file is, Application for Registration of Mendi Technology Company. Follow the process and continue with the arrangement. The girl's eyes paused for a while on the file name, and the corners of her radiant mouth raised involuntarily, and the whole room brightened up instantly, and she quickly returned to her intellectual and elegant way. Okay, Chen Hong responded, sighed inwardly, and got busy vigorously. The girl was still leaning against the floor-to-ceiling windows, her beautiful wine-red eyes raised, looking at the white mist connecting the sky and the earth beyond the modern city. I'll always be here waiting for you. Tifa murmured softly. After all, I have been waiting for a few years, and there is nothing wrong with continuing to wait. Within the restricted area of fog that humans have completely abandoned. Deep in the fog, Tianhe City. In the ruins of a large city surrounded by mist, from the mist spider to the black goat, all creatures of other dimensions in the mist are trembling on the ground at this moment. A grey-white bone spur monster hovered hundreds of meters above the ruins of the city, exuding an aura of endless destruction, with a witch doll hanging from its waist. I don't know how long it will stay in the air. The bone spur monster jumped down again, keeping its eyes closed, hunting and destroying everything with sleepwalking, and pushing all creatures horizontally. He is the master of this area and also represents the reincarnation here. Batch after batch of mist creatures came here from the invasion dimension, and large areas were destroyed and turned into nothingness. The number of misty creatures that descended from the teleportation and the number of bone spur monsters sleepwalking and destroying is maintained in a delicate balance. Until, fewer and fewer mist creatures were sent here. Maybe one day, there will be no more misty creatures that invade the dimension sent over. Definitely, that is also a long time later. DC Universe Dreamland. Earth. The sea is hidden in the center of the earth. Under the sunlight shining on the colorful crystals on the dome of the earth, the pterosaurs and the school of fish panicked and moved away from the island area, feeling the destructive aura of the vibrating air. The king of this region is out. I saw a 2-meter-tall bone spur monster wearing a black Superman battlesuit, playing with a metal box in his left hand, and pulling an alien in silver armor with a chain in his right hand, walking out of the underwater vortex like walking a dog. The ancient day of destruction, Yi Meng, flew out from the sea, carrying the chained Steppenwolf around the neck, all the way out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then flew in diameter to Mars and descended. It fell directly on the ground in the alien civilization city. Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, landed lightly from the air, and the chain in his hand clanged. The 2-meter-tall Steppenwolf fell to the ground and quickly struggled to get up, but he dared not speak out, and remained humble and arrogant. With a horned head, he didn't dare to take a breath. During this period of time, Steppenwolf was completely frightened by the beating, until he lost his temper at all, and didn't even dare to have the thought of begging for death. Although the body and armor have been repaired by self-healing, fear and pain have already been deeply ingrained in the genes of the new Protoss. Bear the humiliation. I want to bear the humiliation and wait for the day when the King of Darkness comes. The Steppenwolf roared inwardly, but his expression was very low, his head lowered even lower, like a real wolf and bulldog. Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction that fell in the Martian civilization city, did not suffer from the siege of the local hunters last time. At the moment, Yi Meng looked around. The entire city of Martian civilization is burning. Tens of thousands of local Martian residents, no matter gold-skinned, white-skinned, or green-skinned Martians, are braving fire from the inside out. No matter what shape is shapeshifted into, it cannot be avoided. The heart-piercing screams of pain resounded throughout the entire Martian civilization, and soon weakened in pieces, and the vitality was cut off at an extremely fast speed. What happened here? Even Steppenwolf was taken aback when he saw this. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, had red eyes, and after a quick glance, he knew everything that happened here. The Martians are still facing extinction. It turned out that it was a plague of psychic diseases targeting the Martian family. Because the hearts of the Martian family are connected together, if one person is infected with the disease, the entire race will be infected with this spiritual plague disease, and then die by self-immolation. Even Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, felt a little sorry. The hunters of the Martian civilization are good sandbags. However, Martian Manhunter should have accidentally left Martian civilization and went to Earth before this spiritual plague came, and he should be able to meet him on Earth in the future. Fortunately, there is now such a regular household sandbag as Steppenwolf. The Steppenwolf was watching the Martian's horrific illness, and felt a chill run up his back for no reason. Let's go back. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng took the Steppenwolf and flew up, looking down at the burning city that was getting smaller and smaller, and was about to return to the Earth. But at this time, the day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng discovered something by accident and flew towards the outskirts of the Martian civilization city with his Steppenwolf in hand. At the same time, Mars Gore, suburban city, a triangular fort building that is also burning. An extremely young green-skinned female Martian between ghost and slime was lying weakly on the ground outside the building, with tears streaming from her eyes. Mother. Cam, don't come in. Xiao Huahua, live on. In the burning house, the screams of women could be faintly heard, until the sound was also swallowed. Xiao Huahua was so weak that she couldn't move. Through the door of the house, she felt her mother's death in the house, her tears suddenly dried up, and she felt a burst of heat inexplicably. She too has contracted the disease and will soon die too. At the time when Xiaohua was in despair, with a bang, a dust storm rose behind him. Xiaohua looked weakly, and saw a black-clothed bony spur creature falling from the sky, and an alien creature with broken horns locked around its neck. The sea is hidden in the center of the earth. Atlanta stood on the island's sandy beach, awed by the return of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, and Steppenwolf, who was nailed to a suspended mountain after being hammered by a blaster. But why is there another one in her arms, a little green guy who doesn't come from the earth at first glance? Like a soft green jellyfish, muttering sadly, snuggling in his arms. Atlanta looked at the back of the tall man in black who was going away, but she didn't dare to ask, and finally sighed, thinking that it would be okay to have one more. It's just that their group combination here is getting more and more strange. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng was sitting on the beach basking in the sun. Bringing back a Martian larva is just thinking about it, and it has the potential to be cultivated into a sandbag. In addition, the knowledge background of the Martian family is also stored deep in the other party's heart, which can be obtained from the other party in the future. On the Marvel Dream side, the Avatar needs to stay for a long time. On the DC Dream side, the time consumed may be even longer. Yi Meng thought to himself. He constantly switches back and forth between the worlds of Marvel and DC, in order to achieve a delicate balance between dream and reality, will and power. Marvel's plan for the next 3 years has been set. The actions of the avatars in the DC Dreamland are simpler and more direct. You just need to stay sane for a long time as the ancient destruction day. During this period, you can properly train the sandbag thugs at home, and collect the advanced technology of the DC Dreamland. In any case, the time spent in the DC Dreamland may be longer than the Marvel Dreamland. Coincidentally, after the demise of Krypton, the Martian civilization of the Martian Manhunter family also perished. An era ends here. Dormant, manipulative, waiting for the next nascent era to come. The ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng closed his eyes and faced the sun, as if extinguishing the red flame of destruction in the light. In the time of DC Dreamland, 4 years later, hidden in the center of the earth, the sun is still bright and brilliant. Crash! Water splashes. A 4 or 5-year-old boy suddenly surfaced, his blue eyes rolled for a while. He was wearing a children's tights that almost covered his body, and he went ashore with a silver trident in his hand. "And hi, I caught a fish." The little boy spoke in a childish voice, raised the silver trident with sea fish in one hand, and waved his arms towards the shore. He was well behaved and sensible but also a little wild. Okay, not bad. On the beach of the island, a beautiful woman with long silver hair and a long silver skirt stepped forward and wiped the boy's hair and immature face with a towel. "And hi, I'll just come." Little Clark smiled, handed the trident to the beautiful woman, and took the towel himself. Atlanta looked at Clark, hesitated, and said softly, "Clark. Later, you and I will go see that guy." Little Clark's spirit was shaken suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his little face couldn't hide his joy. "Are you going to see the king?" Atlanta looked down at the growing boy, with a smile on his brows, but a trace of worry on his fair and pretty face. "Yes, to see the destruction, the king. The sea is hidden in the center of the earth, and the sun will last forever." Atlanta takes little Superman Clark, who is nearly 5 years old, into an alien warplane parked atop a suspended mountain. The cabin door of the Krypton fighter has been opened, the cabin is dimly lit, and the lights are turned on one after another, showing a spacious and straight interior cabin corridor, which can lead to the driving control hall deep inside the cabin. Knowing that this is the area where the existence often haunts, Atlanta felt timid from the bottom of her heart as soon as she set foot on it. No matter how many times she could not suppress the fear originating from her genes, she was like a fish trying to go into the lava of a volcano. If it's possible, Atlanta doesn't want to talk to that being, but Clark is already 5 years old, and it's time to fight for a chance for this child to return to the light, even if it cost him his life. Atlanta's state of mind has switched from timid and fearful to courageous and courageous, countless times. And the little boy Clark next to him seemed to be coming home. The color of joy was written on his immature face, and the innocent eyes were still full of anticipation, as if he didn't know what he was about to face. Seeing this, Atlanta couldn't help but secretly sighed, and she became more determined to come here. Must get that chance. Atlanta and Clark walked out of the corridor and came to the control hall of the alien fighter. As soon as he stepped into the doorway of the corridor, a powerful aura of coercion that was so strong that it made people tremble and submit, seemed to permeate the air, making the cold interior cabin with the air conditioner turned on slightly hot. Even though she used to be the quasi-queen of Atlantis, Atlanta still lowered her proud head quickly, not daring to raise her head to look directly into the depths of the control cockpit, only daring to look up with a trembling gaze. The cabin can be seen on the illuminated ultramodern metal atrium. On the high platform in the depths, on both sides of the huge metal seat, there are alien creatures, one big and one small, standing respectively. The big one is an alien creature with 2 horns, a huge wolf head, and a strong bull body. It is covered in broken silver scale armor, and a series of heavy and thick chains are fastened around its neck. With his head bowed, he was still so tall and powerful that it made people fear from the bottom of his heart. The youngest is a petite alien girl about 1.2 meters in height. Her skin is dreamy light pink. She wears a cool corset and shorts. Her big eyes are bright like stars, and the left and right pupils have different luster. It has a gorgeous and conspicuous rainbow long hair coiled to the rear deck. Those are the Steppenwolves of the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star as companions, and Xiao Huahua, a mutant Martian who grew up here with Clark since childhood. Atlanta clearly knew that just these two existences possessed far more power and abilities than herself. If they want, they can cover the land and underwater world of the outer Earth separately, and at the moment, these two alien creatures who are so powerful that they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the old gods, or even surpass the old gods, one humbly bows their heads, the other obediently loves them, leaning on the huge amounts of metal seats on the left and right side. On the metal pedestal, a bone spur king over 2 meters tall and wearing a tight black battlesuit sat there. His eyes seemed to be filled with an inexhaustible red flame of destruction. Destroy the king. Atlanta took a step forward and saluted respectfully from the bottom of her heart. The king of destruction did not move. His eyes fell on the little boy next to Atlanta. King. The little Superman Clark uttered a respectful cry, and walked several steps forward. Under Atlanta's panicked gaze, he came to the metal seat. The king of destruction raised his broad right hand, stretched out an index finger with a bony spur, and reached for Clark's forehead. Don't want? At this moment, Atlanta felt the unspeakable fear in her heart, but she held back her words to stop her from shouting. She knew it was useless to shout. The king here is the true god, and no one can resist his will. Fortunately, Setsuna, who touched the boy's forehead lightly with the fingertip of the king of destruction, retracted it again. Little Clark didn't mean to dodge the whole time, touched his smooth and delicate forehead, smiled happily, and then stepped back. Aside. Xiao Huahua glanced at Clark with dissatisfaction, obviously bored with the pleasure of the other party and herself, and then looked at the white-haired beautiful Atlanta with even more displeased eyes. Under the almost innate telepathy ability, Xiao Huahua could sense some crooked thoughts of Atlanta, especially for the Supreme King. If it wasn't for the fact that the king didn't care about it, and the other party had raised her for a while, she couldn't help but get rid of him long ago. King. Atlanta said straight to the point, 4 years ago, I promised you that I chose to raise Clark and stay here. Now, I am Clark's guardian. I feel that he needs to receive further education, such as studying at a local school on land, so that he can better integrate into the Earth world. This is the purpose and expectation of Atlanta this time. Although she has been doing corrections and ideological work secretly, little Clark obviously still regards the King of Destruction as the closest person. It can't go on like this. Atlanta wanted to make Clark the future king of land, and even get rid of the cosmic disaster of destroying the king one day. Therefore, Atlanta wants to let Clark go to land to receive education and study, so as to break away from the current territory and long-term control of the King of Destruction. And hi. Little Clark opened his mouth, just about to say something. But after Atlanta glared, she closed her mouth obediently, but there was still some reluctance on her face. Xiao Huahua's colorful eyes brightened up. There is such a good thing? If Atlanta and Clark leave the sea in the center of the earth, wouldn't she be able to monopolize the King of Destruction? The Steppenwolf was worried that the person in the seat would lose his temper suddenly and beat him up again, so the one who was positioned as a pet didn't dare to speak. Then, under the silent waiting of everyone on the field, the King of Destruction replied calmly, yes, real. Atlanta's eyes widened, shaking with excitement. But before she could express her thanks, the King of Destruction continued, let's go to land together. Huh. Atlanta was stunned, and her plump delicate body also froze. Clark's small face showed excitement. Xiao Huahua was both surprised and happy. The Steppenwolf didn't know what to think, and the cowbell's big eyes rolled slightly, guessing the king's intentions. The King of Destruction on the metal seat, Yi Meng, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, is actually planning to leave the hidden sea in the center of the earth completely. In DC Dreamland, the center of the earth is used as the base, initially because there is eternal sunlight here, and the location is sufficiently closed and secret. And now, 4 years in the dreamland of the DC universe. The time for the ancient Doomsday to maintain his sanity is getting longer and longer. From the previous month to the current 3 months, the sun is no longer necessary for him, and he can even act as a small sun by itself. Now, it's time to connect with the outside world and help the avatars of the Marvel Dreamland get more DC Universe technology. Therefore, Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, made a decision at this moment. Together, go back to the land outside DC Universe. Land World. In the outskirts of Washington, D.C. and the metropolis, there is a privately contracted private territory covering an area of 20 miles. The private domain is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with forests, lakes, and meadows. A large mansion of aristocratic and low-luxury style is located deep in the forest. There is a winding and open road in front of the gate, leading directly to the twin cities of Washington and Metropolis outside the forest. Atlanta stood in front of the mansion holding a document of the territory contract, looking at the newly built luxury manor in front of her, but didn't fully react. What is this with? I thought that I could bring Clark back to the land, so as to stay away from the hidden sea in the center of the earth where the King of Destruction is. Unexpectedly, the King of Destroyer brought everyone with him to the land world outside from the sea hidden in the center of the earth? Atlanta's brain was buzzing. And before she had time to come out and make arrangements, the Destroyer King had already arranged everything. Even the current manor was purchased in the early years, and the name of the person in charge of the contract was Yi Meng. How did you do that? Atlanta suddenly discovered that even if she lived in the same place for 4 years in the hidden sea in the center of the earth, she still couldn't see through the King of Destruction. Now, the King of Destruction followed him back to land. Do you want to take advantage of the trend to rule the entire land world? Atlanta's face was pale. She was constantly thinking and brainstorming. I want this one. Then my room is fine. Clark and Ziyahua ran back and forth in the mansion, and began to choose their own room. At the moment, the master room of the manor mansion. The Steppenwolf stood at the door with his head bowed, his eyes lowered in awe. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng stood in front of the window, playing with the mother box while looking at the surface scenery outside the window. 4 years ago in the DC universe. In order to obtain the technology of the dreamland of the DC universe, he manipulated electronic equipment through his mind, and intervened in the network outside the center of the Earth. Although it cannot achieve the level of artificial intelligence, even if it is only a partial projection ability, it is still a dimensionality reduction blow to the DC Earth in the 1980s. Soon, Yi Meng obtained a large sum of money from capitalists from some big countries on DC Earth through the internet. Later, using his real name Yi Meng as a capital operator, he multiplied the funds countless times in a few years, and bought a lot of properties in Washington, Metropolis, and even Gotham City. In addition to real estate, it also includes technological development, extraterrestrial research, biotechnology, chemical engineering, as well as museums and hospitals. Originally, I just thought about obtaining DC technology and digging out the existence of the old gods, but I didn't expect the name Yi Meng to become a rich tycoon of DC Earth. It is estimated that no one would have guessed that this world-renowned low-key rich tycoon is actually the ancient Doomsday, an alien monster known as the Doomsday 4 years ago. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng's eyes flashed red, and his eyes were playful. After 4 years in the DC Dreamland, his sanity can last up to 3 months in the DC Dreamland, and as the ancient Doomsday, he is becoming more and more like a real person, but his bones per body, which is more than 2 meters tall, remains unchanged. To become a Doomsday Superman, you may need a real metamorphosis or opportunity. Whether it's Marvel or DC, Yi Meng's thoughts moved slightly, and the red virtual static electricity overflowed from the brow bone, quietly sinking into the computer equipment on the desk in the master room. He can operate computer equipment through the air, connect to the network, and then understand the status quo of the outside industry. Recently, in one of his own museums, an item suspected to be left by the old gods caught his attention, and now he returned to the outside land world just to start learning about it. It would be great if we could take the opportunity to find out a few old gods hidden in some corner of the earth. Now, the manor here is still very deserted, and a few sandbags are needed. No, servants and slaves, or pets are also fine. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng's expression became more and more cheerful, and at the door, the Steppenwolf suddenly trembled violently. Washington, Museum of Natural History. Diana. With the words of an old call in the museum. An intellectual white-collar beauty with sexy curly hair, a tall and proud figure, and a fashionable plain windbreaker, she stopped her high-heeled shoes and looked back in surprise. When she saw that it was an old man in a suit with white temples, Diana couldn't help being even more surprised. Curator, why are you here? Don't worry, this is not inspection work. The old curator blinked and smiled. I heard from Barbara that you will also participate in the banquet held by the museum tonight. Yes. Diana nodded lightly. In fact, I usually don't like to attend banquets, but since it was invited by Barbara, she also said that tonight's banquet is very important. Banquets have always been important. The old curator said, after all, if our museum wants to survive and develop, we also need external donations and investment. Banquets can allow us to win the support of the rich and famous. The first half of the old curator's words were still casual, but then the conversation turned solemn and respectful. However, tonight's banquet is indeed more important than before, and there may be a very, very important guest present. An important guest. Diana was a little curious. Isn't the TV personality and oil tycoon mentioned by colleague Barbara the most important? Yes. The old curator didn't say who it was, and said in a mysterious way, when the time comes, remember to dress nicely, you are not young anymore. Okay. Diana showed a trace of helplessness on her face. She was indeed not young, even if she pretended to be 30 years old, but she was a demigod with almost eternal life. It seems that after a while, he will continue to change his professional identity. The old curator suddenly asked, by the way, you have been studying that crystal object from ancient Rome recently, right? Yes, what's the problem? Diana's heart trembled. Recently, she noticed something wrong with that item, and it smelled like an old god. No problem, you can continue to work, see you at the banquet tonight. The old curator happily left. Diana frowned slightly, and her intuition told her that there was a problem. The old curator was cheerful on the surface, but even more excited in his heart. The legendary gentleman who gave the museum the largest share of investment may even come to the banquet held by the museum tonight, even though the other party is more interested in asking to see the crystal stone from ancient Rome. However, that gentleman has never shown his face in the public and the media, and his arrival may make the Museum of Natural History skyrocket. That night, the main hall on the first floor of the Museum of Natural History is decorated as a banquet venue. Men in suits and leather shoes, and formal attire attend, and women are dressed in formal dresses, beautifully dressed, and soft music flows silkily under the lights. The old curator walked into the empty research room alone, put an ancient crystal object into the box, and then took the box to the office on the second floor. Putting the box on the table in the curator's office, the old curator glanced left and right at the same empty room, then turned and left the office with a sigh. He just received a message that the gentleman said that he would not attend tonight's banquet, but only asked him to put the research item in the office and ask someone to pick it up afterwards. After all, we still won't see that legendary figure. The old curator felt a little regretful, and closed the office door casually. Shortly after he left, suddenly, the window of the curator's office opened, and with the bang of the strong wind, a tall bone spur monster flew in from outside. The day of destruction of the ancients listening to the banquet on the first floor below, Yi Meng stepped forward and grabbed the box with a crystal stone on the table in his hand. At the same time, wearing a white formal dress with slits, revealing her long bronze-colored and lustrous legs, the well-dressed and sexy Wonder Woman Diana was standing at the stairs, staring up at the second floor, the office of the curator with a tight portal. Downstairs, the Museum of Natural History has a feast of drinks, singing and dancing. Upstairs, in the silent curator's office, there is a monster with bone spurs that can make any earthling tremble in fear. The day of destruction of the ancients, Yi Meng directly took out the archaeological item stored inside the box, which was a crystal stone similar to amber, shining crystal luster under the light. Yi Meng clamped the crystal stone with the bony spur nails of 2 fingers. The red monster stared at it with eyes grinning ferociously. This breath is really an item left by the ancient gods. It is still the Xeon item that appeared in the Wonder Woman movie, which can satisfy all the wishes of the wisher, thus creating the supervillain Leopard Girl, and almost causing a catastrophe for DC Earth. In the movie, the ability displayed by this wishing stone is very powerful, and it really fulfills all the wishes of many people, including resurrection and reshaping of fate, but it will secretly charge the same price from the wisher. Therefore, this wishing stone is also a calculation carefully planned by the old gods. Interesting. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, smiled ferociously on his white bone mask, staring directly at the wishing crystal stone left by the old god, and said without fear, "I'm going to be Doomsday Superman." During the day, Diana noticed that there was a suspected problem with the old curator, so after entering the banquet venue, she kept secretly watching the old curator's every move. Soon, she discovered that the old curator suddenly transferred the crystal stone she had been studying to the curator's office, which was supposed to be empty. What's wrong with the curator? Besides, the VIP he mentioned during the day is. Diana had a sense of foreboding. In particular, it is also related to the crystal stone that I have been studying. Diana had noticed from it before that there was an ominous aura suspected to be from the old gods in the crystal, and she was planning to take advantage of these few days to study it in depth, but she didn't expect a sudden change tonight. No, that crystal stone may be dangerous and should not be touched by others. Thinking of this, Diana went straight to the office after the old curator closed the door and left. When she came to the door of the curator's office, Diana didn't open the door with hesitation, but just opened the door with Setsuna, and she was startled immediately. There was someone in the house. Diana did not expect this at all. She maintained the posture of pushing the door and entering, looking at the scene in the room in amazement. Visible, under the daylight, next to the desk, a silver-haired young man with an oriental face was standing there. His face was young and handsome under the shiny silver hair. His facial features were as sharp as a knife-cut sculpture. His slender figure looked tall and straight. He was wearing a strange but fitting dark tight-fitting dress, but it just happens to show the golden ratio figure and muscle contour curve. This is a nearly perfect human being. As a demigod, Diana, who has lived in human society for decades, had such a thought in her mind for no reason. Humans are flawed, but the current silver-haired young man, no matter his appearance or temperament, is perfect in all aspects. On his right hand, he was holding the crystal stone, and when he noticed the sound of the door opening, he cast his gaze here. Those eyes were sharp and warm, like the stars in the sky, and like the corner of a sword, revealing a little familiarity. That's right. Since something like this appears here, you should also be in this museum. After being discovered by Diana, the silver-haired young man was not afraid. His voice was gentle and powerful, with a sense of mysterious magnetism. Diana swept her beautiful eyes and confirmed that he was the only one in the room. She frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you, and why did you break into the museum director's room here?" "It was you who broke in here, lady." The silver-haired young man in the black battlesuit raised a wanton arc at the corner of his mouth. "My name is Yi Meng." Yi Meng. Diana quickly thought of something. That one, the top rich man and tycoon who invested in our museum 3 years ago. Yi Meng smiled and said nothing. Diana felt the embarrassment she hadn't seen for a long time. Indeed, the entire museum is considered to be someone else's, and the other party even greeted the old curator in advance. No matter how you look at it, she is the intruder's party. "My name is Diana, and I'm one of the museum staff here. I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter how much I apologize afterwards." Diana remained elegant and calm, and continued to walk into the room. Facing the silver-haired young man, she forcefully reached out to the crystal stone, but there is suspected radiation inside this item. "For your safety, I should leave it to professionals for safekeeping." With one hand, he precisely grasped the slender wrist of Diana's protruding right hand. "I refuse." Yi Meng smiled lightly, with a violent red light in his eyes. "I didn't expect that you would come to my door, just in time." Diana's beautiful face changed, and she could no longer remain calm. At this moment, she felt that her right wrist was tightly held by iron clamps. This young man is not an ordinary person. Not even human. As a demigod, he was like a prey that broke into the opponent's territory at this time. The danger indicates that Diana will subconsciously turn into Wonder Woman to meet the battle. But at this moment, the sound of hurried steps came from the corridor. You guys are... The old curator appeared at the door, staring blankly at Yi Meng and Diana, who were posing intimately. Diana was trying to get the old curator to flee the scene and evacuate the banquet crowd. Unexpectedly, Yi Meng spoke faster than her. Curator, I was entrusted by Mr. Yi Meng to take away the crystal stone. Unexpectedly, I happened to meet this lady, so I invited her to dance at the banquet. Dance. Ah, so that's how it is. The old curator showed a knowing expression. Go, now it's time for the dance downstairs. Also, say hello to Mr. Yi Meng for me. Ms. Diana, you don't want us to destroy this place, let's go. Yi Meng smiled slightly, holding Diana's wrist in one hand and the crystal stone in the other, and walked forward without guilt. Diana gritted her silver teeth tightly, feeling that the initiative was completely controlled by the other party. She wished she could draw her sword immediately. But under the watchful eyes of the curator, she still followed the other side slowly, and walked downstairs outside the door. In the main hall downstairs of the museum, under dreamy lights and soft music, men and women danced together. Diana, who is very attractive in appearance, figure, and temperament, is still very popular in museums and the outside world, so many people want to find her as a dance partner. Unexpectedly, when she came down from the downstairs, she was already taken by a male partner. Take the lead first. At the banquet, many people looked at the two of them one after another, and they were all taken aback for a while. Although the man's clothes were strange, his appearance and figure were perfect, and standing next to Diana in a formal dress was not in vain. Only Diana can barely match the other party's sense of sight. Diana wanted to leave the museum with Yi Meng and go outside to fight. As a result, Yi Meng stopped in the main hall of the banquet, led her and danced on the spot. Concerned about her colleagues and other people at the banquet, Diana took graceful steps to cater to the beating, but her beautiful eyes became more and more angry and indifferent, and whispered firmly in a voice that only Yi Meng could hear, I will kill you. Please kill me. Yi Meng's tone was gentle, but the red light in his eyes could hardly be concealed. His 5 fingers clenched the crystal stone little by little, as if suppressing the desire to destroy and waiting for something. The dance before the battle to the death. The two held each other's hands, while holding the purple crystal stone with the other hand, and danced in the main hall. Their movements seemed to be incomparably tacitly coordinated. Who is that? On the other side of the main banquet hall, the sexy and glamorous Barbara, who was wearing a hip-wrapping dress, held her chest and looked in horror at the silver-haired young man dancing with Diana. The wildness and sensitivity of a female leopard made her intuitively feel that the young man was extremely dangerous, and he was like a potential prey. The night was getting darker. DC Universe, Earth, Washington. At the social banquet held by the Museum of Natural History, the trendy music of the 1980s was slowly flowing in the lighted main hall, and all the guests and personnel attending in costumes were singing and dancing, without any awareness of potential danger. As a TV personality and an oil tycoon, Maxwell Lauder, wearing brand-name suits and watches, with well-combed hair, stepped on brand-new luxury leather shoes and walked into the main hall of the banquet. He found the beautiful figure in the banquet hall, his eyes lit up, and he walked forward quickly. Hey, Barbara. You are so beautiful tonight, which makes people feel amazing. Lauder's words were not exaggerated at all. Also, as a member of the current museum research scholars, Barbara Minerva has always been an inconspicuous little transparent, just in contrast to the beautiful and powerful Diana. But tonight, Barbara, who appeared at the banquet, seemed to be a different person. She no longer wore the old-fashioned heavy glasses, her usual dull and drooping blonde hair was scattered on the fluffy and curly shawl, and her eyes were sharp and full of confidence. The bright pupils and radiant face have a different kind of coquettishness and charm. The formal dress suit that is difficult for ordinary women to control is worn on Barbara's body now. It outlines a seductive curve with a protruding front and back, and is so mature and plump that water can be squeezed out. And a pair of slender and delicate legs under the black skirt, with a sufficiently tight muscular beauty. Wearing high heels is like an elegant female leopard walking on tiptoe. Although compared with the perfect and elegant Diana, it is still a little bit worse, but that wild charm is unique and makes people want to conquer. But in the face of Lauder's praise, Barbara didn't respond to it, and her trembling beautiful eyes were still staring at the center of the banquet hall. Lauder was startled, subconsciously looked over there, and saw that Diana was dancing with a perfect young man in black tights. The two movements were elegant and powerful, and they were the focus of everyone in the banquet hall. A gleam of jealousy flashed in Lauder's eyes. He who lowered his figure to attend the banquet should be the protagonist tonight? Definitely, Lauder didn't know that at the moment Barbara was not attracted by love, but by fear. Under the keen wildness, Barbara looked at the silver-haired young man dancing with Diana. With her right hand covering her undulating chest, she couldn't breathe. The hairs all over her body were already standing on end. Intuition, let her escape here quickly. Barbara still knows that she has some problems with her body recently, and she is metamorphosis on the good side. Since yesterday, she held the crystal stone from ancient Rome. In my heart, I hope that I have always been a prey and bullied in this society, and that I, who is as cowardly as a little sheep, can become the top predator in the world, as strong and powerful as a female leopard in the animal world. At the same time, Lauder also noticed that the silver-haired youth and Diana were holding a slightly purple crystal stone in their hands. Lauder's heart was shocked immediately. It's that, the legendary sorcerer's stone that can satisfy all wishes. He has been looking for this item since many years ago, and he chose to come here to attend the banquet, and he came here entirely for the philosopher's stone. On the banquet hall, Yi Meng took the woman's hand, holding the crystal stone in one hand. His movements as light as possible were still fast and powerful, and he didn't care about the eyes of the woman with half-god blood trying to draw his sword to kill him. The corners of his mouth were raised wantonly, and some emotion was suppressed in his eyes, and his aura became sharper and more domineering. Diana danced to meet the other party, while holding back her anger and asked in a cold voice, "Are you here for this crystal stone?" Yi Meng in full human form swayed the black cloak, and replied bluntly, "Isn't this obvious? I'm just interested, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised." Diana didn't know whether this surprise was referring to the crystal stone or herself. So, her words became even colder. "What's the use of the crystal?" Diana originally thought that the other party would have reservations, but Yi Meng said indifferently and directly, "Don't you know very well, it is a creation of the old gods. The so-called can satisfy all the wishes of the holder. It's just that it will secretly take the same prize from the other party. You should also hold it. Have you made a wish?" Yi Meng looked at her casually without stopping. Diana had long since lost her composure. If this crystal stone indeed had such an ability, then she might have made a wish in her heart unintentionally. For example, goodbye to the sacrificed comrades who fought side by side during World War I. Diana suddenly realized something, and looked sideways at the entrance of the main banquet hall. At the moment, outside the singing and dancing crowd, a young man who was exactly the same as the sacrificed male comrade in arms was standing there. Feng Zheng's handsome face was pale, and he stared blankly at her and Yi Meng. Diana was shocked, her mind went blank. "By the way, I remembered, what you made was that wish." Yi Meng noticed the reaction of Diana and the young man at the door. His expression was dazed, but he stretched out his hands around Diana's waist nonchalantly, and pressed the other's tall and plump body down, completing the last movement of the current dance. Diana's delicate body was stiff, she didn't react, and continued to pander subconsciously. The sexy black curly hair let out and fell slightly on the black cloak. At the end of the music, under the brilliant lights, this beautiful scene seemed to solidify into a famous painting. It turns out that destroying the emotion called happiness can also satisfy the desire for destruction. The ancient Doomsday is like its own dark side, Yi Meng thought happily, like opening the door to a new world. The young black-haired white man turned around without saying a word, and rushed out of the museum. Yi Meng let go of Diana's wrist, and Diana finally realized what she had lost just now, and chased out angrily and sadly. "Trevor." Diana chased the white youth to the dimly lit square outside the museum. But at this time, the star-studded night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunderbolts pierced through the night sky horribly, the earth trembled slightly like an earthquake, and the gust of wind formed a tornado-like roar and swept across. "This is..." Trevor was blown to the ground by the wind. Diana was also startled, looking at the city that was peaceful just a moment ago, suddenly shrouded in visions of natural disasters. Tread. A silver-haired young man in a black battlesuit walked out with a crystal stone in his hand and a black cloak fluttering in the wind. "It's you? What the hell did you do?" Diana turned her head and looked at the silver-haired young man with wise and heroic eyes. "I didn't do anything. Just, like you, I made a wish just now." Yi Meng shook his head, his eyes overflowed with a strange and terrifying red light, and looked at the cracked crystal stone in his hand. "Then, the old god wanted to charge a price, and I tried to give it to. It's a pity, the price I want to pay, it can't afford it. The price I want to give, it can't afford it." The silver-haired youth had just finished speaking. With a click, a clearly visible crack appeared on the crystal stone. At the same time, the white young man who fell on the ground suddenly screamed, covering his head with a splitting headache and rolling. "Trevor." Diana stepped forward in a hurry, but saw the white young man's face blurred and changed, from an extremely familiar face to an unfamiliar face, and said in a painful but rational way, "My name is not Trevor." With a shock, Diana realized what she had missed and lost. "Yi Meng." Diana's beautiful eyes couldn't hide her anger as she turned her head, and then her pupils shrank. The previously flawless silver-haired oriental youth suddenly swelled and stretched the dark battle suit he was wearing. In an instant, he grew from 1.8 meters tall to more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were as curvy as molten iron poured into his body, and his handsome and elegant face was covered by a grey bone mask. On the top, hideous white bones protruded from the fist and back. The corners of his mouth were grinning wantonly, the red light overflowing from his eyes was like real red flames, and an aura of destruction that surpassed everything swept away. Compared with the natural visions covering the city, the present existence is more a symbol of the end. "It's you?" Diana opened her mouth slightly. Although the alien creature had changed a little, she still recognized it at a glance. It wasn't the bone spur monster that came to the Earthworld 4 years ago and killed the old sea god. The power of the old gods, is that all? The ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng looked at the cracked crystal stone indifferently. Just now, he tried to make a wish to become the Doomsday Superman, and it seemed that he successfully metamorphosed into the human state in the real world. While maintaining a human state, the perfection that is not affected by the will of destruction has the power of Doomsday, isn't it the Doomsday Superman? But in fact, the power of the old gods was only trying to suppress the evolutionary genes of Doomsday, and did not usher in the real metamorphosis of the ancient Doomsday incarnation, and even the will of destruction did not assist in resisting, plus some spell shaping achieved desire. But the wishing stone needs to charge half the price of the ancient Ruinian power. The old gods are really clever in calculating everything. Therefore, Yi Meng chose not to hold back, and handed over the power of destroying the sun as a price. Just now, Yi Meng would hold Diana to dance, but he was just enduring the destructive impulse of trying to crush the crystal stone. As for the result, it made Yi Meng a little bored, and the old gods obviously couldn't bear the power of the ancient ruinous sun. Even if Yi Meng didn't resist, he couldn't accept the price, and the crystal wishing stone itself ushered in a collapse. If the wish fails, the crystal stone will crack, which will affect other wishing processes. Ahead, a mysterious golden light shines. It can be seen that Diana stood up slowly, and the white slit long dress on her body changed for a while, turning into a suit of red armor and battle skirt, with a silver crown on top of her black hair, and her high heels were covered by combat boots. Instead of artifacts, a pair of golden arm guard artifacts appeared on both hands. She held an ancient shield artifact in her left hand, and stretched her right hand towards her black-haired back, and took off a long silver sword she carried on her back. The sharp tip of the artifact pointed towards Yi Meng. Full-body artifact, Wonder Woman, you. Diana's chest heaved in the incarnation of Wonder Woman, her beautiful and heroic eyes were icy cold. This demigod felt unprecedented anger. Even at the beginning, facing Ares, the god of war who started the war, they were not so angry. It feels like I have been played by this alien creature in the palm of my hand. I absolutely will kill you. Even though, the wishing stone was originally a careful calculation of the old gods, a scam, Yi Meng's actions can be regarded as unintentionally saving Wonder Woman. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Come on, kill me, don't let me down. Ancient Destruction Day. Yi Meng's eyes danced with crimson flames of destruction, and the corners of his mouth rose wantonly. In this dreamland of the DC universe, as Doomsday, you don't need friends or relatives, maybe you will destroy everything after all. He only needs enemies, and that's enough. Drink. Wonder Woman Diana yelled calmly and powerfully. While sprinting forward, a golden lasso artifact floated from her body, and the lasso threw the fainted young passerby to the back. Her speed was extremely fast. With a hurricane, her figure was blurred, and she rushed to Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, and jumped up, and the sword in her hand stabbed straight at Yi Meng's neck. The air was pierced, and the silver Excalibur was held tightly by a bony spur palm. Wonder Woman tried it, but it was difficult to pull it out. The Excalibur seemed to be firmly stuck in her palm by an unimaginable force. Die. Wonder Woman didn't have a trace of hesitation, and directly changed from pulling to slashing with all her strength. The silver sword's blade was extremely sharp, and it was covered with bone like 5 fingers. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng was surprised, feeling the sharpness of the sword, and now there are not many that can cause real damage to his current incarnation. It should be said that it is worthy of being created by the Greek gods, the top artifact with the power to cut atoms, the Vulcan sword. Wonder Woman Diana was even more shocked by this. Everything cut by the Vulcan sword was melons and vegetables, but even the fingers at the moment couldn't be completely cut off. What kind of defense is this? It is countless times harder than steel. She looked up and met a pair of fiery red eyes. That's it. Wonder Woman became angry immediately. She let go of her right hand, moved to the side, and swung a lasso of mantra that glowed golden light towards the bone spur's body. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, kept standing in place, released his right hand holding the Vulcan sword, and at the same time pushed forward violently. With the storm layer upon layer, Wonder Woman was immediately connected with a sword, a shield, and a lasso. Fly out? Call out? Like taking advantage of this gap. A slim figure with a long and slender tail running extremely fast on all fours, moving faster than Wonder Woman, rushed into Yi Meng's arms like a leopard-shaped lightning, and poked its claws towards the wishing stone in his other hand. Snapped. The cold touch of the wishing crystal came, and the leopard girl Barbara was overjoyed. She succeeded. But when the leopard girl tried to take away the wishing stone and escape, the big bony hand seemed to be holding the wishing stone lightly. No matter how hard the leopard-shaped claws were, it remained motionless. Leopard girl Barbara scratched Yi Meng's mask-like face hard. Her sharp claws were far sharper than a sword. The air was torn apart, leaving several shallow white marks on the cold gray exoskeleton mask. No defense was broken. Kitten. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng's red eyes fell, and he stared at the original and sexy leopard girl hanging on his arm like a humanoid female leopard. The leopard girl Barbara's hair exploded immediately. Smelling the breath of death, she resolutely gave up the wishing crystal, and fled outside with the leopard's tail between her legs. She woke up completely. Even incarnate as the top predator, in front of this unknown existence, he is indeed positioned like a kitten. You want? Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, didn't chase after him, but suddenly thought of something, squeezed the wishing crystal stone, and threw it directly at leopard girl. Under the wrapping of the biological attitude, the crystal stone is lingering with golden and red lightning, turning into a streamer far exceeding the power of sniper bullets. The leopard girl who turned into a blurred leopard shadow was still caught up by the wishing crystal. From the middle of the wishing stone, the 20-meter leopard girl jumped out, submerged into her body, and then completely shattered inside her body. Leopard girl let out a scream, a cloud of blood burst out of her body, her fleeing movement stopped abruptly, and she fell from the air. Barbara. Wonder Woman's cry sounded, and she rushed to Yi Meng angrily, threw away the round shield she was carrying, and crossed her hands heavily. Just listen to the clang. The golden arm guard in Wonder Woman's hand hit Setsuna, and the powerful and boundless divine power burst out, forming a golden shock wave and blasting towards the bone spur monster. It can be done in an instant. A group of extremely destructive ball lightning exploded centered on the body of the bony spur monster. The ball lightning and divine power surged and wreaked havoc, almost destroying everything in the square. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and flames raged underground. There was a pothole with a radius of 100 meters in place. Wonder Woman Diana kept her arms crossed, stepped back tens of meters, barely opened her eyes and raised her head, but in the next moment, a bone spur fingertip touched her smooth forehead. Wonder Woman Diana was shocked all over. She raised her eyes in disbelief, and once again met a pair of eyes that were dancing with red flames. Those eyes were scorching and indifferent, like an abyss, which could make even gods fear them. Daughter of Zeus, that's it. DC Universe Earth Washington, DC. Boom, boom. On the square surrounded by rows of high-rise buildings, one after another thunderous explosions sounded from the ground. The dazzling and scorching light made the place as bright as day, and the ground in the surrounding urban area was shaken. What happened? God, what is that? Is this another country starting a war? In the Museum of Natural History near the square, the guests who were still attending the banquet looked towards the door and the window one after another, collectively showing incredulous expressions. It can be seen that the night sky is like the Doomsday, and the lightning and thunder are thundering, and the modern, vast, and simple square is shot down together like thunder from the sky, and it is like a plurality of missiles falling on the ground and detonating. The square as a whole sank several meters. Boom! Just the aftermath of the waves coming from the center of the square shattered all the glass on one side of the museum, and the air suddenly soared up more than 10 degrees. The overflowing pressure made everyone's legs weak. Lauder, a TV personality and oil tycoon, sat down on the banquet floor. At the moment, he ignored etiquette and gaffes, and his face was full of madness and fear. This is the Battle of the Gods. Sizzle. In the middle of the original ruins of the square. Around. The current is flowing, and the flame is burning. Wonder Woman Diana felt cold all over, the bony spur nails on her gray fingertips pressed against her crown, and the bony spurs lingered with a powerful force field and destructive energy, which could undoubtedly kill even the body of a god. The shadow of black death enveloped Wonder Woman's beautiful and outstanding body. The bone spur creature in a black battlesuit stood calmly in front of him. His eyes were dancing with red flames containing the will to destroy, and the ground under his feet had been torn open by the opponent at will, like an insurmountable fearful moat. Although Wonder Woman had anticipated the opponent's strength 4 years ago, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The monster's body alone could resist the artifact, and its body strength was so strong that it was unmatched, but it also had a perfect force field to control power, plus the energy like a mobile nuclear power field. This is simply a living disaster. If you live in the age of the gods, it is also the dusk of the gods. This unparalleled deterrence has surpassed the god of war Ares encountered during the First World War. Is it really possible for me to defeat this existence? At the moment, face Yi Meng. Stronger than the demigod Diana, known as Wonder Woman, who was born on the Paradise Island left by the gods and inherited the bloody bravery of the Amazon fighting race since she was a child, she couldn't help questioning and doubting herself. It's not that she is too weak, but that the opponent is too strong. Daughter of Zeus, that's it. At this time, the low and mocking words of the bone spur monster creature came to his ears. Wonder Woman Diana immediately clenched her fists. At the critical moment, her bewildered eyes overflowed with anger again. How could the blood of the gods, who have been blessed with honor and strength for thousands of years, lose to this evil existence that played with itself and ignored everything? Fight, she wants to keep fighting. Call out? But at this time, a purple afterimage is like a savage lightning, swiftly passing the raging fire, rushing into the battle with a hunting wind, and rushing past Wonder Woman. The next moment, day of ancient destruction, Yi Meng touched the fingertip on Wonder Woman's forehead. The bone spur nail was broken, the incision was smooth, and a small piece of sharp bone spur nail fell down on the ruins. You are. Wonder Woman's delicate body shook, and she cast her gaze to the side, and the purple afterimage stopped. Obviously it was the leopard girl who was suspected of being killed just now. Just the moment. The leopard girl Barbara has no clothes, shoes, or socks all over her body. Her mature and slender attractive body is lying on her stomach, covered with amethyst leopard print scales, and a strong lightning tail sticks out behind her buttocks. Not only has her overall appearance changed, her aura has also become more coquettish and powerful, overflowing from the inside out with the aura of the old god, and her sharp claws are burning with purple ice flames. Are you, Barbara? Wonder Woman Diana could hardly recognize her best friend. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of the ancient times, was not surprised by this. It can even be said that this is what he tried to achieve. After experiencing the state of the fake Doomsday Superman, the wishing stone has no effect on him. Just in time, Leopard, who has not lost her wishing ability, is trying to get back the wishing crystal. So, Yi Meng followed suit and sent the wishing stone into Leopard Girl's body. At that moment, the wishing stone was completely shattered, and it should have lost its due power of wishing. But all the fragments of the wishing stone crystal remained in Leopard Girl's body, and the power of the old god was left behind, reshaping Leopard Girl. It can be said that the current Leopard Girl is a man-made old god. You really are Diana. The Leopard Girl Barbara stared straight at Wonder Woman Diana with faint purple eyes, and said coldly, I have always envied you, whether it was before or now, if you just admit defeat like this, even they will all be ashamed. Who said I surrendered? When Wonder Woman heard this, the daze in her beautiful eyes completely faded away. She leaped up high, and a sacred and bright golden light shone on her body in the air. The golden light changes. Or in other words, the golden light condensed itself into a complete women's golden battle armor, which replaced the Wonder Woman's regular suit and perfectly fit the woman's tall and vigorous demigod body. Behind her was a pair of golden armor made up of countless golden feathers. Wings, stand still in the air. Beautiful, powerful, divine, and heroic, with a golden sparkle. Just like the legendary goddess, the surging divine power overflowed through the golden armor, driving away the thunderclouds above the night sky. The real miracle once again appeared in the current modern city, and the people who saw this scene from a distance outside the square spontaneously had faith in their hearts. Catch! The Leopard Girl on the ground slapped her paw, and a silver glow shot up. Wearing the golden eagle armor and standing in the air, Wonder Woman Diana regained her graceful posture, reached out to catch it forcefully, and pointed the tip of the Vulcan sword at the bone spur creature below her as if judging. In the name of Wonder Woman, for the sake of justice and peace, I will punish you today. And me, let's go together. The Leopard Girl's eyes flickered faintly. After integrating with the wishing stone, she was strengthened many times, and felt that she was doing it again. Golden Hawk Girl God Diana and Amethyst Leopard Girl Barbara chose to join forces at this moment. Facing the two who had revived and showed their second form, Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, did not speak, but directly expressed his attitude with actions. What he was most afraid of was not that the opponent became stronger, but that he fell down before warming up. Boom! The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng didn't even have a prelude to bending over and squatting, he just jumped on the spot. A cloud of dust exploded, and his huge and strong body with bony spurs was as fast as a reverse lightning from bottom to top. Between Setsuna, the day of destruction of the ancients, Yi Meng had already rushed in front of the golden armored Wonder Woman, with his big hands roughly grabbing the chest and neck. Die! Wonder Woman yelled, and stabbed straight with the Vulcan sword with all her strength. A little golden cold light came first, piercing through the palm of the bone spur, cutting the atoms in front at the same time. On the contrary, the pain made Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, raise the corners of his mouth. He didn't care about the palm pierced by the artifact, and continued to grab Wonder Woman's neck with his big hand. Tonight is definitely a sleepless night for Washington. First, a chaotic doomsday-like natural phenomenon appeared in the city, and then a powerful thunder energy impact erupted in the square. The extremely fragile reinforced concrete was destroyed and melted, and the blazing flames almost covered the entire ruins of the square. Then, the miracle manifests. A powerful and beautiful figure like a goddess appeared above the ruins, apparently for the purpose of sanctioning that bone spur monster that was known as the Doomsday 4 years ago. The battle between the goddess in golden armor and the bone spur monster is about to start, and a stunning and swift purple leopard shadow is also involved. The entire urban area of the city seemed to be slammed by a huge warhammer, shaking, and shocking deep cracks spread from the ruins of the square. Strong light, thunder, fire waves, storms. Since the beginning, they have not stopped for a moment, appearing in the ruins one by one like a violent storm. Wave after wave of powerful waves came out, and the building glass in a radius of 10 miles continued to shatter, and the high-altitude thunderclouds were scattered by the astonishing ascending cyclone. However, when fighter planes and helicopters rushed to the scene, everything stopped abruptly. From start to finish, less than 5 minutes. The square is in situ. There was only an abyss-like pit of ruins left, and flames were sweeping and burning everywhere, but no moving creature could be seen, dying under the breath of destruction. Goddess, monster, leopard shadow, all disappeared. The time is now 12 o'clock at noon, and here is the report brought to you by the live reporter in Washington. Last night, the superhero Wonder Woman, who is suspected to have been circulating in the city in recent years, fought with the unknown bone spur creature known as the Doomsday disaster that descended on the Earth from an alien 4 years ago, causing varying degrees of damage to the local urban area of Washington. The city map needs to be revised, and the estimated loss starts at $1 billion. Many other people are suspected of being involved in this incident and missing. The following are missing persons: antiquities researcher Diana Prince, gem geologist Barbara Minerva. The sound of TV reports faintly passing into her ears awakened Diana from her nightmare. Diana opened her eyes suddenly, and what she saw was the strange and retro wooden ceiling of the room. It hurts. She suddenly gasped for air, her head throbbing with severe pain. She wanted to get up from the bed, but her whole body was so sore that she couldn't exert any strength. Since the awakening of the demigod power, she has not been so tired and hurt. No, even before awakening the demigod power, she has never been so weak in Paradise Island. Diana closed her eyes, and suddenly recalled that the images left in her memory were not nightmares. But last night, it really happened. She lost. Even if he cheers up again, puts on the Golden Eagle armor, exerts all his strength and divine power, and joins forces with the equally powerful leopard girl Barbara, playing 200% of the combat power, it is the first and perfect cooperation with leopard girl. Still lost, a crushing defeat. Even, first the wings of the golden armor were torn apart by the bone spur monster with bare hands, then the breastplate, the arm guards, and finally the entire sacred and mighty golden armor of the gods was ravaged to pieces by the big bone spur hands. Diana probably will never forget that she was lying on the ruins, covered in blood and dust, unable to stand up to fight anymore, and could only watch helplessly as the bony creature stretched out its hand towards the leopard girl, pressing the ground and body again and again. His leopard print crystal armor was completely shattered beyond human appearance. That kind of powerlessness and despair have been deeply implanted in the bone marrow and branded in the soul. By the way, Barbara. Gritting her teeth, Diana propped herself up from the bed, her expression froze for a moment, and she saw a sexy woman lying unconscious on another wooden bed next to the room. Isn't it Barbara? It's just that the other party has a white bandage wrapped around his body. Diana looked down and found herself, too, covered in white bandages from the neck down. Diana reluctantly got up from the bed, walked to another bed with difficulty, confirmed that Barbara was still alive, and then let out a clear breath. At this time, Diana's heart tightened, but the door suddenly opened. She looked up, her expression was startled again, and she looked at the white-haired lady with excellent temperament who walked in from the corridor outside, wearing a long silver scale dress. Sorry, I thought you were awake, so I came in without knocking. The white-haired lady looked at Diana who woke up and sat by the bed, and replied with apology. Diana frowned heroically. Who are you? My name is Atlanta, and I'm a person from the sea. Let's just be the housekeeper and nanny here. The people of the seabed, are they considered nanny? Diana frowned even tighter. You saved us. Atlanta shook her head. I don't have that ability. If that person wants to kill you, no one can save you. That one. Diana's pupils shrank, and she felt a sense of awe beyond words from the other party. I took care of your injuries. Atlanta continued. To be honest, with such serious injuries, I thought you would have to lie down for at least a year and a half, but I didn't expect you to be able to move the next day. It is an extraordinary and powerful physique. At this point in her words, there was an obvious pause. Yes. If you are not too powerful, how could you be selected by him and brought back here? Atlanta looked at Diana with some surprise, but more regret. It seemed that they were surprised that the opponent was so powerful, and regretted that it was because of such strength that those who were not killed were brought back here, and what greeted them would be a cruel hell. Here, there is no hope, only destruction. Who is he, and where is this place? Diana had too many questions in her mind. No matter how you looked at it, this place was a modern manor house. The king said, if you wake up, let me take you to see him. Atlanta didn't answer directly, but opened the door and signaled to the corridor outside, if you can still walk, come with me. Leaving the bandages on her body intact, Diana put on a set of white long-sleeved pajamas outside, and followed Atlanta upstairs. Adjacent to the master bedroom at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, Atlanta stopped her pace and signaled, that one is inside, go in by yourself. Diana clearly noticed that the fear in the white-haired beautiful woman's words was not that she didn't want to continue leading the way, but that she didn't dare to approach this area. Diana walked through death, took a deep breath, and went to the master room alone. The door of the master's room of the mansion was open, and it was 2 or 3 times larger than a normal doorway. It was as tall and spacious as a giant's residence. Just approached the door. Diana's slender body wrapped in bandages trembled, but it was a burly creature more than 2 meters tall with bull horns and a wolf's head leaning against the door. It had a thick chain locked on its neck, and the broken silver armor on its body was all shattered. String together? This existence definitely comes from an alien, and its strength is obviously extremely powerful. Diana instinctively sensed a great sense of crisis. Not to mention the current state of unhealed injuries, even Quan Sheng may not be able to beat the opponent. Only, the wolf-headed creature in silver armor with ox horns glanced at her, but didn't respond to it. It continued to bow its head, and moved slightly to give her a passing position. As powerful as this alien creature, he is also in awe of the existence in the master room. Diana bit her white and moist lower lip, still walked into the door, raised her eyes to meet the light, and finally understood what they were in awe of. A bone spur-masked creature wearing a black battlesuit, sitting on a metal seat in the main hall of the master room, was actually reading a newspaper, with an inextinguishable red flame of destruction still dancing in his eyes. Although it was calmer than last night, the powerful destructive aura kept overflowing even while sitting, causing the indoor temperature to rise quite a bit. It really is hell here. Seeing the opponent's Setsuna, despair and fear surged again. Diana clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes were full of anger, her whole body was in pain. She could only grit her teeth and ask with all her strength, "Are you insulting me? Or are you trying to keep me in captivity? A slave? A running dog? I didn't slander you, it was you who slandered yourself." The day of ancient destruction. Yi Meng grinned, his breath turned into a heat wave, and he burned the newspaper in his hand to ashes, raising his red eyes symbolizing destruction. The voice is hoarse and low, not like human words, like a devil whispering. You did a good job last night, which made me very happy. I said I would give you a chance to kill me, There are no times for this chance. There's no deadline either. Diana really felt that she couldn't understand the monster's psychology. Her beautiful eyes were like the sharp edge of a sword, and she gritted her teeth tightly. You want to keep me, and continue to give me the chance to kill you. Keep good things and enjoy them slowly. It would be too wasteful to eat them all at once. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, grinned. The old gods of DC Universe Earth are extremely rare. You need to protect yourself, and then destroy it bit by bit. Wonder Woman Diana really wanted to ask if the other party was too crazy and conceited. But before the words came out, recalling the battle last night, he suddenly realized that the opponent did have mad capital. This moment, Diana, who felt deeply insulted by the other party, was angry and sad, but the blood of the gods and the tenacity of Amazon made her cheer up quickly. Okay, I promise you. So, Wonder Woman Diana Prince stared at Yi Meng, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday. I will definitely kill you. So much the better. Yi Meng gave appropriate encouragement, lest the other party really shrink back. At the moment, the door. Keeping his head bowed, the Steppenwolf raised his eyes, glanced at the demigod Diana, and sighed secretly. It's hell ahead, girl demigod? Kill the king of destruction in front of you? Well, 4 years ago, it thought so too. Sometimes I really miss that aggressive self, that rebellious self. Now, maybe Steppenwolf didn't realize that he had already recognized from the bottom of his heart that the other party was a king, and he was on the same level as Darkseid. The outskirts of the border between Washington and Metropolis. Manor Mansion, inside the master room. I'll stay here. Until I kill you. Diana, a Wonder Woman of demigod blood, was still wrapped in white bandages, clenched her fists tightly, and stared straight at the King of Destruction sitting on her seat with her narrow and heroic eyes. That's good. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng raised the corners of his mouth like a mask of ashes, sacred and ferocious. The Steppenwolf at the door of the room shook his head, but he was sincerely pleased that at least the two newcomers could share the responsibility of being beaten for him in the future. At this time, there was a sound of quick and light footsteps outside the corridor. Obviously not Atlanta. Diana looked back in surprise, surprised that there were other people in the place where the Bone Spur King lived. The Steppenwolf kept bowing his head, but the big eyes of Niu Ling showed a trace of solemnity and fear. Dida? A petite figure jumped up and down, and ran in happily in children's boots. Diana was completely taken aback. It was a human loli with long pink hair. Her small face was exquisitely carved like a doll, her big eyes shone like star gems, her lips under Joan's nose were as pink and tender as petals, her skin was milky white and glowing. Wearing a low-cost white western dress and carrying a small bag from the local school in the metropolis, she is like a princess in a fairy tale, or an angel in a fairy tale. The pink-haired loli walked straight through the door guarded by Steppenwolf, and hung her backpack on a sharp horn. When she saw Diana in the room, her pupils flickered, showing a trace of obvious hostility, and then she went straight to the metal seat. Trod over. Facing the pink loli who ran forward, the King of Destruction stuck out his bony hand. Don't go, Diana exclaimed, but there was no time to stop her. She could only watch helplessly as the bony spur monster's big hands and 5 fingers wrapped around the pink-haired Lolita. Immediately, Loli's entire cute and petite body collapsed and twisted into a ball. Diana's eyes were red, but the next moment, she showed a look of astonishment. It can be seen that the seemingly ordinary human Loli has been kneaded by the big hands of the bone spurs, and the bones have turned into a pink soft elastic ball. No matter how the bone spurs are rubbed with fingers, they will not be broken. This? Diana suddenly realized that how could there be ordinary people here, and this child might be a chosen one like her. Yi Meng kneaded and played with his big hands. The soft elastic feel is more comfortable than the mother box. Then he threw the pink slime ball aside. The pink slime ball stagnated in the air, and then quickly formed a lowly body and breasts. Wearing shorts and shorts, her dreamy colorful long hair was coiled back. The survivor of the Martian family, Xiao Huahua. Yi Meng calmly stared at the pink-skinned Martian girl. 4 years ago on the Martian civilization, the other party had also been infected by the devastating spiritual plague, but she hadn't fully recovered. Yi Meng originally wanted to destroy the other party as a gift, but later tried to use the projection power of Mind Gem. As a result, not only accidentally rescued the 6 Xiao Huahua, but the other party's genes and mind also ushered in mutations. It is also for this reason that Xiao Huahua has a natural kindness and trust in him, just like Clark who has a blood relationship with the same family. Definitely, this is also because they are still too young. When they grow up, they will eventually understand what the ancient Doomsday is. Each other may eventually embark on the path of hostility. That's the best, that's enough. Avatar of Doomsday Ancient only needs enemies. At school today, it was pretty good. It's just, that fellow Clark. Xiao Huahua raised the topic by talking to herself, leaned her petite body towards her, and opened her heart to let Yi Meng check her own memory. Yi Meng put his fingers on Xia Huahua's eyebrows, and saw the picture presented in the other party's mind, flashing back as clearly as a video picture. It is the picture of her and Clark entering school today. Compared with the extremely popular but lonely little Huahua, Clark, who is full of sunshine and vitality, unexpectedly mingles with the strange freshman in the school, and his communication ability is unexpectedly excellent. It's just that halfway through the class, Clark suddenly showed abnormal reactions, such as knocking over the table, hiding in the school bathroom by himself, and burning the door handle of the bathroom. This is, the Kryptonian gene has started metamorphosis awakening under the yellow solar radiation. The day of destruction of the Ancient Ones suddenly dawned on Yi Meng. At this moment, with the sound of footsteps coming from outside the corridor, Atlanta brought the flustered little Clark to the master room here as well. Atlanta bowed and saluted, and said with trepidation, "It's because I didn't teach Clark well to destroy the king. In the future, I will let him pay attention to restraint and hide his unique ability. Your Majesty." Little Clark also looked apologetic. "Come over." Yi Meng looked at him calmly, his eyes glowing with red flames, like a statue of Mephisto. Under Atlanta's worried gaze, Clark stepped forward and came to the front of the metal seat. "Do you want to restrain your ability?" Yi Meng put his bony spur fingertips on the boy's forehead, feeling the steel body that began to awakening. Clark was at a loss, then shook his head. "How sad it is to put a bird in a cage and never be able to fly." The bone spur monster whispered hoarsely. "Our Kryptonian genes, flying is an instinct, and being strong is our own destiny. What is there to fear and restrain?" Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, smiled happily and wildly. "Instead of restraining, it is better to try to tap, expand, and control your own ability. If you can perfectly control this power, you don't have to be afraid of anyone, and you don't need to worry about accidental injury others. Even if one day, you are with humans, you can be one of them, but they will never be you. Our genes are so powerful that we can choose what kind of person we will be, standing at the peak or at the bottom, and no one can stop us from reaching where we are." The words of Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, were strong, confident, and unquestionable, making the whole room fall silent. "I understand, my lord." Clark seemed to understand. The panic and frustration on his little face were gone, and a pure smile appeared again, just like sunshine. Xiao Huahua glared at him angrily, complaining about being able to get the king's guidance. Diana was amazed and felt that she didn't know enough about Yi Meng, who was called the King of Destruction, sometimes like a monster who destroyed everything, and sometimes wholly like a god. The worry in Atlanta's eyes became more and more intense. Although the king was right, this was too much like Clark's godfather position, and the teaching was so strong. In the future, can Clark really walk on the opposite side of the opponent? At the door of the room, Steppenwolf didn't say a word, kept bowing his head in awe, and continued to wait for an opportunity. But as long as the King of Destruction is still there, Steppenwolf will never wake up the Mother Box and contact the new Protoss forces on Apocalypse. Because, there is no hope here, only destruction. As long as the King of Destruction exists, there is only his throne here. "Wanda, Wanda, Wanda." Calling out the name of the person who was the anchor of the dream, Yi Meng's consciousness broke away from the DC universe. Rise. Deal with. Fall. The dream consciousness that has never woken up reaches the goal. Yi Meng opened electronic golden pupils that were completely different from Destroyer's eyes, and the infinite power and scorching energy that was so abundant that he tried to vent all the time went away, replaced by a metal mechanical body under absolute rationality. The dream scene was originally in a state of stagnation. When he returned here to wake up Setsuna, everything around him floated clearly, and time continued to flow. Switch from DC Dreamland to Marvel Dreamland. Yi Meng is already familiar with it. After all, he has gone back and forth more than 20 times, so he is proficient enough to seamlessly connect the two dreams. Return to the Marvel Dreamland. Incarnation of artificial intelligence, Yi Meng, who is now Vision Body, looks up. He is sitting cross-legged on a circular magic circle platform suspended at a height of 1,000 meters. Below the platform are countless tall buildings in New York arranged upside down. Mirrors are subverted and cut. This is the mirror space of Marvel New York. Vision Yi Meng got up and looked at the Ancient One magician who was standing on the edge of the circular magic circle platform with his hands behind his back. Since the first communication, Ancient One magician has pulled him into the mirror space from time to time to teach him how to control Mind Gem. It is also because of the help of Ancient One magician that Yi Meng, as the incarnation of Vision in the Marvel Dreamland, has a more thorough and in-depth understanding of the Mind Gem inlaid on the eyebrows. If it is said that Yi Meng used to control the vibranium body, the regenerative cradle integrated with the Mind Gem, it can only use 10% of the Mind Gem's ability limit. Now, Yi Meng can control at least 30% of Mind Gem's ability limit? This is not as simple as a qualitative change, but also represents him gradually changing from the carrier of Mind Gem to the master of Mind Gem. Because of this, the psychic power projected to the DC universe has become stronger and stronger, making the longest sanity maintenance time of the ancient Doomsday incarnation extended to 3 months. Ancient One kept his back turned, looked at the reality reflected by the mirror, and said softly, "This time it's over. Outside, your little girlfriend is here to find you." There was a glimmer of light in Vision Yi Meng's eyes. Sure enough, the Ancient One magician who held the time gem couldn't notice that he just experienced jumping back and forth in different dreams. When his dream consciousness enters the dream world here, the time and order of the dream world will be restored, otherwise it will stop at the moment of leaving the dream. So, is the dream universe a real dimensional plane, or is it just a channel illusion for obtaining abilities? Up to now, Yi Meng still can't answer this question. Magician. Vision Yi Meng asked suddenly, "Wouldn't you rather do nothing than make mistakes for the rest of your life? Then why did you choose to help me and help me control Mind Gem?" This question, Yi Meng has also been unable to understand. The Ancient One magician didn't respond, just waved his hand. In the next moment, the mirror image intersects with the real space. The scene in front of Vision Yi Meng's eyes was blurred, and he had already returned from the mirror space to the suite residence of the Avengers building in the external reality. Just right. The door of the main hall outside was opened, and the girl with dark blonde hair came in panting, carrying a big bag and a small bag. She was wearing a fashionable and attractive jacket and a knee-length skirt. Between the long white socks and the black skirt, a youthful and mature figure was formed. Absolutely white and tender domain. Little dream. As soon as the girl came back, she kicked off her boots, pursed her lips and complained softly, "I'm exhausted." Vision Yi Meng smiled, dressed in home clothes, pretending to be a silver-haired youth, and stepped forward to help carry things. "Didn't I say, I will go out with you this afternoon? I didn't mean to take a look ahead, but I couldn't hold back, damn it." Wanda was furious, and then complained wronged, "My feet are sore. Lie down and rest." Yi Meng asked Wanda to lie down on the sofa, and took over the girl's slender and delicate legs. His palms were warm and vibrating. "Xiao Meng, you are amazing." Wanda let out a long breath, her beautiful muscles were relaxed, and her small feet were stretched out comfortably. "I'm a professional at this." Yi Meng replied solemnly, looking at the girl's beautiful and happy face. He couldn't help but think of the girl's sad and crying face a year ago in the Marvel dream. Yes. Since the decision to switch back and forth between the two major dreams, in order to achieve the balance of power and mind. 4 years have passed on the DC dream side, and 1 year has passed on the Marvel dream side. That is to say, in total, Yi Meng spent a total of 5 years in the dream, switching back and forth in the dream for 5 years, never waking up and returning to reality once. Although, the time elapsed in the dream universe is generally several times or dozens of times that of reality. But it was the first time for Yi Meng to keep his consciousness awake, immersed in a dream for so long. It's been so long. Sometimes it makes Yi Meng feel like he is originally a native of the Marvel or DC dream universe. But a dream is a dream, and sooner or later there will be a time when you wake up from the dream, and the day you really leave. Vision Yi Meng was in a trance. "Xiao Meng, what's the matter?" Wanda touched his face with her left hand as if she had sensed something. "Nothing." Yi Meng shook his head gently, and looked at the girl Wanda peacefully. Still, he inevitably ends up living with Wanda, like two lonely souls clinging together, in a platonic love. "It's more like family than love." Wanda said without wavering eyes, "If there is anything, you must tell me. We are the only one for each other. I promise you." Vision Yi Meng nodded seriously. "Correct." As if suddenly remembering something, Wanda took out 2 documents from her backpack, and handed one of them over. "Stark, let me hand over this document to you." Yi Meng took the document and knew what it was without looking at it. Sokovia Agreement? 1 year ago, the ultimate artificial intelligence Ultron betrayed and Sokovia City was erased from the Earth. Governments around the world are terrified of the Avengers' formidable otherworldly powers, believing them to be unregulated and basically wreak havoc on cities as they go on defense missions around the world. So under the speech of the Kingdom of Wakanda, hundreds of countries signed this agreement together, trying to restrain the members of Avengers. Now that this agreement has appeared, so, the Avengers Alliance civil strife is about to happen. Vision Yi Meng thought to himself. Wanda asked curiously, "Xiao Meng, do you choose to sign or not? How would you choose?" Yi Meng asked her back. "Your choice is mine." Wanda raised her beautiful eyes with a firm tone. "Yes." Vision Yi Meng smiled lightly, and threw the Sokovia Agreement into the trash can with his backhand. Yi Meng throwing the Sokovia Protocol in the trash. Wanda showed no hesitation, and also threw the agreement contract she was waiting to sign into the trash can. The 2 agreements lay neatly together. "Wanda, don't you ask me why I did this." Yi Meng, who had transformed into the appearance of his real self, a silver-haired youth, increased the vibration frequency of his hands, took off some of his round white socks, and covered his 5 fingers with slender, ivory-like legs. Let's go on like this. The cells in the muscles are relaxed." Wanda's eyes glowed with a soft light like spring water. She bit her lower lip lightly, and breathed out comfortably. "Didn't I say it a long time ago? I will choose whatever you choose, and I will always believe in you." Her cheeks were slightly sweating and flushed, revealing a ray of worry. It's just that if you don't sign this Sokovia Agreement, you will be boycotted, even deported, and wanted by the country that made the agreement, and you will not be allowed to enter the country's territory, right?" Yi Meng picked up the words, without stopping the professional massage at hand, and asked instead, "What are the opinions of other Avengers?" Right now, there is a faint trend of splitting between the 2 factions internally. Wanda was completely comfortable leaning on the sofa pillow in the living room. The head is tilted back, revealing a swan-like white and tender neck, the collarbone is exquisite, and the dark blonde hair is shining like a waterfall. She panted painfully and happily. One side is headed by Iron Man Tony Stark, and the general members include War Machine Rhodes and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, advocating the signing of the Sokovia Agreement, and entrusting the actions of Avengers to hundreds of countries to check and balance decide. One side is headed by Captain America Steve Luogis, and the general members include Falcon Sam and Hawkeye Clint. They advocate not signing the Sokovia Agreement, and believe that Avengers should be free enough to move forward in accordance with the justice and truth of the world. So, if we don't sign the deal, we choose to side with Captain America. Wanda raised her eyes and looked suspiciously at Yi Meng, who stopped what she was doing. Yi Meng blinked and replied, "That's not necessarily the case. After all, there are more than 2 choices. Is there a third option? Wanda was startled, her eyes widened in shock. Xiao Meng, you want to? Yi Meng nodded bluntly. Yeah, this place is not suitable for us, and it's time to take this opportunity to leave. He smiled and said, why, you don't want to go with me? Neither. I definitely would. Just too suddenly? Wanda blushed slightly, feeling like she was running away, and muttered in a low voice, also, if we leave like this, even if Stark and the others agree, the Wakanda kingdom that organized the signing of the agreement will not agree. Although, the Sokovia agreement is to limit the Avengers. But more importantly, lock every member of Avengers. This is not exempt from quitting the Avengers. Don't worry. Wakanda and other countries will soon have no time to take care of us. Also, even if we are wanted, it won't have any impact. Vision Yi Meng still has this confidence. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even use Mind Gem to control the heads of hundreds of countries, making the Sokovia agreement aborted. It's just that it's not necessary. For one thing, he wants to continue to secretly accumulate his own strength, at least in another 2 years, to complete the 3-year agreement with Ancient One. Second, if the Sokovia agreement does not exist, it may lead to the intervention of the Time Administration. Thirdly, just take advantage of this alliance's internal turmoil to break away from Avengers, a place of right and wrong, with Wanda. Therefore, Yi Meng has absolutely no reason to interfere with the Sokovia agreement, but he is also too lazy to bother with this agreement that restricts Avengers Extraordinary. If it were not for the consideration of many factors, the current Marvel dream, the entire time and space would not be able to restrain him. New York City area. Dozens of national flags of various colors flutter in the wind in front of the diplomatic hall. In the museum, there are media reporters on the first, second, and third floors, who come to participate in this public lecture organized by Wakanda. The content of the lecture is mainly aimed at Avengers and the Sokovia agreement that has recently sparked heated discussions. Everyone knows that the old king of Wakanda, who was harshly critical of the previous arbitrary actions of the Avengers, was one of the heads of state who pushed hard for the Sokovia agreement. The good show is about to begin. I believe that this old king will be the last straw to suppress and control Avengers. After the reporters took their positions, the old king of Wakanda walked out from the backstage. His face was dignified and serious under his white hair, as if he represented a poor and small African country. And at the same time that the old Kingcha was on the podium, suddenly, all the media reporters under the stage, as if they had received some urgent news, hurriedly took out their mobile phones to check. After reading the contents of the phone, the reporters in the audience looked stunned, and then looked at the old king of Wakanda with strange eyes, and the whole hall whispered, "What happened?" The old king of Wakanda frowned, and was about to say something when he saw his son, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda, hurried up to the stage. "Father, look at this." The Prince of Wakanda, wearing a leopard tooth necklace, lowered his voice, but his dark face could not hide his nervousness. He turned on the phone and handed it to the old king. The old king of Wakanda looked at the content displayed on the phone, his original serious expression froze. Pretend to be poor on weekdays Wakanda country, the real inside is revealed. The poorest small African country? Sitting on a big vibranium? Internal technology has been leading the world for 100 years, with countless high-quality technologies and medical technologies. Why not openly benefit all mankind? Avengers need to be restricted by an agreement, and the advanced country of Wakanda also needs to be controlled by the world. The old king who has the world in mind should be made public. What is this with? The old king of Wakanda was completely confused. When did Wakanda, which is full of food and self-sufficient, be made public? But these media reports that have just been exposed are not just headline party. There are also a large number of pictures and videos inside Wakanda, which can prove everything Wakanda hides. The old king of Wakanda finally understands why the eyes of the media reporters have become so strange. The feeling is that his country has been stolen, and the country of Wakanda has become the focus of the current fallacy. King Wakanda, what do you think of all that is hidden in your country? Will you release all of Wakanda and let vibranium circulate? King Wakanda will definitely support us for the sake of the whole world. The old king of Wakanda listened to the speeches of countless reporters in the audience. His brain was buzzing blankly. Xiao Meng, did you do this? Wanda sat on the sofa, watching a series of revelations about Wakanda on TV in surprise. She finally understood why Yi Meng said just now that Wakanda and other countries have no time to take care of the two of them who are about to leave Avengers. Reciprocity is courteous. Yi Meng spread his hands over this. If he does not block the Sokovia agreement, it does not mean that he will not warn countries such as Wakanda. The country of Wakanda obviously has advanced technology, but it did nothing in the previous extraordinary incidents, but now it jumps out to blame the wanton actions of Avengers, and takes the position of impoverishing a small African country and defending world peace. This is not good. Yi Meng said peacefully, since there is going to be civil strife, then all the water in this world will be disrupted and dragged into the water. No one can be a defender of the Tao who stays out of it. Invading the Wakanda network system in the past Marvel time and space is much easier than it will be 10 years later. This is also because Yi Meng's computing power is much stronger after becoming Vision. Despite artificial intelligence consciousness, it is impossible to completely separate from this Vision body terminal. But on the intrusion network, no one on Earth can fight him now. Vision Yi Meng has basically secretly controlled the entire Marvel Earth network system in the past year. Among them, including but not limited to, Avengers, Stark Industries, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Wakanda Kingdom, major national organizations, and even the Hydra Al-Qaeda organization that survived somewhere in the world. In addition to the Tianjian Bureau hidden in space outside the Earth, Vision Yi Meng has basically wandered around the background of the internet around the Earth, and left a mechanism to return at will. In other words, the current Vision Yi Meng is almost in control of the Marvel world, and can cause an economic crash or the end of the world at any time as long as he wants. So, just exposing the inside of Wakanda, it's too simple. Oh, has it already started? With a twitch, Vision Yi Meng noticed what was happening in the urban area on the other side of New York. He was still sitting on the sofa, the jewel between his brows glowed faintly, and he didn't intend to participate. Wanda has already got up, started to pack her things, and leaves here at any time according to Yi Meng's decision. For the Avengers, Wanda also has nothing to remember, as long as she can go anywhere with Yi Meng. Soon after, the TV suddenly interrupted an urgent news report, causing Wanda to come out of the bedroom in astonishment. 10 minutes ago, the old king of Wakanda was on the 3rd floor of the diplomatic hall. He was suddenly attacked by terror and died on the spot. The suspect in the terrorist attack is suspected to be the Winter Soldier who appeared downstairs in the diplomatic embassy. Afterwards, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda, wearing a special battlesuit resembling Black Panther, and Captain America Steve Luogis, and the terrorist suspect Winter Soldier, had a chase on the viaduct. Currently, the 3 of them have been taken into custody by War Machine, the army led by Colonel Rhodes. Wanda looked at the news in surprise, and opened her mouth slightly. The King of Wakanda is dead. Also, how did Captain America get involved? And it has something to do with the Winter Soldier under Hydra. Vision Yi Meng looked as if he already knew about it, and casually replied, it's because it's about the Winter Soldier that he got involved. The 2 of them, how should I put it, they were best friends during World War II. It turns out that they still have this relationship. Wanda was taken aback for a moment, and immediately knew that something had happened. In any case, if Captain America tries to save the Winter Soldier of the Hydra Force, it will undoubtedly further split the Avengers who have already had different opinions on the Sokovia Agreement. After all, it's come to this point. Vision Yi Meng whispered to himself. He knew that the civil war that led to the division of Avengers had officially started at this moment, and every Avengers member had to choose a side. The fuse of this civil war was the Sokovia Agreement. But in fact, it has no direct relationship with the Sokovia Agreement. The root cause is the disagreement on how to deal with the Winter Soldier. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, brainwashed by Hydra decades ago, committed a series of notorious crimes, and personally killed Iron Man Tony Stark's parents. Iron Man wants to take down the Winter Soldier because of his father's revenge. However, Captain America decided to save the Winter Soldier out of selfishness and what he thought was justice, lest his best friend die. At this point, the conflict between the Avengers Alliance broke out completely, and even the final battle, little dream. The worry on Wanda's face became more and more intense. Looking at Yi Meng on the sofa, he hesitated to speak. I know. Letting you leave the Avengers Alliance like this is impossible, right? Yi Meng smiled lightly, knowing Wanda's worries and thoughts. He pondered for a while, finally shrugged, and stood up. Forget it. Before leaving Avengers, let me be a villain for a while. Before, Captain America took good care of twins Wanda and Quicksilver, and Iron Man housed him, who was also Morgan Stark's father. Vision Yi Meng decided, before leaving Avengers, to start the Avengers Alliance civil war that was doomed to be sad, with no winners. Wanda, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Vision Yi Meng said. The body defied the laws of physics and levitated up, changing from the silver-haired youth back to the vibranium texture, passing through the balcony glass. You have to persuade the fight well, Xiao Meng. You should also pay attention to your own safety. Wanda watched his back and reminded him. Vision Yi Meng made an okay gesture behind him. His pale gold cloak fluttered, broke through the sound barrier at high altitude, and disappeared into the sky as a stream of dark gold. At the moment, New York City, a private airport. In bright sunshine, the 2 teams stood facing each other, 10 meters apart in the square. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone's emotions were hot and depressed. If this scene is known to the outside world, it will definitely cause a global uproar. I see. A team of people is headed by Iron Man Tony Stark wearing Mark Steel battlesuit, and next to him are Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, War Machine Rhodes, and Prince Black Panther Wakanda. The other side. It was Captain America Steve Luogis, who was wearing a retro blue-backed buttocks-tight battlesuit, carrying a pentagram vibranium shield, standing next to Falcon Sam, Hawkeye Clint, and Winter Soldier Bucky. Once, the members of the Avengers, who had fought side by side for many years through the Battle of New York and the Age of Ultron, went to confrontation. Captain, surrender, you can't escape with him. Iron Man's eyes overflowed with icy white light, staring at Captain America and Winter Soldier in front of him. Stark, I'm sorry about what happened back then. Captain America said in a deep voice, but Bucky was brainwashed. At that time, he was used completely as a weapon, not what he wanted to do. This is an ultimatum, I have no patience. Iron Man clenched his fists and asked, are these all you guys? More than that? Falcon Sam looked over his shoulder, and there stood a villain the size of an ant file. The villain in uniform was waving at the people around him, but it was hard to see clearly even with a telescope. The second generation of Ant-Man, Scott Lang? It's just right. We also have off-court reinforcements on our side, which is fair. Following Iron Man's cold words fell. With a bang, the white silk swung past. The figure about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a spider-style battlesuit, landed vigorously on a car behind Iron Man. Spider-Man, Peter Parker? Wow, Avengers members. The little Spider-Man, who just entered high school, was very excited and kept looking around. It didn't look like he was coming to fight at all, but more like holding the field. Captain America took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the vibranium shield. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Are you really coming, Captain? Unexpectedly, it would turn into a battle with former Avengers Alliance comrades, Falcon Sam exclaimed in surprise. We will really do it. Iron Man affirmed calmly, and the energy circle on his chest shone brightly. Come on. War Machine has already started the engine of the steel battlesuit, flying above the low altitude, with the engine ports in both hands and the thick cannon holes on the shoulders facing forward, turning into a humanoid tank. I can't help it. Black Widow bit his lip and pulled out the special gun. The murderer must be kept. Black Panther stared at the Winter Soldier indifferently. Come on. Hawkeye held his exclusive bow in one hand, and touched the special bow and arrow behind him with the other. I'm not a murderer. The Winter Soldier's eyes turned from dazed to dignified, and he also clenched his metal left fist with the red pentagram branded on it. On the field, neither side backed down. Iron Man's side, and Captain America's side, the party who agrees to sign the Sokovia Agreement, and the party who refuses to sign the Sokovia Agreement, sanction the Winter Soldier's side, and temporarily protect the Winter Soldier's side. At the private airport full of gunpowder, the superhero civil war is about to break out. And at the moment when the two sides agreed to fight against each other, in the sky, a sonic boom sounded. Tread. A tall dark golden figure descended from the sky, with an S logo on its chest, and a cloak fluttering behind it, landing in the middle of the square between the formations of both sides. Both Iron Man and Captain America stopped their movements, and their eyes focused on the perfect vibranium body. Vision. Captain America couldn't help but say, which side will you choose? Come to my side. At least, you shouldn't be here to persuade me. Iron Man also asked in a deep voice. I don't stand on which side. It's a grievance between you. It's nothing to do with me as an outsider. Vision Yi Meng's tone was mild and casual, and he spread his hands, as for persuading peace. Although Wanda asked me to do it, it's really too much trouble. So what are you doing here? As if answering the questions that popped up in the minds of everyone in the Avengers Alliance, Yi Meng's golden electronic eyes faintly flashed red light, and continued to speak casually. I won't persuade you to fight. But if you insist on a fight, let me be your opponent. Let's go together. As always, the calm and easygoing tone made the field silent, and every member of the Avengers Alliance was stunned. New York, private airport. On the square, Vision Yi Meng stood in the middle of the Avengers Alliance lineup of two teams with different positions, and began to persuade the fight. No, it's not considered persuasion, it's more like, in order to prevent you from killing each other and hurting your feelings, it is better to let me be your common enemy and join forces to fight me again. On the field, whether it was the Iron Man lineup or the Captain America side, all the heroes were a little dumbfounded. I have never seen such a persuasion operation. This kind of novel idea is probably only thought of by the robot Vision. Vision, are you sure you want to stop us? Iron Man's patience was exhausted. If it wasn't for Vision Yi Meng, he might have already made a move. Vision, step back. Captain America persuaded instead, even if it is you, it is impossible to stop all of us. How will you know if you don't try? Vision Yi Meng smiled lightly, and spread his hands outright. Anyway, if you don't step over me today, you don't want to fight. At the moment, the heroic foreign aid in the lineups of both sides, the second generation of Ant-Man, and Little Spider-Man, are more and more dumbfounded. This hero, this lord, the two of them invariably complained in their hearts, the purpose of coming here is not to dispel the smell of gunpowder, it's more like running over to add a fire to detonate. In the lineups of both sides, the other Avengers Alliance heroes also felt a little bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts. In any case, they are also mature and professional superheroes, and they also have their own extraordinary means and abilities. No matter who they are, they have the pride of their own superhero in their hearts. Now facing Vision Yi Meng's challenge to two lineups alone, which is equivalent to an Avengers overall, they can't help but transfer their accumulated anger and hostility to Vision Yi Meng's team. Body. Singled out an Avengers Alliance? Why is he? Even the evil god Loki back then was not so crazy. Vision, I really want to do it. Iron Man spoke in a low voice with anger, and raised his hand covered with gold and red steel armor. The engine in his palm lit up with dazzling white energy storage, and the energy of the new element turned into a light cannon in his hand at any time. Following his preparatory action, the people behind him and beside him, War Machine, Black Widow, Black Panther, and the foreign aide Spider-Man, all tightened their body and mind, posing for a fight. Vision, get out of the way, we'll do it too. Captain America was still persuading, but he also took half a step forward, standing the pentagram shield in front of him. Next to him, Hawkeye, Falcon, the Winter Soldier, and the second-generation foreign aide Ant-Man are also preparing to face the battle with serious eyes. Stop talking nonsense, it is destined to fight, and it is useless to talk more. Vision Yi Meng smiled lightly. The perfect vibranium body was freed from the laws of physics and floated out of thin air, standing at a low altitude of more than half a meter, looking down on the 8 heroes or villains on the battlefield from left to right. Do it. The words just fell. The roar of engines, the sound of gunshots, the sound of bowstrings, footsteps, growls, wind breaking, metal clanging the air filled the airfield. The hero team led by Iron Man and the team led by Captain America all moved at the same time, taking the lead in targeting Vision Yi Meng. Tony, what are you doing? War Machine Rhodes has been suspended in the air, trying to suppress fire on Yi Meng. As a result, the core leader on their side, Iron Man, had been raising his hand engine, aiming at Vision Yi Meng's. But at the moment when the battle started, the Iron Man on his side suddenly turned around, and the new elemental energy light cannon burst out, hitting War Machine's chest directly, knocking him down from the air. War Machine Rhodes was completely dumbfounded. Iron Man Tony Stark at the moment was also dumbfounded, and called out with a quick reaction, "Friday, what are you doing?" "Sir, I'm sorry, the built-in program of the battlesuit has been hacked by Vision, lost control authority." The built-in system voice of the Iron Man battlesuit is a smart female voice that keeps freezing. Immediately, Mark Steele's battlesuit continued to fly uncontrollably towards the war machine that fell from the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vision Yi Meng immediately swooped down towards the leader of the other formation, Captain America. He swooped in front of Captain America, without any attack, just pushed vibranium forward with both hands. So fast? Captain America Steve Luoges was startled, and instinctively raised the vibranium shield to face Yi Meng, but even though the vibranium has its own sound absorption and force relief, he still felt an unbearable force coming from him. That is a strength that far surpasses the physique of a super soldier. The difference in strength between the two is too great. His hands were pressed back to his chest, and Captain America was holding the vibranium shield with his left hand in pain. His legs were off the ground, his back was arched, and his body flew out like a human-shaped missile, flying straight away more than 10 meters away, smashed into an airport bus so hard that the entire airport bus was dented and broken. Team leader, Steve, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, who were standing next to Captain America, suddenly had red eyes. Falcon Sam activated the steel wings carried on his back, and swooped forward. The 3-meter-long steel wings were like large blades, cutting through the low-altitude air. The Winter Soldier took a few steps at top speed, swung his metal left arm forward forcefully, and with a whistling wind at the end of his fist, he hit Yi Meng's lower back like an iron bullet. Vision Yi Meng approached the surface infinitely, then hovered above the surface, turned back, and the Setsuna brow jewel burst out a laser, swiped forward for a short time and then quickly turned off. The Winter Soldier Bucky's eyes widened under his messy bangs, and he watched in astonishment as his metal left arm flew out. The cuts were as smooth as a professional dismantling cutter. Falcon managed to dodge the golden laser beam, but the left wing of steel was still cut open, and it lost its balance and began to circle in the air. At the same time, Black Widow's special bullets, Hawkeye's bomb arrows, and Spider-Man's capture spider webs came one after another from all directions. The light on Vision Yi Meng's body surface blurred in the air, and the entity turned into an illusion under the sun. The long-range attack hit and passed through, and landed on the ground of the airport square next to it. Go through it. What the hell happened just now? The little Spider-Man is jumping about 10 meters in the air, with his left hand in the posture of launching a spider web. Looking at his strangely falling spider web, the green face under the spider hood looks stunned. And the moment he blinked, a tall phantom was already close at hand, and it returned to the entity that blocked the sunlight. You. Spider-Man felt the hairs all over his body stand on end, a feeling like an electric shock surged into his heart, and almost subconsciously swung his fist at the opponent. Don't look at just a punch. After being bitten by a mutated spider, his physique is different from ordinary people. He can carry a tonnage car, and his fist is equivalent to a heavy cannon. But Vision Yi Meng spread 5 fingers of his left hand, and took Spider-Man's fist casually. His body stopped in the air without moving. Spider-Man Peter Parker only felt that he was hitting a ball of extremely hard steel, but it was like a ball of cotton that had nowhere to bear force, and his fist was easily resisted. Without waiting for him to react, a force spread from the fist to the whole body, and it spun several times in the air, and then the heavens and the earth turned upside down, and it fell down with a strong inertia. Call. Boom. From top to bottom, the little Spider-Man slammed into the bus that Captain America had smashed into. A huge hole was opened in the carport of the bus, and it was completely scrapped. Tires blew out and smoke billowed from the bus, whose roof and side were damaged. The bus compartment was even more of a mess. How do you fight? Spider-Man groaned. His large body was stuck in the mechanical parts on the floor of the bus compartment. At this time, a difficult sentence came from the side. Boy, where are you from? Spider-Man looked sideways, and saw Captain America, who was also stuck in the side compartment holding the iconic pentagram shield. Queens. Captain, I'm your fan. Spider-Man exclaimed in surprise. Really, can you still fight? Captain America struggled to hold on to the car body, trying to get up. Definitely, I could keep typing like this all day. Spider-Man used Captain America's famous catchphrase, struggled for a while, and was quickly discouraged. My ribs seem to be broken, that Lord is a monster. The corner of Captain America's mouth twitched, wanting to complain for no reason. Then you talk about a hammer all day long? However, for a child, facing Vision is indeed too reluctant. What is that? Spider-Man was lying on the floor of the carriage, suddenly raised his head in surprise, and looked at the hole in the roof. Captain America looked up, his pupils shrank. It was a helmeted giant who seemed to be wearing a motorcycle uniform. At a glance, it might be 20 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 7-story building. It's Ant-Man, Scott. Captain America said happily. I got him. The second-generation Ant-Man Scott suddenly magnified to 10 times the file size through Pym particles, like a giant standing on the airport, clapping Vision Yi Meng with both hands. And many more. This is. The face under the Ant-Man Scott battlesuit helmet changed, and with the arrival of a force that cannot be ignored, the huge palms that were originally closed were stretched apart a little bit. Vision Yi Meng opened his hands, spreading out the giant's palms, more like ants shaking a big tree. Then, Vision Yi Meng's figure moved, turned into a stream of light, swept out of the palm, and hit the giant Ant-Man's chest with his shoulder. Like a blast, the waves swayed away. The giantized Ant-Man was suffering from chest pains, and his huge 20-meter-high body fell backwards, and he was about to crush the airport bus behind him into a discus. Ant-Man Scott hastily degiantized, and on the way of falling, he returned to normal human file size, just fell through the hole in the carport. Boom! Ant-Man smashed into the bus compartment, with Captain America and Spider-Man on the left and right sides. The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while, but it seemed too embarrassing not to say. But at this moment, there was a bang. Another tall figure fell from the hole in the carport. Half of the steel wings unfolded behind him were broken, and the goggles on his face were also broken. Sam. Captain America was stunned. Yes, it's me. I tried my best. Hawkeye Sam lay on the floor of the car, and smiled wryly. Outside, Yi Meng hovered over the airport, holding 2 pieces of steel wings that had just been broken off, and threw them down casually. Whoosh! Black Widow's special bullets and Hawkeye's bomb arrows turned into a dense barrage of firepower and flew towards Yi Meng in the air. This time, Yi Meng didn't even blur his defense at all, and the special bullets still landed on Vibranium's body. The dense bullets were all dented, without even a sound or power, and Setsuna, which fell on Vision Yi Meng's body, fell down like beans. The arrows in front of them also exploded together, like several high-explosive grenades, and the explosive waves swallowed Yi Meng's body in midair. But amidst the powerful blast, the tall figure with a vibranium body remained in the air, and the gem embedded in the brow glowed with a faint halo, which was not affected. You should know that no matter how many attacks there are, they won't work against me. Vision Yi Meng was surprised by the ineffective attack of the 2 agents. But at this time, under the cover of the surrounding black explosion smoke, a black leopard shadow quickly jumped to the sky where Yi Meng was. A sharp claw that looked like a man or a leopard broke out from the gunpowder smoke, and swung it down. Vision Yi Meng stretched out his hand to block it, and the moment the vibranium palm touched the black sharp claws, sparks burst out immediately, leaving several obvious white marks on the vibranium-made arm. It turns out that they are protecting you, Prince. Vision Yi Meng was stunned, but not surprised. Black Panther continued to poke its claws, scratching towards Vision Yi Meng's face, and Mind Gem immediately seemed to glow with a circle of warm light. It's just that Yi Meng's hand is 1 step faster than both Mind Gem and Black Panther. Kaka? Black Panther's sharp claws stopped before they fell. Vision Yi Meng grabbed Black Panther's neck with one hand, ignoring Black Panther's vibranium's sharp claws scratching his arm. Mind Gem was transmitted from vibranium's body like water, from his arm to Black Panther's body surface battlesuit. In an extremely fast the speed spread throughout Black Panther's body. Cover, analyze, crack, absorb. Under Black Panther T'Cholla's unbelievable eyes, the Black Panther battlesuit on his body, which was as thin as solid armor, softened and turned into metal wires, all along the opponent's arm and submerged into vibranium's body. The Black Panther battlesuit was directly disintegrated at the scene, restored to the original vibranium material, and completely absorbed by Vision Yi Meng's body. Vision Yi Meng's arm that was originally scratched and damaged was not only quickly repaired by vibranium material, but also the S-marked dark gold battlesuit and cloak on the surface appeared thicker and blacker. Less than 3 seconds. The Black Panther battlesuit disappeared out of nowhere, revealing Prince T'Cholla of Wakanda in his usual t-shirt attire. At the moment T'Cholla looked dazed. What about my battlesuit? Vision Yi Meng held the opponent with one hand, threw him down, and threw him into the airport bus again. The bus was lowered again and again. Inside the carriage, T'Cholla stood up in pain, only to find that the carriage was already overcrowded. On the left and right sides, lie Spider-Man, the second-generation Ant-Man, Captain America, and Falcon. The 5 people from different formations stand, at the moment is like a patient who shares weal and woe, each helped them up after silence. Haven't had time to leave the bus yet. The airport bus suddenly trembled, then left the ground of the airport, roared and flew into the sky, reaching a height of about 30 meters. Hey, this is not true. The second-generation Ant-Man was lying on the door of the car, watching Vision Yi Meng flying up with the bus in astonishment. The bus that had already been scrapped creaked under the pressure. Isn't he a hero? Let him calm down. Spider-Man also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, always feeling the déjà vu of fighting a supervillain? Not very similar, it is. The next moment, the airport bus carrying 5 people was ruthlessly dropped from the sky by Vision Yi Meng. Below the airport, since the built-in program system was hacked and locked, Iron Man was still fighting with War Machine. From steel armor hand-to-hand combat to firepower bombardment, the battle armor of the two has been turned into a battle-damaged version. Sir, control is back, the artificial intelligence said suddenly on Friday. That's good. Iron Man was miserable, and finally experienced the victimization of being hacked into the system at will. At the same time, the shadow of the car falls, from small to large. A bus dropped down here. Iron Man and War Machine looked at each other. They originally planned to avoid the bus, but when they realized that there was someone on the bus, they couldn't help manipulating the Iron Man to pick it up. Boom! The two steel battle armors held one end of the bus respectively, and the engines exploded upwards, and then fell slowly from the low altitude until the engines on the solace of the armors touched the ground, and finally stopped. The vehicle dropped from the air. Do you want to continue? The plain and easygoing words fell, but they sounded chilling. Hoo-hoo. Airport battlefield. Only a tall dark gold metal figure remained, standing high in the sky, bathed in sunlight, looking down at the wounded people. Under Vision Yi Meng's peaceful gaze, Black Widow and Hawkeye looked at each other, put down their guns and longbows respectively, and raised their hands. The Winter Soldier picked up the severed metal arm without saying a word. Iron Man and War Machine dropped the airport bus to the ground. War Machine Rhodes turned off his helmet, patted Iron Man on the shoulder, and sighed. What else to fight? The two were almost overwhelmed by Vision Yi Meng, and they couldn't even attack during the whole process. Inside the airport bus, Captain America, Spider-Man, the second-generation Ant-Man, Black Panther, and Falcon helped each other out. Face Vision Yi Meng. Spider-Man and Ant-Man, who were foreign aides, were visibly frightened. It was the first time they encountered such a level of combat power, and they were knocked down within a round or two. Although Prince Wakanda is unwilling, but the Black Panther battlesuit is gone, it is impossible to fight with bare hands. Captain. The flight equipment on his body was destroyed, and Falcon Sam was helpless, so he glanced at Captain America next to him. If you don't have fun and want to continue, I will accompany you to the end at any time. Vision Yi Meng stands there. It is like a hopeless moat, which makes people unable to cross over. The corner of Captain America's mouth twitched, and he looked at Iron Man. Tony, a temporary truce. Can. Iron Man turned off his battlesuit helmet, revealing a mature cheeky face that regained a little composure, and responded with difficulty and helplessness. Both sides, truce. Vision Yi Meng glanced at the Truce Avengers Alliance crowd on the field, and said with a smile, isn't that right? Everyone used to be comrades in arms who shared life and death. Because of differences of opinion, it's not good to turn against each other. He looked sincere. We can find a place to sit down. Be gentle and solve the problems we face through communication. The group of Avengers Alliance heroes who just lost couldn't complain. Be nice. Use communication to solve problems? Who put them all down just now and threatened them? This sentence, coming out of your mouth, has no convincing force at all. Damn it. New York. Avengers old building. There is already a new building site. Wanda ran up to the roof in a hurry, and saw an Aegis fighter landed on the open-air platform. The hatch opens. The members of the Avengers who were originally split into two factions were all included, but they just stood on both sides of the deck and walked out of the deck one after another. Call out. Vision Yi Meng flew out directly from between the two sides. Wanda flew into his arms and exclaimed happily, Vision, you really succeeded in persuading them to come back. Vision Yi Meng nodded, and said solemnly, my persuasion is as professional as massage. Professional figure? Didn't you see our injuries? The Avengers were speechless, looked at each other, and walked towards the conference room of the building. Civil War. Due to Yi Meng's persuasion, the temporary truce transitioned to the next level 1. Negotiation? It seems that it can charge 2,000 tickets, and at the end of the month, I will finally ask for the next monthly ticket. Monthly ticket updates will be added at the end of the month. Marvel Universe Dreamland. Avengers Old Building. Top meeting room. The floor-to-ceiling windows next to it can overlook the bustling and modern New York City. On the round table, Avengers heroes and foreign aid gather here. In addition to Thor who lives in Asgard of the Nine Realms, and a year ago, in the Sokovia incident, Dr. Banner, the Hulk who disappeared with the out-of-control fighter plane. All Avengers are here. On one side of the round table sat Iron Man, War Machine, Black Widow, Black Panther, and Spider-Man, and on the other side sat Captain America, Winter Soldier, Falcon, Hawkeye, and the second-generation Ant-Man. The extraordinary weapons and equipment on both sides, damaged and disassembled, looked a bit embarrassed overall. The atmosphere between each other is still dignified and suffocating. But no matter what, after a fight, it should be said, after being beaten up, everyone was finally able to calm down a bit. On the main seat in the middle of the round table, Vision Yi Meng sat upright on it, and Wanda stood next to each other at the back. Under the gaze and coercion of the two, it was hard for the heroes not to stay calm. Just kidding, one Vision has already been played, plus Scarlet Witch Wanda how to fight? I'm very pleased that you can calm down and sit together to negotiate peacefully. Vision Yi Meng looked around at everyone on the field and spoke softly. The corners of the mouths of the Avengers members who were split into two factions twitched again. From the first person in the physical persuasion of the Avengers Alliance, it is enough to say the word harmony. Yi Meng said softly, how about I preside over this internal meeting? I have no opinion. Still wearing Mark's steel battlesuit, but the steel helmet has been closed, Tony Stark replied with a straight face. Captain America Steve Luogis carried the pentagram shield on his back, nodded and agreed, okay, it's up to you, and only you can preside over it. Now, the reason for the Avengers' civil turmoil is nothing more than two problems. Yi Meng stretched out two fingers, and said straight to the point, the first one is about the Sokovia Agreement. Since now, Avengers cannot bypass the Sokovia Agreement, and only heroes who sign the agreement can be recognized by the world. Then I suggest heroes who do not sign the agreement, leave Avengers from this moment. Yi Meng's words were astonishing. This sentence not only stunned Captain America, who refused to sign the agreement, but also made the eyes of Iron Man, who chose to sign the agreement, twitch. Even Iron Man Tony Stark has been thinking about how to persuade Captain America and the others to stay, even if there is a big difference in opinion. He never thought about forcing them out of the Avengers alliance. Facing Vision Yi Meng's provocative words, the heroes subconsciously wanted to refute, but at most they just moved their mouths, and finally remained silent and could not speak. They have to admit, what Vision Yi Meng said is indeed the simplest and correct solution. Now that the Avengers are becoming more and more official and are no longer the extraordinary small group they were in the past, those who can accept the agreement will continue to stay, and those who cannot accept it will leave Avengers as soon as possible. And Vision Yi Meng said leave, not quit, from which we can also see his intentions. For the sake of the world, heroes who do not sign the agreement can leave the Avengers openly. But they're still Avengers, as long as they know it in their hearts. The original intention of being a hero is not to be famous, but to save the world. This is the original intention of Avengers? Captain America was the first to understand the meaning of Yi Meng's words, and said without much hesitation, after this meeting is over, I will leave Avengers. Captain, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and others were moved. Iron Man Tony Stark immediately said in a deep voice, Captain, I can try to win their opinion again. No need, Tony. I know you have tried your best. Captain America shook his head, Avengers is your painstaking effort. Even if you lose me and us, you can still lead some heroes to support it. He paused, and promised, definitely, if one day you need me, I will help as a friend. Iron Man opened his mouth, but he didn't continue to persuade the other party to stay after all. This is indeed the best option right now. Here. Captain America, Falcon, and Hawkeye, who chose not to sign the Sokovia Agreement, will leave the Avengers after the meeting and will no longer act on the surface as superheroes. I have been an agent and a hero for many years, and I have been busy outside. Hawkeye Clint said with relief. I will also resign from my job at S.H.I.E.L.D., retire, and go back to spend more time with my wife and children. Clint. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at the other party, thought for a while, and sighed, I'll leave for a while, go outside and see if I can find Banner's whereabouts. Natasha Romanoff, are you really leaving? Iron Man sighed. Black Widow affirmed. Tony. Vision Yi Meng held Wanda's hand behind him and said smoothly, Wanda and I don't plan to sign an agreement either. We plan to leave Avengers and live in a quieter place for a while. Vision, Wanda. Iron Man Tony Stark was silent for a moment, looking a little lonely and dazed, and finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, here. The Avengers still divided into two factions, one stayed behind and the other left, but after all, it was an internal and peaceful breakup. The problem of the agreement is solved, let's continue to solve the last problem. Vision Yi Meng tapped the table with Jen Goldfinger, and immediately, everyone's eyes fell on the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, with a broken arm, stood calmly behind Captain America with blank eyes, caused civil unrest in the Avengers alliance. Agreement aside, it's all about what to do with the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier Bucky, a World War II soldier who was one class earlier than Captain America Steve Luogis, was absorbed by the Hydra organization after World War II and brainwashed into an executioner. Vision Yi Meng said softly, calling the projection equipment in the conference room, projecting on the conference table the bad things committed by the Winter Soldier for more than half a century since World War II until now. Killed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, staff, officials from various countries, soldiers, countless. Among them, Tony Stark's parents, Howard Stark and his wife. When Vision Yi Meng said this, many unsuspecting heroes on the field changed their colors one after another. The anger and hatred in Iron Man Tony Stark's eyes were almost beyond words. He did make a mistake, but he was brainwashed, which is equivalent to a tool controlled by Hydra. Captain America sighed helplessly, but he couldn't say anything more. He and Howard were friends once, and he knew that no matter what, Bucky had to pay his dues and give Iron Man and the world an explanation. As of today, the King of Wakanda was killed by an explosion, and it really wasn't the Winter Soldier's doing, Vision Yi Meng continued. It wasn't him. Black Panther T'Challa patted the table and stood up emotionally, then who killed my father? Under the surprised eyes of others, Vision Yi Meng directly invoked the projection to present the personal information of an Eastern European youth. Helmut Zima. Vision Yi Meng said flatly, he planned everything in the dark, including promoting the Sokovia Agreement, killing King Wakanda and blaming the Winter Soldier for suspicion, so as to split the Avengers. T'Challa asked in disbelief, an ordinary person, why would he do this? He is from Sokovia. Yi Meng simply replied. T'Challa froze, and the rest of the heroes fell silent. For the Sokovia incident caused by Ultron a year ago, Avengers indeed has an inescapable responsibility. Do you know where he is? T'Challa asked hoarsely with clenched fists. Yi Meng nodded and directly gave a detailed address message. I, Wakanda, owe you a favor. Black Panther T'Challa dropped this sentence, got off his seat and left in a hurry. Helmut Zemo, who was planning everything behind the scenes, didn't even know that he had been completely exposed. After all, in the eyes of Vision Yi Meng at the moment, there are only a handful of secrets on the entire Marvel Earth, including the creation, the old gods, and the magicians. Okay, I should go too. Vision Yi Meng stood up from his seat and calmly looked at the remaining heroes. Finally, regarding how to deal with Bucky the Winter Soldier, it is up to you to discuss and decide, and I will not participate. Talking. Without waiting for the others to respond, Yi Meng took Wanda's hand and walked out from the door of the conference room. This should also be his last Avengers meeting. In this past time and space, there is nothing owed to anyone except Wanda. Farewell, old Avengers, Avengers old building, residential floor. Xiao Meng, do you want to take this away? Wanda was packing things in the room, holding a big doll as a gesture. Wearing a t-shirt at home, Vision Yi Meng sat on the sofa with his chin resting on his chin, and responded seriously, you must bring this, after all, it matches your age. No. Wanda stuck out her tongue, and continued to shrink back from the door. At this time, the living room doorbell rang. Come in. Vision Yi Meng waved his hand, and his thoughts moved like static electricity, unlocking and opening the smart portal. The portal opens to reveal. The middle-aged gentleman who completely dismantled the Mark Steel battlesuit stood outside the door. He looked tired and in a trance, not intending to come into the living room. Tony, don't you come in. Vision Yi Meng stepped forward. Tony Stark shook his head, glanced inside, and heard the sound of packing his luggage. His expression became more and more lonely. Are you planning to move out of the Avengers building today? Yes. Yi Meng nodded, looking down at the pentagram vibranium shield in Tony Stark's hand. The meeting is over. Have they left? Yes, the captain and the others have all left. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, Winter Soldier Bucky will be detained in New York's Key Prison today, and is expected to be held for 8 years. During this period, he needs to perform well, heal his brain problems, and confirm that he is not harmful to society, otherwise he will be imprisoned forever. Yi Meng nodded and didn't say much. He knew that this was the final result that both parties could reluctantly accept after negotiation. Tony Stark held the pentagram shield firmly. This shield was made by my father, and Steve kept it. That's it. Vision Yi Meng's eyes flickered. According to Captain America 3 in the original book, at the end of the Civil War, it was Iron Man who said that Captain America was not worthy of having this shield and made the opponent stay. But now, Captain America took the initiative to leave this shield behind. The result has not changed, only the process has changed. Perhaps, under my own intervention, there are more potential things that have changed. Yi Meng was in a daze. Tony Stark suddenly asked, Vision, on the Sokovia Agreement, did I do something wrong? Tony, it's not you that's wrong, it's the world. You did your best. Yi Meng reached out and patted Tony Stark's shoulder. I believe that no one in this world can do better than you. Yi Meng is not acting, his words are sincere. He believes that if it was the Iron Man 10 years ago, facing the world's resistance and doubts, he would definitely respond vigorously and willfully. And as the burden on him gets heavier, the more lives he bears directly and indirectly, plus the Ultron created by previous mistakes. Iron Man began to feel unconfident, preferring to let the whole world manage Avengers to make himself feel better. After all, if the steel battlesuit is broken, you can get a new one, and Tony Stark has more and more injuries, and his soul is getting more and more tired. Again, anyone can accuse Iron Man of the mistakes he made, and disagree with his philosophy and style, but no one can replace him in solving the previous extraordinary incident. He needs to take it, and he can take it, because he's Iron Man. Thanks, Vision. Tony Stark hugged the Captain America shield, turned around and left, only took a few steps, and suddenly thought of something. If I really have a child in the future, no matter whether it is a son or a daughter, Vision, can you please teach her then? I mean, Godfather. Yi Meng was taken aback, then smiled and said, definitely, I'm very happy. Yi Meng silently added a sentence in her heart. After all, I have already taught it. Your daughter is awesome. Paris, France. An apartment house. Large boxes and small boxes are all placed in the empty living room. Nearly 20-year-old Wanda is like a little wife, with neatly tied hair and pink slippers, busy arranging furniture in the house. Yi Meng transformed into a real silver-haired young man, wearing long sleeves, standing on the balcony on the second floor planted with flowers, looking at the towers in the city. Next, on the dream side of the Marvel Universe, the Avatar will spend the remaining 2 years here. Yi Meng's eyes moved quietly, and he thought a lot at once. During this period, you can completely control the current Marvel Earth in the dark, and lay down some backhands. Continue to practice with Ancient One Magician and deepen your mastery of Mind Gem. In addition, there is an integrate about Marvel and DC technology. In fact, Vision Yi Meng did not show any DC Universe technology in the previous Avengers Alliance Civil War, not even using Marvel technology such as PIM particles, real projection, nanotechnology, etc., only using the vision in the original book ability. In other words, he only showed 1/3 of his strength. In addition, Yi Meng discovered a very important point when he was researching technology that integrates Marvel and DC universes. Technology is not completely universal. Some unique technologies are related to the exclusive universe world, which cannot be realized in other universe worlds. E.g., in the Marvel Universe, the new energy element developed by the Stark family, this element is an isotope with the Rubik's Cube energy of the space gem, and only exists in Marvel. Also, Pym particles and time machines, too, only work within the Marvel Universe with the quantum realm. In the DC Universe, some unique and exclusive technological theories do not apply to Marvel. But why? I can project the mind gem power exclusive to the Marvel Universe onto the ancient Doomsday incarnations in other universes. Yi Meng pondered, always feeling that the connection between his dream consciousness and these dream universes is not so simple. There are still 2 long years on Marvel's side, and he can study this issue well. Definitely, the most important thing is to master the mind gem to control the ancient Doomsday incarnation of the DC Universe. Perhaps, when he can control mind gem 100% perfectly in the Marvel Universe, he can also permanently control the ancient Doomsday incarnation in the DC Universe. At that time, it should be the time to wake up from the dream, wake up from the 2 dream universes that are constantly syncing and switching. Yi Meng was thinking of this. In the room behind, the girl Wanda cried out in distress, "Little Meng, come and help me, move this big guy." Coming. Vision Yi Meng responded, and turned back to the 2 people's room. Marvel, a quantum realm unrestricted by worlds and spaces, somewhere. Inside a seemingly modern office. Director, take a look at this. An obese male staff member wearing an IT suit raised his hand and called a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. On the desk, on the old computer screen, a live video is playing. In the video, it is Vision at the private airport, and the hammer is about to split the members of the Avengers in the Civil War. Holy timeline, is it like this? The staff looked surprised. Vision does have this strength. The supervisor pondered for a moment and asked, has there been a new branch of time and space? In the Marvel Universe, the Time Administration only escorts a complete timeline. That is the divine timeline? But on the sacred timeline, sometimes there are some changes, which may cause the signs of branching parallel time and space. For example, Quicksilver, who was supposed to die last time, did not die, which almost spawned a new branch of time and space. Fortunately, the Time Management Bureau dealt with it immediately, took down Quicksilver, and reset that branch of time and space. The history of the split within the Avengers has not changed, nor have new branches of time and space spawned on the sacred timeline. The staff member shook his head, and said in confusion, "It's just, why do I feel that this vision seems to be stronger than the original one?" Don't worry, it may be the self-healing of the sacred timeline. As long as there are no new branches of time and space, there will be no problem. The director smiled and said, Vision is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, 2 or 3 years after the split of the Avengers Alliance in the sacred timeline, he was injured by a sneak attack by 2 generals under Thanos, and then was killed by Thanos in the kingdom of Wakanda when he took down the Mind Gem. This is his sacred destiny. Holy timeline. Marvel Universe. Not long after Vision, Yi Meng and girl Wanda moved. The news of the split of Avengers spread all over the world, and the entire Avengers basically only left Iron Man and War Machine Rhodes, who belonged to the military. The Winter Soldier is imprisoned. Hawkeye Clint officially retires. Captain America, Falcon, and Black Widow leave Avengers without a trace. Vision is also missing, as is Wanda. Spider-Man and the second-generation Ant-Man have not been reported, and Prince T'Challa returns to Wakanda as the new king, connecting the country of Wakanda with the outside world. The end of the Civil War has come to an end. Since the Avengers Alliance Civil War, 3 months later, there was a Spider-Man who started to become famous in Queens, New York, called Spider-Man. New heroes start to rise. 6 months later, Iron Man Tony Stark announced that the Avengers headquarters will be relocated. Bear the past and look forward to the future. A year and a half later, Tony Stark officially held a press conference at the new Avengers base and proposed to his secretary, Pepper Potts. All of a sudden, countless celebrities and models from all over the world cried bitterly after falling out of love. Iron Man does all kinds of bad things. Time, rushing like running water. In the meantime, world peace. And just like that, it's been nearly 2 years since the Avengers Alliance split. Marvel Universe, Mirror Space. A week ago, Stephen Strange, a well-known genius neurosurgeon in New York, fell off a cliff while driving a supercar late at night. He is still being treated in the intensive care unit. The attending doctor said that his hands are useless and may cause permanent paralysis. The silver-haired young man with a handsome face and a slender body was wearing home clothes, sitting cross-legged on the round platform above the Mirror Space in Paris, and chanted in a standard English news broadcast accent. Not far from the side, the bald woman in monk robe standing on the platform of the magic circle with her hands behind her back finally reacted and glanced back at him. You know, there are quite a few. So? Vision Yi Meng's eyebrows glowed with a faint yellow light, as if waiting for a long time, he said calmly with emotion. Magician, the 3-year agreement is approaching. Marvel Universe Dreamland. Mirror Space. Magician, the 3-year agreement is approaching. As Vision Yi Meng spoke, the corners of his mouth almost twitched. The genius neurosurgeon Stephen Strange, that is, the identity of an ordinary person before Doctor Strange. The other party had a car accident a week ago, and his hands were destined to be paralyzed, which meant that the day when the other party abandoned medicine and followed the law was approaching. And this It is also the date of death chosen by Ancient One himself, and the Asgardian candidates of the Earth Magician lineage will usher in a change of old and new. Yi Meng, who knows Marvel's original books and history, and Ancient One, who has Time Gem, are very aware of this. Definitely, Ancient One always thought that this is the information that Yi Meng learned from Mind Gem. Magician, how do you feel now? Are you relieved, uneasy, or unwilling? Vision Yi Meng sat on the ground, looking up curiously at the Ancient One on the edge of the magic circle platform. He really wanted to know, at the moment, Ancient One's inner feelings, so much so that the mind gem between the eyebrows glowed with a faint yellow light. Ancient One turned his head, stroking the air in front of him with his right hand, separating the space between the two with a layer of mirror image, blocking Yi Meng's detection of his inner emotions. Rather than caring about me, it's better to care about yourself. Ancient One's tone was flat, and he and Yi Meng looked at each other. 3 years to come, I will meet my death. What about you? Having lived in this world for 3 years, do you plan to continue following the original history, or try to break the predicament of fixed time and space? No matter which one, you will run counter to your life for the past 3 years. With the influence of Mind Gem, your situation is no better than mine. Reflected by Ancient One's deep eyes, the silver-haired young man sitting cross-legged on the ground turned into a decayed and tattered mechanical existence. Only the brows still glowed with a faint warm yellow light. Definitely, that's your choice. It has nothing to do with me after death. Ancient One waved his hand, and the city buildings in the surrounding mirror space changed alternately. You have far surpassed me on how to control infinite gems, and I have nothing to teach you. You can continue to explore the rest of the way. The words just fell. Ancient One and the city buildings are all blurred and distorted, like a scene reflected in a mirror. Vision Yi Meng's eyes blurred, and he had returned to a cozy apartment cabin, sitting cross-legged on the carpet in front of the sofa in the living room, with the TV in front of him still on. Bright golden sunlight fell on the balcony of the apartment from outside. Looking out along the sunlight, you can see the towers and landmarks of Paris, France in the distance, and the streets full of humanity and prosperity are full of traffic. It was turned against the general. It should be said that you are old and immortal, and you can face life and death and the turning point of fate calmly. Yi Meng smiled lightly, but the smile disappeared quickly, and with a dignified expression, he stretched out his hand to lightly touch the center of his brow. Since the Avengers Alliance split, he and Wanda moved here to live. According to the time of the Marvel Dream, excluding dream switching, it has been nearly 2 years in total. 2 years, whether it is long or not, is not short. On the side of the Marvel Universe, Yi Meng's vision has been trying to fully control the mind gem embedded in the body. But now, his control over mind gem is only around 40%. That's right, 2 years ago, Yi Meng reached 30% mind gem control. And after 2 years, it has only increased by 10%, and it is impossible to break through. According to Ancient One Magician, no one can really control infinite gems perfectly, and overuse will definitely pay the price. I don't know how many creatures in the Marvel Universe tried to control infinite gems, but in the end they were all eaten back by the gems and went to the road of self-destruction. Infinite gems, uncontrollable. It's unbelievable that someone like him is close to half of the control. In fact, even if Yi Meng uses the vision body as the gemstone carrier, and constantly tries to deepen and control the mind gem embedded in the body, the pressure on this body is approaching the limit. But this is far from enough for Yi Meng. His goal is to control the mind gem 100% without cost, but now he is stuck at the bottleneck where he can't even achieve half of it. Although, according to the theory of Ancient One Magician, this is already a great miracle of the universe. Yi Meng knew that what Ancient One said was indeed true. In the original book, even the Infinity Gauntlet, whose personality is almost capped in the Marvel Universe, can only be used as a temporary carrier of infinite gems. Every time it is used excessively, it will cause irreversible damage to the Infinity Gauntlet itself and the user's spirit body. However, Yi Meng is not reconciled, and has been trying to find a way to perfectly control mind gem. As a result, I have been standing still and unable to move forward. How to break through the bottleneck. In the Marvel Universe. Technology, magic, old gods, new things. Vision Yi Meng is constantly thinking, as the brain of the supercomputer terminal operates rapidly, and it revolves around the mind gem. Such high-intensity calculations have been in the Marvel Universe for 2 years. After 2 years, the accumulated extremely complex calculation data is enough to burst the computer storage of the entire Earth world. I do not know how long it has been. When Vision Yi Meng's temples were burning, there was a crisp sound of a key being inserted into the lock cylinder and turning from the door of the living room. Yi Meng's high-speed thinking stopped immediately. He looked sideways and saw a beautiful woman in a plain knee-length autumn windbreaker with dark golden hair cascading back to the apartment. She had both the maturity of a woman and the youth of a girl. Xiao Meng, the sun is shining outside. The 21-year-old Wanda took off her boots and complained in a low voice. She put on slippers on her feet wrapped in semi-transparent black silk, and took off her windbreaker to reveal her beautiful curves. Soon, as if she had noticed something, she stepped forward quickly and reached out to caress the young man's forehead. Wisps of scarlet energy seeped out from the slender palm, sinking into Yi Meng's brow. Xiao Meng, you are right, you have been very anxious recently. What happened? Wanda's beautiful fair face was full of worry. Vision Yi Meng opened his mouth, and suddenly remembered what Ancient One said just now. Indeed, the 3-year period is approaching. Doctor Strange is almost done, Ancient One Magician is almost dead. Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet is coming. Whether he continues to cater to the history of the original book, or breaks the foregone conclusion of time and space, it will completely end his peaceful life in the Marvel Dreamland for 3 years. Vision Yi Meng took a deep breath and replied, "Now is not the time. After a while, I will explain everything to you. If it is said now, it is estimated that the Time Management Bureau will not be able to sit still. Okay, I'll wait for you." Wanda held his hand, worried but said firmly, "No matter what happens, we can face it together and walk into the future together." Apartment living room. Wanda sat on the sofa, leaning on Yi Meng's shoulder. "Oh." Wanda blinked, raised her jaw and said, "There is something that I almost forgot to tell you." She took out her mobile phone. "Just now, the captain called me and said he wanted to see you." "Captain, looking for me?" Yi Meng was taken aback, remembering that the Avengers Alliance split 2 years ago, Captain America and others disappeared, and they never contacted them again. Calling suddenly now, is Thanos' raid ahead of time? It shouldn't be. The captain said. "It was Scott Lang who wanted your help." Wanda muttered softly. "Scott Lang, the second Ant-Man? By the way, at this point in time, it's time for that to happen." A keyword quickly flashed through Vision Yi Meng's mind. Quantum Realm, Marvel, 2017, Fall. In the city of New York, an unopened commercial building. Laboratory on the 2nd floor. Vision Yi Meng walked into the laboratory with the appearance of his real self, and looked at the huge equipment placed in the laboratory. It is a platform with extremely precise design and high technological content. The equipment platform comes with a metal channel, and at the end of the channel is a rhombic reducer. The equipment is connected to more than a dozen thick energy cables for power supply. It looks like a giant shrinking shuttle channel platform device. Not far behind Yi Meng, stood a middle-aged gentleman with snow-white hair and wearing a suit, and a white man in his 30s with a comedian face and a short cut. The middle-aged and elderly gentleman lowered his voice, obviously displeased, and said with a serious face, "Scott, I didn't say that this kind of cross-age technology is involved, and it is related to the safety of Hope's mother. It is really important to ask a young layman for help. Is it okay?" Scott is extremely confident in Vision Yi Meng, Hank. He is not an ordinary person. He came from Avengers. He broke the Ant-Man battlesuit at the airport 2 years ago. Ahem. Sensing the surprise in Hank Pym's eyes, the second-generation Ant-Man Scott didn't want to continue recalling the dark history, and waved his hand. "In short, just trust him if you have no brains in technology." Tread. There was the sound of high heels stomping on the floor. A beautiful and mature woman in her 30s, with short black hair and neat and intelligent, wearing a hip-wrapped skirt dressed as a secretary, walked in with a cup of milky white coffee. "Sir, you want hot coffee?" Hope came to the side of the silver-haired young man and handed him the coffee. Seeing this, Scott said sourly, "I said, your daughter seems to have never treated me like this." Hank Pym pushed his glasses, and replied solemnly, "After all, girls like appearance, even mature women." Scott, who looked like a thief, was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "Thanks." The silver-haired young man took the steaming coffee, took a sip, and praised, "It tastes good." "You're welcome." Hope pursed his lips and smiled. At this time, Scott and Hank Pym, who were worried about Hope's abduction, also stepped forward. Let me introduce myself." Hank Pym pretended to be serious and coughed solemnly. He didn't think that an Asian youth who seemed to be in his early 20s, who was too young, and whose appearance was too good, could help. "No, I know who you are." Vision Yi Meng shook his head and looked at the middle-aged and elderly gentleman with a smile. "Hank Pym, 63 years old, doctor, former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, founder of Pym Technology Company, founder of Pym Particles, and the first generation of Ant-Man." His eyes fell on the woman dressed as a secretary next to him, Hope Van Dyne. 36 years old, Hank Pym's daughter, Harvard talented woman, former manager of Pym Technology Company. Scott pointed to himself, hinting, "Scott Lang." Vision Yi Meng glanced at him, and added gently, "Beating. Second-generation Ant-Man Scott. What's the meaning? Introducing others is all about various titles, and introducing him is just beating, right?" Vision." Yi Meng briefly introduced himself. "So, Mr. Vision, do you know what this is?" Dr. Pym raised his hand, pointing to the giant shuttle platform equipment in the center of the laboratory. Yi Meng pondered for a while, "A technological device that can shuttle into the quantum realm. Well, it should add a slogan of semi-finished product." Hope's eyes lit up. "You can actually tell." Dr. Pym was also surprised, and looked sideways at Scott. Scott quickly waved his hand. "Don't look at me, I didn't explain the situation to him in advance." Dr. Pym continued to ask in a deep voice, "Then can you see where it hasn't been completed?" Yi Meng's electronic eye has already scanned it, and simply said, "There is a missing component, which can prevent quantum overload." Dr. Pym and Hope were shocked. "That's called professionalism?" "Oh, that's right." Yi Meng quickly added, "There is no shortage now. I can help you adjust the data parameters. Even if that part is missing, quantum overload can be avoided and the quantum machine can operate normally." Dr. Pym and Hope were completely stunned. Reverse 3 with one fell swoop, and then retaliate against infinity. This is the real boss? About 10 seconds. All right. Vision Yi Meng withdrew his hand from the laboratory computer. "So fast." Surprised, Dr. Pym couldn't restrain his emotions and quickly confirmed on the computer. A few minutes later, he said excitedly, "It's really repaired. According to the current self-demonstration, the quantum tunnel can theoretically open and operate normally." Really? Hope also couldn't hide his excitement, covering his mouth with sparkle in his eyes. "Finally, can I find my mother? Mr. Vision, thank you so much." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Vision, thank you so much." Dr. Pym changed his previous attitude and, together with his daughter Hope, thanked Vision Yi Meng respectfully. "It's easy to do." Vision Yi Meng smiled lightly. This is really not modesty. To him, even raising one's hand is not counted, it's just a thought. Scott on the side suddenly felt a little regretful and invited the other party over. How fierce the opponent is, it brings out how useless he is. "How long has it been since the future father-in-law and wife have passed by?" Vision Yi Meng asked suddenly. "Now, can you explain to me, what do you want to do after you build this thing?" "Definitely, I am very happy and need your next help and opinion." Dr. Pym laughed. This made Hope secretly surprised. She knew how proud her father was. He stood at the top of the quantum industry when he was young. Except for the father and son of Stark Industry, he basically ignored other scientists. But now, the father took the initiative to lower his profile and humbly learn from a young man. Next, Dr. Pym and Hope explained the original intention of building a large-scale quantum shuttle machine. Things have to start more than 30 years ago. At that time, Dr. Pym and his wife Janet worked secretly in S.H.I.E.L.D. as a generation of Ant-Man and Wasp agent. During a mission, in order to stop the missile, a generation of wasps finally shrunk themselves down to the subatomic level and sneaked into the missile. Due to the limitation of technology, once it was reduced to the subatomic level, the normal file size could not be restored, which was basically tantamount to suicide. Dr. Pym, who thought his wife died, was disheartened, took his Pym particles and Ant-Man battlesuit, quit S.H.I.E.L.D. and founded Pym Technology Company. Until 2 years ago, Scott, who became the second-generation Ant-Man, accidentally shrunk down to the subatomic level, successfully entered and left the quantum realm, and heard the voice of the suspected wasp in the quantum realm. Then, Dr. Pym and Hope speculated that a generation of wasps did not die, but stayed in the quantum realm, and implanted part of the quantum information in Scott's brain. They started to build a tunnel machine leading to the quantum realm, trying to enter the quantum realm and rescue a generation of wasps. "I see." After hearing this, Vision Yi Meng pretended to be stunned, and nodded slightly. It is consistent with the original movie Ant-Man 2. This is also the biggest reason why Yi Meng agreed to come and help. The quantum realm is the key to traveling through time and space, and it is also suspected to be related to the location of the Time Management Bureau. This time, it is a rare opportunity to start investigating the quantum realm without attracting the attention of the Time Management Bureau. In addition, he had another item that fell into the quantum realm before. Maybe he can take the opportunity to get it back. "Mr. Vision, what do you think of the quantum realm?" After talking about a generation of wasp girls trapped in the quantum space, Dr. Pym and Hope hurriedly asked Yi Meng for his opinion. After what happened just now, Dr. Pym and others no longer regarded him as a young man, but as a big shot in the current technological field. Definitely, this is also true. In the current Marvel Earth, in the field of science and technology, Yi Meng dares to say that he is second, and no one dares to say that he is number one. After all, he is from the future. The quantum realm, after all, I have never entered it. Vision Yi Meng pretended to ponder for a while, and said, "However, I have a personal opinion." "Tell me." Dr. Pym nodded solemnly. Hope and Scott also looked at Yi Meng and listened with pricked ears. Yi Meng said, "When you wear Ant-Man battlesuits, every time you shrink from the normal body file size, the more things you can pass through. From the corner of the narrow alley at the beginning, to the door crack that is less than the file size of your palm, and then to a tiny gap in the steel parts. And when you shrink to a certain level, that is, when you reach the subatomic level, you can pass through all the matter in the world you live in. This also leads to the real world, which has no foothold to carry your body." "That's true." Dr. Pym nodded. "So, once we shrink down to the subatomic level, we will reach the quantum realm." He quickly opened his eyes wide, and said in shock, "You mean, the quantum realm is not an absolute miniature space, but beyond our real world? It's just that we need to go through the world plane to reach their special space." Vision Yi Meng nodded. "So, the time and space there may be completely different from ours." "Yes, the quantum realm is not a miniature special space. It is the void boundary outside the Marvel Universe, the chaos-barren land of time and space, and this is why Yi Meng has always suspected that the time administration is somewhere in the quantum realm." Dr. Pym clenched his fist excitedly and waved it vigorously. "That is to say, even though our reality has passed for more than 30 years, a generation of Wasp Janet is likely to still live in the quantum realm." "Great." Hope hurriedly said, "We'll activate the quantum shuttle device and try to extract the information in Scott's brain. Even if it is confirmed that a generation of wasps are still living in the quantum realm, they still need to establish some kind of connection with the other party to confirm the other party's position in the quantum realm. Otherwise they will undoubtedly find a needle in a haystack in the quantum realm." "Wait, what's that?" At this time, Scott rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was wrong, and looked behind everyone. Dr. Pym and Hope looked back, their pupils shrank suddenly. It can be seen that a silver-white figure-like ghost broke in through the closed door of the laboratory. The other party was wearing a silver white hooded protective suit and a hood with red eyes. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female. His body was changing from virtual to real, as if he had several double images. It looks like a human ghost. Give that to me. The humanoid ghost stared at the quantum shuttle machine in the center of the laboratory, and said coldly. Seeing that the visitor was not friendly, Hope stepped forward. You are trespassing illegally. The humanoid ghost snorted coldly, and rushed over at a faster pace. Hope immediately stroked his left wrist. A black motorcycle-style nano battlesuit quickly covered the whole body, and then shrunk the body to an ant file size, with semi-invisible wings flapping on the back, like a human-shaped wasp. Scott's eyes widened immediately. Hank, you actually created a female battlesuit with wings. Dr. Pym replied angrily, that's the wasp battlesuit. It existed a long time ago, it's just slightly improved. The second-generation wasp girl. Yi Meng watched this scene calmly. Hope was the second-generation wasp girl, which he had known for a long time. The principle of Wasp's battlesuit is basically the same as that of Ant-Man, except that flight ability is added. Compared with the second-generation Wasp, the existence of the humanoid ghost who broke into the laboratory made Yi Meng care more. Call out? The second-generation Wasp shrunk and flew forward, as if turning into a human-shaped bullet, hitting the human-shaped ghost's chest hard. The humanoid ghost continued to rush forward regardless. In the next moment, the second-generation Wasp passed through his half-empty and half-solid chest, like passing through a cloud of non-existent air. How can that be? Not only the second-generation Wasp, but Dr. Pym was shocked when he saw this, and shouted, Hope, be careful. Blur. Scott was equally astonished and turned his gaze to Vision Yi Meng next to him. Professional speaking, it is the phase change ability, that is, the object changes in different material states, changing the molecular density of the body, and can pass through most of the non-high-density materials. Yi Meng added, turning on the scanning of the electronic eyes to observe every move of the humanoid ghost. Field. The humanoid ghost turned around quickly, and slapped the second-generation Wasp from the air, even though she had no physical body before. You bastard. Scott couldn't help but rushed over, and swung his fist down on the human ghost's head. The humanoid ghost didn't dodge or dodge, still passing through his virtual head with his fist, and then turned into a real body for a moment, throwing Scott heavily on the ground with an over-the-shoulder fall. Sure enough, I hate phase transition abilities the most. Scott bared his teeth in pain. The humanoid ghost seemed to be invincible, with a double image of time, and continued to walk towards Dr. Pym and Vision Yi Meng. Scott lying on the ground shouted, Vision, after watching for so long, it's time to make a move. Vision? The humanoid ghost was visibly startled when he heard the words, and a slender hand stretched out towards her like lightning. The humanoid ghost once again face transformed and blurred, avoiding the grasp of the palm, instinctively threw a physical punch, and went straight to the silver-haired youth's face. However, the silver-haired young man's head was blurred, and it was also blurred, making her fist miss through it. It's a phase change. It's really that superhero Vision who blasted all the Avengers Alliance members 2 years ago? The humanoid ghost seemed to know the strength of Vision Yi Meng, and immediately turned around, trying to escape in the ghost state of phase transition. Can just turn around Setsuna. The young man's 2 fingers with a yellow halo, wrapped in the energy of science and technology and the mysteries of the soul, lightly tapped on the center of her blurred eyebrows. Even if the phase change is maintained, you can still feel the touch from the fingertips, and a sense of shock directly touches the heart, making the humanoid ghost stop. It's all here. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Vision Yi Meng smiled lightly, and reached out to take off the other party's helmet, revealing a young and beautiful girl's face. The girl's face and skin color were close to those of Argentine's, with regular features and deep eyes. She looked at Dr. Pym with a bit of disgust and resentment. A girl. Both the second-generation Wasp Hope and the second-generation Ant-Man Scott were taken aback. Sure enough, as expected of Vision, I'm not wronged if I fall into your hands. The humanoid ghost, whose true identity is a teenage girl, sighed in a mature and old-fashioned way that didn't match her age. It's not that she's too weak, it's that Vision is too strong. 2 years ago, it was estimated by S.H.I.E.L.D. to be the first combat ladder of the current Avengers Alliance, tied with Thor and Hulk. Moreover, the other party stands at the pinnacle of the technological field, with perfect comprehensive strength, which just happens to completely overcome her special phase transformation ability. Ava, S.H.I.E.L.D. secret agent, codenamed Ghost. Father is former S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist Elias Starr, right? Vision Yi Meng put his fingertips on the center of the ghost girl's eyebrows, and smiled. Let's have a friendly talk again, this ghost girl. Now, I can't leave even if I want to. Ghost Ava sighed helplessly, and was obviously unwilling. I made a mistake. If you weren't here, no one here could stop me. The second-generation Wasp and the second-generation Ant-Man frowned, feeling that the other party's tone was too crazy at such a young age. Don't treat them as human beings. But the two of Hope couldn't refute for a while. They were knocked down just now, and they had no power to fight back under Ava's hands. They just don't understand your phase transformation ability. Vision Yi Meng smiled slightly, and left his fingertips between the eyebrows of the other party. Ghost Ava breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little bit reluctant. This was the first time she was touched by someone in a virtual environment since she was a child. Dr. Pym looked at Ava and said in surprise, Elias Starr, your father is Elias Starr. That's right, the famous Dr. Pym. Ghost Ava sneered, my father is Dr. Starr who was developing quantum science with you at S.H.I.E.L.D, but was kicked out of the quantum science team by you. Later, in order to gain the recognition of you and the world, he returned to Argentina to continue his secret research on quantum science, but was killed by a failed quantum tunneling machine, and I also became this person who is neither human nor ghost. A large amount of quantum energy has infiltrated and transformed my body, causing the cells in my whole body to suffer the pain of tearing and healing every moment. Dr. Pym was silent, but he also knew the particularity that caused the opponent's physique quantum entanglement. Due to the injection of quantum energy, Ava will constantly undergo a phase change even without a battle suit. Even half a foot into the quantum realm, between the real world and the quantum realm. The upper limit of this phase change ability is above vision. After all, the upper limit of vision's phase transition is a high-density substance. As for Ghost Ava, the upper limit can pass through all matter and enter the quantum realm. But this is also the scariest thing, because Ava cannot control her own phase transition ability, so once she enters the quantum realm completely, she will disappear from the real world forever. Vision Yi Meng looked at Ghost Ava, and calmly said, so, you are attached to S.H.I.E.L.D, and the suppression battlesuit built by S.H.I.E.L.D barely maintains the stability of your own phase transition. Yes. Ava's youthful and pretty face was in pain, her eyes were gloomy, and she was exhausted. For this reason, I am a secret agent in S.H.I.E.L.D, killing people, stealing things, everything. Vision Yi Meng took a look at the battlesuit on her body. This suppression battlesuit is too low quality. It can only help you maintain stability for 3 hours, right? I can improve it for you, at least double the stability time. Real. Ghost Ava's body shakes, and the stabilization time is doubled, which allows her to have more time for outdoor activities. She quickly said, what price do you need me to pay? No matter how much the price is, I can. Vision Yi Meng responded bluntly, I need your body. Generation Ant-Man Dr. Pym. Hope, the second generation Wasp. Second generation Ant-Man Scott. Wow, are you the police? There seems to be a pervert here? Ghost Ava was startled for a moment, then kept looking at Vision Yi Meng's youthful face and figure, and quickly made up her mind and said, okay, but I haven't done it yet, please be gentle. Ahem. Vision Yi Meng coughed, I think you misunderstood. What I mean is, I want to study the phase transition of your body. Don't worry, I won't dissect you, and your life will be guaranteed. Yi Meng only knows more about the quantum realm than Dr. Pym and others, and Ghost Ava is the only special existence in this world that integrates with quantum energy. Yi Meng felt that from the other party, it might be possible to deepen the understanding and control of the quantum realm. So that's how it is. Ghost Ava's cheeks were slightly red, and she agreed, no problem, anyway, if this continues, I will still die soon. Even if there is a suppressing battle suit to maintain the stability of ability, the quantum energy in your body is still passing away. Vision Yi Meng pondered, although at first you caused the phase transition of quantum entanglement because of quantum energy, but now once you lose quantum energy, the cells in your body will die immediately. You can no longer live without quantum energy. So, you want to use Dr. Pym's quantum tunneling machine to open the quantum realm to absorb the energy inside to stabilize your condition, right? Yes, exactly. Ghost Ava looked at Vision Yi Meng in surprise. No, we are going to use the quantum tunneling machine to save people. Hope immediately became anxious. Dr. Pym also said in a deep voice, indeed, and if we absorb the energy in the quantum realm now, it may affect the internal stability of the quantum realm, leading to the death of Hope's mother, Janet. Really? Ghost Ava's eyes gradually turned cold, but I also want to live, and continue to live. Broken. Scott's heart skipped a beat, and the two sides might start fighting again. Okay. Vision Yi Meng suddenly smiled, reached out and rubbed Ghost Ava's small head, and said gently and casually, in this case, first let Dr. Pym rescue people from the quantum realm, and then build a new quantum shuttle machine, then get energy from it. He looked at Ava, in the meantime, I will improve Ava's restraint battlesuit and make sure she can continue to support it for enough time, how about it? Ghost Ava's black hair was messed up, and she didn't avoid it, her frown stretched instead, you've said that, I'm fine. Dr. Pym and Hope looked at each other, and readily agreed, no problem. Scott stared blankly at the reversal. Here we go again. Just like the original Avengers Alliance Civil War, it seems to be a complicated problem that will make people fight. After the intervention of the current silver-haired youth, it will be solved, and the solution is very fast and simple, reaching a win-win consensus. How far ahead of us is he? How much higher is he standing than us? Scott sighed in his heart, and it was difficult to feel a little bit of envy and jealousy towards Vision. The opponent is simply a human bug. The equipment platform of the quantum tunnel is opened, and as a little light overflows from the depth of the tunnel, various colorful mysteries can be faintly seen inside, as if leading to another dimension. Ghost Ava took a deep breath, resisting the urge to step forward to absorb quantum energy. Hope said loudly, okay, we have opened the entrance to the quantum realm, and now it's time to take out the quantum consciousness message left by Mom last time from Scott's brain. In terms of consciousness information, it will be easier for me to come. Vision Yi Meng smiled lightly, his eyebrows glowed with a faint yellow light, and reached out to touch Scott's forehead. A ray of golden red stream of consciousness overflowed from the nerves at the edge of Mind Gem, entered Scott's brain, and then followed the quantum information antenna left in the brain, sinking into the entrance of the quantum tunnel opened next to it. The quantum realm, somewhere. It is more desolate than the universe and space, beyond the time and space of Marvel. There is no matter, only various colorful and mysterious energies are flowing. A blonde woman wearing a wasp-style battlesuit was standing on a piece of desolation with solid colored energy, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked up at the end of the vast nothingness. A ray of golden red stream of consciousness arrived here along the quantum information antenna, which is simply unbelievable. You are. The blonde woman suddenly covered her helmet in surprise. My name is Vision. A voice sounded in my mind. It's Dr. Pym's assistant. You are Mrs. Janet, right? Yes, it's me. The first-generation wasp girl was pleasantly surprised. Sorry for the offense. As these words sounded, the body of the first-generation wasp girl swayed, her eyes closed and then opened, and her eyes were glowing with a faint gold and silver luster. Here, it is inside the quantum realm. A ray of spiritual consciousness settled in a generation of wasp girl. Yi Meng muttered to himself, looking at all kinds of colorful energy blocks without rules or shapes, following the memory of this body, suddenly raised his head to look at a certain dazzling energy not far away. Colorful energy agglomerates. It can be seen that a white translucent, tall, and intact mechanical body is stuck in it. That is, 3 years before Marvel's dream, he left behind the white vision in the quantum realm. In the quantum realm, Yi Meng temporarily borrowed the body of a generation of wasp girl through his mind, barely walked in the irregular colorful energy modules, and looked at the white vision's body stuck in one of the energy agglomerates. 3 years ago in the Marvel Dreamland. For Mind Gem, Yi Meng used the body of white vision to travel from the future to the past 10 years ago. At that time, due to the exhaustion of Pym particles, the artificial intelligence incarnation Yi Meng was forced to abandon the white vision body, and reached the past time and space along the nearest network signal at the edge of the quantum field. Unexpectedly, it can be found again in the quantum realm now. What's more, the mechanical body of white vision, which was left behind, happened to be near the quantum realm where a generation of wasp was trapped. Perhaps, it's not a coincidence. A faint golden light shone in the eyes of the first-generation wasp girl, and a phantom of Mind Gem appeared between the brows under the helmet. If each fixed time space of the Marvel Universe is regarded as a map of planes, then the quantum realm is the dark gap between planes. So, the white vision mechanical body left over from the beginning, and the generation of wasp trapped here will all be near the quantum realm of the Marvel plane where reality is. In this way, it can be explained why the second generation of Ant-Man strayed into the quantum realm and came out in the same Marvel Universe time and space, but there were some deviations in space or location. This is also the reason why the quantum shuttle machine is the predecessor of the time machine. The time machine is only based on the premise of the quantum shuttle machine, adding the quantum coordinates and the transfer function to the destination. It allows users to travel in the quantum realm, accurately arrive at another preset Marvel time-space plane from one Marvel time-space plane, and can return to their original time-space plane through quantum coordinates at any time. This is the right trip. It's worth it just to get by vision back. Yi Meng secretly thought, manipulate the body of a generation of wasp, and pull the body of white vision out of the energy agglomeration. But, just after completing this move, the first generation of wasp staggered and nearly fell down. Between her eyebrows, a phantom of a little yellow gemstone keeps dimming, indicating that Vision Yi Meng's spiritual connection is about to be broken. Sure enough, the power of infinite gems will be invalid in the quantum realm. Yi Meng was shocked, feeling that the powerful spiritual power was constantly failing, and he was about to lose his spiritual connection with a generation of wasp girls in the quantum realm. But at this time, a ray of broken yellow light glowed in time between Wasp Girl's eyebrows, bursting out a golden light like sunlight, which was extremely beautiful and dazzling in the quantum realm. How so? In the real world, Vision Yi Meng in the quantum laboratory opened his eyes wide, showing a look of surprise. Mr. Vision, what happened? Hope asked in surprise, looking at Vision Yi Meng whose palm was resting on Scott's forehead. Nothing. Vision Yi Meng shook his head, quickly regained his composure, and quickly said, I have locked Janet's quantum positioning, and the detailed data has also been sent to the quantum shuttle machine. Dr. Pym, you can go now. Then I'm off. Already on the quantum tunnel platform, Dr. Pym, who was driving a two-seater quantum car, took a deep breath and pressed the brake button without hesitation. Whoosh! The quantum car rushed to the end of the quantum tunnel platform, and kept shrinking until it completely disappeared into it. The next moment, the quantum car rushed out from the depths of the tunnel again, restored the original body file size between the shuttle tracks, and directly hit one side of the inner wall of the laboratory. The quantum tunneling equipment was also overloaded, the cables and platforms were full of lightning, crackling noises, and billowing smoke billowing out as if scrapped. Under the suspicious gaze of Hope and Ava, the door of the car whose front was also scrapped was opened, and a blonde woman wearing a wasp battle suit stepped out from the passenger seat. The other person seemed to be around 40 years old. Mom. Hope was startled, and rushed forward excitedly. It really fished people out of the quantum realm. Ghost Ava said to herself. Vision Yi Meng moved his palm away from Scott's forehead. Scott seemed to have just woken up, His eyes were bleary, and he asked anxiously, "What's the situation? Have you taken out the quantum information from my brain and found Hope's mother?" His words stopped abruptly, and he looked at the two women in the laboratory, both wearing wasp battlesuits, tightly embracing each other. "Ha ha ha ha, we succeeded, we succeeded." Dr. Pym stepped out from the driver's seat of the quantum car, his eyes glistening with tears, his frost-white hair trembling constantly, and he could no longer suppress his emotions and laughed. Thank you so much, Mr. Vision." Dr. Pym looked at Vision Yi Meng gratefully. "You're welcome." Vision Yi Meng walked by the scrapped quantum car, and picked up a white screw-like object in his hand. He has already received the payment for this help. Dr. Pym turned his gaze to Ghost Ava, and promised, "Ava, I will build an improved quantum shuttle device as soon as possible, and then collect quantum energy for you from the quantum realm. Just remember it." Ghost Ava nodded. Janet held the hands of Dr. Pym and Hope, and also gratefully invited, "Mr. Vision, I really don't know how to thank you. Let's stay and have dinner together." "No, I still have things to deal with, so I won't disturb your family reunion." Vision Yi Meng shook his head and declined. "All right then." Janet didn't force it, and said with a smile, "We owe you a favor, and we will pay it back no matter what." "Okay, let's go." Vision Yi Meng nodded, glanced at Ghost Ava, and left from the laboratory door. Ghost Ava immediately followed. Exit the door of Pym's lab building. Yi Meng was bathing in the sunshine outside, and the terminal program in his brain was running at high speed. This time, the harvest is really a lot. Not only did he get back the white vision, but he also entered the quantum realm again to confirm the current ability status. Also, about the time administration. Vision Yi Meng tried 3 times to intervene, saving Quicksilver, suppressing the civil strife in the Avengers Alliance, and this time entering the quantum realm with his mind. It can be regarded as figuring out a little rule. As long as there is no change in Marvel's big history, important heroes or villains, and no sudden changes in casualties, the time administration will not take action. Like this time. If Vision Yi Meng enters the quantum realm with his body, it may attract the attention of the Time Management Bureau. However, Yi Meng only quietly intervened to explore the quantum realm through his mind, and it was still a generation of Ant-Man who actually entered the quantum realm to save people, so Marvel's history has not undergone significant changes and tampering. Here, it is still the sacred timeline of fixed history. Under such a sacred timeline, Ancient One will usher in a hit death, so what about him? Marvel Dreamland, 3 months later. France, inside an apartment building. "Okay, Ava. This is your second suppression battlesuit. After improvement, it can maintain the stability of the phase transition for 12 hours. Yi Meng, who had the appearance of a silver-haired youth, walked out of the living room with a silver-white battlesuit. "Oh, just put it aside, wait until I finish this game." A 17-year-old girl in uniform was sitting on the sofa, with a blurry double image of her body, playing the game with a controller, and Wanda was sitting on the sofa next to her to fight with her. Vision Yi Meng was speechless for a moment, who had been urging him before. Yi Meng continued, "By the way, the quantum research on your body has ended, and you still need quantum energy supplements for the time being. You can return to New York City to see the progress of Dr. Pym." Is this the end? Ghost Ava blinked. "It's okay for me personally, I can live a little longer. I have a relationship." Wanda puffed up her cheeks and glared at the ghost girl. "Okay, then I won't disturb your 2-person world, see you next time." Ghost Ava shrugged, immediately put down the game controller, stepped forward to take the suppression battlesuit, and left directly through the portal. "Children eat vinegar." Yi Meng looked at Wanda cheerfully. "Can't you?" Wanda's fair cheeks were flushed, but she still hummed softly, bit her lower lip lightly, and waved her small fist in a gesture. "Come here soon? I want a world of 2. Are you a child?" Vision Yi Meng smiled, sat down on the sofa, and let Wanda rest on his shoulder as usual. The tacit understanding of living together for 3 years has enabled the two to know each other's every habit, and even every movement and expression. It's just that they can lean on each other at will, and they can directly set up a comfortable pillow posture. In the afternoon, the sun falls from the balcony, and in the peaceful atmosphere, time seems to slow down. Wanda closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttered, and said in a low voice, "Xiao Meng, recently, I always feel uneasy." She raised her head, put her hands on the sofa, raised her delicate chin, and her beautiful eyes reflected the face of the silver-haired young man. "You are the only one I can rely on. Promise me, don't leave me." Wanda has always been strong, even if she loses her big brother Quicksilver, she still pretends to be strong. But at this time, he took the initiative to reveal his weak side and took out his fragile heart. This is because she has nothing left to lose. For a moment, Yi Meng had the urge to stay in this Marvel dream forever and continue to sink down. Be it a dream or reality. At least, these dream worlds are no longer a channel for him to unilaterally obtain power. Here, there are memories worth cherishing and feelings worth repaying, which cannot be discarded after waking up from a dream. "I promise you," Vision Yi Meng said firmly, pointing his finger on her forehead, "no matter what, in this world, I will never leave you." Just at this time, a news report was broadcast on TV. Today at 2 noon, on the streets of central New York, 2 groups of mysterious people wearing strange monk robes were chasing after them, and then disappeared strangely. Afterwards, a bald-headed woman in a yellow robe fell from the sky and was taken to the nearest hospital by a man for treatment. Vision Yi Meng watched the news report calmly. He knew that this day had finally come. It was early 2018 and the weather was still cold. At night, the city lights up. At the moment, Metropolitan New York, Central Hospital. Please, save her. In an emergency room, Stephen Strange, a former genius neurosurgeon and current Camartage magician apprentice, stared at the bald woman lying on the operating table. The bald woman had a fatal penetrating wound on her chest, her blood stained her yellow robe, and her blood-stained face revealed a ray of relief. The trauma doctor Christine, who was acting as an assistant, said not optimistically, "Stephen, you were also a doctor before, and such a fatal penetrating wound is actually, it's impossible, she's different." Strange couldn't believe it, but the other party had introduced him to a strange spell, as the Sorcerer Supreme who had guarded the earth for hundreds of years. How could she just die like this? But at this time, a ghostly body of a white woman, invisible to ordinary people, detached from the bald woman on the operating table, and quickly floated towards the corridor outside the emergency room. Strange's mind was shocked, and he immediately used his soul to escape the shell. The soul temporarily left the body and chased after the spirit body of the bald woman. "What are you doing? Get back into your body quickly, you are dying." Strange's soul pursued all the way, and followed the spirit body of the bald woman to the corridor outside the hospital, facing the bustling night scene of the city. "You are already a magician, you should look like a magician, calm down." Ancient One's soul said calmly. "It's not normal for you to be so calm." Strange's soul was speechless, anxiously said, "You must return to your body, otherwise it will be too late. Time is relative." The soul of Ancient One said with a blank expression on his face, "I've spent enough time peeping into the future, but looking at the current point of time, I probably can't hold on anymore. I've prevented countless horrible events, but the bad always follows." When she said this, her face flashed with worry and solemnity, and finally she was calm and relieved. "We will finally come to this step and usher in the end." Strange's soul suddenly realized something. "Are you so sure that you will die tonight? The meaning of life does not lie in the self." The soul of Ancient One looked at Strange's soul, held his hand and said, "Even without me, you can defeat Dormammu together, you have a future with enough potential." Strange's soul was in a trance, and when he came back to his senses, the soul of the woman next to him had long since disappeared. Sprinkling ice flowers fell from the 10,000-meter dome, covering the neon city under the night with a layer of white gauze. New York, it's snowing. The phantom of the bald woman's soul flew out of the hospital and came to the high sky of New York where the snowflakes were falling. She turned her head suddenly, and a slender and pale phantom emerged from the roof of the hospital building. "You are here." Ancient One's soul gave him a calm look. "Here to give you a ride." Bi vision floated upwards, maintaining the phase change and invisible coating, opposing the soul of Ancient One. Ordinary people can't see the soul of magic and metaphysics, nor can they see the invisible coating of technological phase change, but Yi Meng and Ancient One can perceive each other's existence. After all, even a soul has energy. This is a special meeting that others cannot see. "Aren't you afraid of being exposed suddenly?" Ancient One's soul asked curiously. "That's why my vision body didn't come. Now, it's my remote-controlled mechanical duplication." Bi Vision spread his hands. He said he came to see me off. "You still want to know the previous answer?" The soul of Ancient One smiled and continued to ask. Bi Vision nodded solemnly. "Yes, I want to know why you helped me control Mind Gem." Ancient One's soul was no longer silent, and it was rare to respond straightforwardly. "It's very simple. I chose Stephen Strange a long time ago, that's because he is the best magician I have ever seen, with unlimited potential. 3 years ago, when I saw you, I couldn't predict your future at all. Your future obviously has infinite possibilities. So, I finally want to play it safe and take a gamble. That's it." Bi Vision said unhappily, "It's more boring than the reason I expected. You worry too much, go to rest now, magician. From now on, this world will be handed over to you." Ancient One's soul continued to fade, and his voice began to weaken, until it no longer exists. In the sky above the New York hospital, there is only an unnoticed white mechanical body, still standing quietly in the snowy night sky. Bi Vision suddenly said to himself, "Leave it to us, isn't this funny? This is just a dream for me. Since you have ushered in a hit death, the previous 3-year contract is over. In this Marvel world, nothing binds me anymore." At the same time, France, inside an apartment. Vision Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and looked seriously at Wanda beside him. "Wanda, let's go to a place." Wanda was startled, then as if realizing something, she clenched and loosened her fist quietly, and replied softly, "Okay." At this time, Yi Meng's heart was extremely peaceful. Since Ancient One chose to usher in her destiny, death by hit. Now, it's time to prepare to end Vision's destiny. Marvel Dream Universe. Earth. In 2018, the last snow at the end of February. On this night, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, who had guarded the Earth world for hundreds of years, passed away as he wished, and the burden of the magician lineage was transferred to the highly qualified mortal magician in Camartage, and Strange, who was a magician apprentice but learned the time spell. What greeted them was Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, who could bring disaster to the Earth. It can be said that tonight is also one of the catastrophes for the destruction of the Earth. Just, at the moment, Yi Meng didn't care about the battlefield on the other side of the magician's lineage, and flew across the vast sea with Wanda in his arms, and came to the peak of a snow-capped mountain in Eastern Europe to land. The snow-capped mountains are covered with a thick layer of snow, like soft cheese, which directly touches your feet when you step down, and the coldness comes with it. Ha chow. The dark blonde hair was gently stroked against the cold night wind. Wanda wrapped herself in a plain windbreaker. Her beautiful face was slightly flushed from the cold, and her small red mouth exhaled white-hot air. I kind of know. Why did you make me go out in boots and a winter coat? Vision Yi Meng smiled slightly, and motioned, look again, where is this? There are snow mountains here. Wanda looked around curiously, and suddenly looked behind the snow mountain where she was. Her bright and beautiful eyes widened little by little, reflecting the shining light. Xia Fangping was originally lit with city lights, and the scattered lights of civilization surrounded a pit and abyss, like a unique huge garland. Sokovia. Wanda was stunned. How could it be possible to forget about this place? This is her home before she was 10 years old and the place where she lost all her family, with extremely painful memories. Vision Yi Meng nodded and said, yes, this is Sokovia. 3 years have passed, and the evacuated locals have returned here, rebuilding their new homes on the edge of the city's original site that had soared into space. It is estimated that many people think that Sokovia will be able to return one day, so they choose to stay and wait. He paused and continued, or in other words, there is nothing you can't lose, life must go on, as long as you move forward with hope. The dome above the head, the night sky is bright with stars. The ruins under the snow-capped mountains, the flames of the city rekindled. So is the view. But Wanda let go of the silver-haired young man's hand. Telepathy vaguely perceived something. Her proud and plump body was trembling constantly, and her beautiful eyes were shining with tears. Xiao Meng, you are leaving me, aren't you? So, brought me here. Abandon me like a family member again, and let me go alone. The girl looked sad, and her dark blonde hair was faintly glowing red. 2 fingers lightly tapped Wanda's eyebrows. On the contrary, Vision Yi Meng shook his head lightly, and said, I brought you here to tell you. No matter what happens in the future, I will keep my promise and become your light of hope, always shining on your shelter. I'm following you. Wanda felt the warmth from her fingertips, and subconsciously stretched out her hand to hold the young man's hand. Then why are you? As I said before, when the time is right, I will tell you everything. Now, it's time. While speaking, Yi Meng raised the palm of his left hand. Wisps of colorful energy surged from the palm, covering a corner of the snow mountain dome and the bodies of the two. Is this quantum energy? Wanda looked in surprise at the abundance of colorful energy around her. After 2 or 3 months of contact with Ghost Ava, she also has a certain understanding of quantum energy. Yi Meng nodded and replied, that's right, this is the quantum energy I collected in the quantum realm before. It's not much, but it's enough to slightly disturb time and space, and it should be able to hide it from that organization. The organization. Wanda became more and more confused. Wanda. Yi Meng looked at the stunning girl, took a deep breath and said, I saw you for the first time. It was 2024, in the virtual Westview town. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. At that time, seeing your sad and heart-piercing cries, I was so scared to death. I wanted to escape from that town desperately. In the end, I was still killed by you, a powerful witch. Miss was caught on the spot. Little dream, wait a minute. Wanda quickly waved her hands, and said puzzledly, what 2024? The first time we met, shouldn't be in 2014, more than 3 years ago, in the Avengers building. The answer is obvious. Yi Meng looked at her peacefully. Wanda, I actually come from this time and space. Future? The girl Wanda's beautiful eyes froze, her expression dazed and stunned. Yi Meng coughed, okay. It's normal for you to find it hard to believe for a while. No, I trust you. The girl Wanda quickly shook her head, firmly held his hand and said, although it's hard to understand, I believe you won't lie to me now. Even if you want to abandon me, at least you won't use such outrageous reasons. She raised her chin, go on, as long as it is what you say, I will believe it unconditionally. Then I will continue. Yi Meng held the girl behind his back, and under the lingering shield of quantum energy, he told almost everything he had experienced in the dreamland of the Marvel Universe. After entering Westview Town by mistake, she met the Scarlet Witch Wanda 6 years later, and played the role of Vision. Later, for Mind Gem, I returned to the past time and space 10 years ago through the time machine, and became the current Vision. Yi Meng told the girl Wanda about the connection between Marvel's future and the past, and even about the mystery of the sacred timeline. Late at night, quantum energy is like colorful fireworks, constantly lingering and drifting on the snow top. Yi Meng and Wanda are in the middle, explaining everything without concealment. Wanda gradually understood everything, and her beautiful eyes revealed surprise, sadness, and bewilderment, and finally bit her lower lip, according to what you said. In the future when you first met me, you have already left me a long time ago, and it will happen not long after now. Indeed, that is a fact I know. Vision Yi Meng nodded, and said in a deep voice, but you have to trust me, I will try my best to stay, otherwise I won't tell you these things. The girl Wanda stared intently at the young man's body. Show me your physical condition. There is no need for you to continue to hide it from me. It is good. Yi Meng has no hesitation, and the illusion of the real body shape has been removed, revealing the real body of Vision Vibranium's mechanical body. Visible. The original tall and perfect dark gold-coated Vibranium mechanical body is now full of cracks, and its appearance and components are full of traces of corrosion. Even under the best suppression, wisps of violent lightning energy still overflow. Only the mind gem inlaid on the forehead remained intact, glowing with a heartwarming yellow mysterious light as always. Wanda's white and slender palms caressed the corrosion and cracks on Vibranium's chest and face, full of unstoppable distress. When did it start to become like this? It started a year ago. Vision Yi Meng is quite optimistic. Don't look at the appearance, the overall condition is actually good, and it doesn't affect the action. This is the backlash of Mind Gem. He has been trying to control Mind Gem, and after reaching 40% control, Vision's body began to suffer serious backlash due to the constant upward impact. Once the ability of infinite gems is overused, even the Infinity Gauntlet will be corroded, not to mention the Vision body made by the regeneration cradle. This kind of corrosion and backlash came from the outside and inside, and even the nerves were damaged to a certain extent. Since it was completely combined with Vision's body 3 years ago, once the Vision's body terminal is damaged, Yi Meng, the artificial intelligence incarnation, will also die. This is the biggest drawback of the Vision incarnation. So, right now, in the Marvel Dream Universe, the artificial intelligence consciousness that is completely locked, the mind gem that cannot be perfectly controlled, and the Vision body that has been backlashed and corroded. Not so much the potential danger from Thanos' fleet, or even the time administration. Vision Yi Meng's own problems and dilemmas are the biggest problems facing Marvel's dreams. The girl gently stroked Yi Meng's forehead. Her eyes were clear and bright. No matter what the future holds, no matter what choice you make, let us face it together. Definitely, how could I miss you? After explaining the situation with the girl Wanda, Yi Meng really has no worries. Outside the Marvel Universe, the time administration. In the old-fashioned office, Casey pouted her thick lips and hummed a tune, made herself a cup of coffee with sugar, and sat down leisurely in the work chair. His name is Casey, and he is one of the secretaries of the time administration. As usual, Casey came to work in the lobby office assigned to him. It has been a long time since he went to work like this. Anyway, he has been working here since he can remember. The definition of time in the Time Variation Administration is completely different from the world in the timeline. This place is beyond all timelines, and it is an area of eternal existence. From a unique perspective, it can monitor and manage the timeline of the outer universe. Definitely, the significance of the existence of the Time Management Bureau and the main task is to protect a main line called the Sacred Timeline, and to find all other derived parallel timeline branches, and then notify the combatants to go to the derived time point to deal with it. Casey, like countless days and nights in the past, stared at the computer screen board, but there was actually only a white horizontal line on it. This is the real-time feedback of the fixed sacred timeline. The history of the inner universe, the change of civilization, the life and death of characters, the past and the future are all fixed, just like a straight poplar tree that grows vigorously. What he needs to pay attention to every day is that on the straight poplar tree of the sacred timeline, occasionally due to some accidents, some branches and leaves of parallel universes sprout. He only needs to discover these divergent time points in time, report to the supervisor, and let the combat team intervene in the pruning and reset. Casey glanced at the combat team hurriedly passing by outside the office corridor, and shook his head unavoidably. He still knows that there is a famous time fugitive recently female Loki who has not been arrested yet, and it is unknown when she escaped to, which makes the combat team very busy. Also, it looks like a new Loki was caught today. This time Loki is male, young, humanoid, with a tesseract in his hand. Let the fighters get busy. Kathy shook her head, taking a sip of coffee from her cup. But at this time, on the computer screen, the real-time monitoring feeds back the horizontal straight line, and somewhere in the middle suddenly jumps in a zigzag. Timeline jumping? Kathy almost spit out his coffee, staring at the computer screen with wide eyes. It represents that the sacred timeline is as calm as ever, and there are no new branches of parallel universes, as if the twists and turns that just appeared were his illusion. After all, the sacred timeline may continue to generate new branches, but there has never been a timeline that twists and turns. Am I wrong? Casey muttered to himself, zooming in on the moment when the zigzagging sacred timeline appeared just now. March 1, 2018. At this sacred time, Thanos just finished building the Infinity Gauntlet and began to snatch the infinite gems scattered around the universe. At the present point in time, Thanos will kill Loki to retrieve the first infinite gems from him, the space gem. In addition, the two generals of Thanos came to the Earth and kidnapped Doctor Strange, who held the time gem. In addition, Vision, who holds the mind gem, will also be seriously injured by Thanos' other two generals. This is the established history under the sacred timeline, which will never change. Sacred timeline, Marvel Universe world. In the morning of March 1, 2018, two large alien spaceships, resembling enlarged donuts, are invisible, breaking into the Earth's atmosphere without a sound, and hovering in the near sky. For the sake of the Supreme King, for the infinite gems, act separately. Under the communication between alien spaceships, one of the alien spacecraft was headed towards New York, and the other was headed over French territory. Fly to France in an alien spaceship. Two of the 5 generals of Thanos, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, are standing on the cockpit, watching the feedback of the gem energy value continuously detected by the spacecraft. According to the previous plan, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf will go to plunder the time gem of the magician lineage on Earth as a team. You and I will go find the mind gem. Corvus Glaive's pale and terrifying face is indifferent, holding his own scythe weapon and wearing a black cloak, like an undead from hell. Beside, Proxima Midnight licked her dark lips. Her figure was sexy and slender. Her blue body was covered with a black and white uniform, and she held a metal sharpshooter tightly. Proxima Midnight sneered. First detect and confirm the location of Mind Gem, if it is held by someone. Corvus Glaive added with a deadpan expression, let me go first, kill him with one blow. Soon, a donut-shaped alien spacecraft arrived over Paris, France. The detection shows that the Mind Gem is below. Proxima Midnight was about to move, and asked, do you want to use the spaceship to force the owner of the Mind Gem out? Corvus Glaive shook his head, we're not Black Dwarf and the others. It's better to lurk, sneak attack, and take the gem with one blow. Okay, let's sneak in now. Proxima Midnight stopped in the middle of her words, and looked at the detection screen in disbelief. The position of Mind Gem is moving. Undead General was not surprised and said in a cold voice, sure enough, there is a master, moving in that direction. He's heading towards us. Proxima Midnight hesitated for a moment, suspecting that he had read it wrong. Proxima Centauri, what are you talking about? Undead General didn't react, or was equally unbelievable, and asked for confirmation. Proxima Midnight looked at the screen and warned in surprise. Mind Gem, approaching our spaceship, very fast, already here. The alien spacecraft continued to remain invisible, stagnating at an altitude of 10,000 meters in Paris, France. Fell into the silent spaceship cabin. The Undead General and Proxima Midnight were leaning against each other. Both of them looked incredible, but they quickly entered the fighting state and glanced around. However, the spacecraft defense system did not issue an enemy attack warning. Maybe the detection equipment is broken. Proxima Midnight hesitated again, not believing that with the advanced level of their spacecraft, they would be discovered by the barbaric civilization here. However, this sentence just fell. Get out of the way. The Undead General seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed, and he suddenly pushed Proxima Midnight away. The next moment, laugh. A yellow light beam easily sliced through the metal deck of the control room, tore off a corner of the black robe cloak worn by the Undead General and ignited it. Proxima Midnight turned around in amazement. If the Undead General hadn't reacted in time, she would have been split in half by the strong light. A bright and gentle yellow light shines from below the deck, and then a tall metal phantom rushes out through the deck. It's the holder of the Mind Gem. Proxima Midnight shouted. I don't know how to live or die. Die to me. The Undead General was not surprised but happy, with a grim smile on his pale face, and the sickle in his hand swung down at a high speed, just hitting the phantom that rushed out, splitting the phantom metal into two pieces. His sickle is a special weapon made of special materials. It has fought countless cosmic civilizations. The sickle has already drunk the blood of countless so-called starry sky powerhouses. The sickle weapon resides in the soul. Even the mechanical body or the ghost body can be cut without error, and the hit will definitely cause real damage. It can be said that even if you survive a single blow, you will be seriously injured. The general's complexion changed again. The knife didn't feel like it was being cut, and the phantom of the split metal was blurred. It was a three-dimensional projection formed by light. Is fake. At the same time, a chill came from the back of the Undead General. Behind you. Proxima Midnight reacted extremely quickly and jumped up, directly throwing the sharp gun in his hand, turning it into a direct current, and lasing towards the back of the Undead General. A dark gold metal palm with a broken appearance stretched out, firmly grasping the sharp gun with both strength and speed. The other hand grabbed the Undead General's neck, and just as the Undead General turned around, he grabbed his throat like iron clamps. You are. The Undead General's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a tall mechanical existence with a mind gem inlaid on his forehead, an S-shaped light totem on his chest, and a dark golden long cloak on his shoulders. The weird thing is, the obviously perfect and slender metal mechanical body is full of broken and scorched signs of damage from the outside to the inside, as if it would disintegrate itself on the spot at any time. Even more frightening, it is such a highly battle-damaged version of metal machinery, filled with incomparably powerful power, and the internal energy is so sufficient that it overflows from the cracks, so that the current lingers all over the body. A pair of broken golden electronic pupils stared at him mercilessly like a god. The strong light shines again from the mind gem on the forehead, leaving no room for the Undead General to resist. The gem energy beam bursts out, directly piercing the Undead General's forehead. The Undead General's eyes froze, his hands dropped before he raised his sickle, and his whole body was like a skeleton corpse, hanging on Vision Yi Meng's right hand. I'm going to kill you. Seeing that the Undead General was killed, Proxima Midnight's eyes were red, and Kuang Ming rushed forward. The vibranium mechanical body suddenly accelerated from the low altitude of the deck, like a human-shaped lightning, intersecting with Proxima Midnight at a very high speed. Pissed. Blood splattered, staining the deck red. A spear sank into Proxima Midnight's chest, pierced through her back, flew her upside down, and nailed her to the inner wall of the cockpit. Proxima Midnight was nailed and hung on the wall. His shirt and uniform were blood red, and with extremely tenacious vitality. He even tried to pull out a spear with both hands. The energy beam slid across again, beheading Proxima Midnight, completely severing its vitality. After finishing all this quickly, the battle-damaged version of the perfect vibranium body stood on the deck of the spaceship, overlooking the two indifferently. He opened his mouth slowly. My name is Huan. No, that's not right. My name is Yi Meng, and only Yi Meng. Vision Yi Meng was extremely calm. he stopped pretending, and there was no need to pretend anymore. At the moment when he shot and killed the undead general and Proxima Midnight who should have seriously injured Vision, Yi Meng completely turned the table, knowing that he was equal to the Infinity Gauntlet Thanos and the so-called defender of the sacred timeline. The Time Administration declares war. But so what? My dream world, I am the master. I can do whatever I want. Vision Yi Meng, who had no worries, whispered indifferently. To his fate? This is the end of Marvel's 3 years of role-playing, and the powerful enemy of time and space and the rule will be followed together. Facing many current bottlenecks and difficulties, it is impossible to continue to break through the forward position. Yi Meng decided not to be patient, no longer clinging to the identity of Vision, but to carve out a future of his own with his own will. Marvel Universe, Earth, over Paris. The alien battleship dedicated to General Thanos remains invisible and remains stagnant at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Everything happened so fast, within 5 minutes, the cockpit returned to calm. There was only a tall corpse in a cloak, with a blood hole from the center of the brow to the back of the head. His widened eyes were filled with shock, and he was lying on the ground clutching a pitch-black sickle. Not far from the side, there was also a blue-skinned alien woman. Half of her body was nailed to the wall by a spear, and her head was completely dead. After confirming that Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were dead, Vision Yi Meng raised his left hand and sprayed a column of flames at the two corpses respectively, burning and erasing the corpses on the spot. Then, Vision Yi Meng stepped onto the control platform of the battleship, stroked vibranium with his palm, cooperated with Mind Gem, and the mind was like a current that strongly intervened in the battleship system. Sizzle. A ray of golden virtual current is transmitted from Vision Yi Meng's forehead nerve to the palm, and then transmitted from the palm to cover the entire cockpit and even the entire alien warship. Analyze, breakthrough, cover, control. Yi Meng nodded slightly. Well, before Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight died, they didn't have time to spread the attack message to other ships. It seems that they didn't believe it until they died, and they would die on this Earth here. And so it stands to reason. But the existence of Yi Meng originally is unreasonable, the biggest bug in the Marvel space-time universe. Vision Yi Meng activated the personnel transmission function of the battleship, the bottom of the donut battleship opened, and a beam of light like a cylindrical elevator fell down, submerging into a city below, and absorbing a graceful figure. Slightly tossing her smooth dark blonde hair, the girl sent up had a dignified expression, wearing a dark red jacket and windbreaker, and her hands were lingering with rich scarlet. Until, she saw two half-burned alien corpses in the dark and cold control cabin. Is it over? The girl blinked, and waved her hand to extinguish the scarlet power in her hand. Vision Yi Meng nodded. The girl sent up was Wanda, who had not yet become the real Scarlet Witch. Are they really that strong? Wanda was skeptical. It's really strong. Vision Yi Meng, who just killed the two in seconds, nodded seriously. Thanos, who can be one of the top combat forces in the Marvel Universe, and the generals who control the forces under his seat, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps, and they are all first-class and strong in the outer space universe. It's just that the combat abilities of these generals are particularly biased. For example, the Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight just now are very good at assassination and melee weapon games. Once they are attacked first, there is basically no way out. In the original movie of Avengers 3, Corvus Glaive quietly approached Wanda and Vision, and slashed Vibranium's body Vision into serious injuries. If it wasn't for Wanda's desperate delay, and Captain America, Falcon, and others to save the scene, he might have been killed and taken away on the spot. Mind Gem. Just now, Vision Yi Meng seemed to win so easily. One is that Yi Meng himself is stronger than the original Vision, the other is that he takes the initiative to attack and occupy the upper hand, and the third is the disparity in intelligence between the enemy and us. Vision Yi Meng didn't feel complacent about it, but replayed the short battle just now in detail in his mind, and said calmly, if it's another two-person general who comes, I'm afraid it won't be so fast. He knew that besides this general warship, there was another warship heading towards Time Gem. The combination of the two generals on that battleship is Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. The former is a psychokinesis control master who can easily defeat Doctor Strange, and the latter is basically equivalent to the Blackened Warrior version of the Hulk. The general is too strong. Wanda asked, now, are we going to find another battleship to deal with the two generals who broke into the Earth? No. Vision Yi Meng shook his head, and before leaving the driving platform, he calmly and firmly said, I will use this general's exclusive battleship to return to the spaceship that dispatched the battleship by the same route. Wanda has already heard about the future described by Yi Meng, but she still opened her rosy mouth in amazement. You are going to find Thanos. That's right. Yi Meng did not lose his mind, and made the final decision under absolute reason. Is Thanos strong? This is undoubted. After all, as one of the top combat powers in the Marvel Universe, the supervillain can still suppress the three veteran heroes of the Avengers Alliance alone, Captain America, Iron Man, and the dual-wielding Thor hammer after awakening. Fat Thor of Stormax. But no matter how strong Thanos itself is, it is only strong to a certain extent, and it is not unsolvable. And if you wait until he has collected enough infinite gems, then there is no need to fight. Vision Yi Meng, who holds a single mind gem, is very aware of things like infinite gems. Maybe there is nothing in other cosmic worlds and quantum realms, but in the related Marvel universe, each infinite gems has a different level universe ability, which is equivalent to the creation rule. So, the end of Phase 3 of the Marvel movie universe, Avengers 3 and 4, isn't so much a battle with supervillain Thanos as it is a battle for infinite gems. Whoever gets enough infinite gems is the ultimate winner. In particular, there are a few gems whose abilities are extremely bug, and they are basically invincible in the original Marvel world. Now that the Time Management Bureau has not yet jumped out, Yi Meng decided to do nothing but take down Thanos, who has not collected multiple gems, and forget about holding infinite gems himself. Perhaps, with the blessing of multiple infinite gems, he can get rid of his current self-difficulty. With the previous spiritual hint, at this point in time, it should be barely enough time, Yi Meng said to himself. Now, if he stays on Earth and continues to deal with another ship, and Doctor Strange chooses to trust him, he may be able to get one of the bug time gem. However, Thanos, after getting the key infinite gems, will be unstoppable to get the remaining gems in one fell swoop. If you want to stop Thanos from acting, only before the other party actually gets the crucial infinite gems, that is, at the moment, Yi Meng modified the voyage of the battleship to prepare for the immediate return, turned to look at Wanda behind him, and opened his mouth hesitantly. Wanda stretched out a white and tender index finger, and pressed it against his lips. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, and she said in a firm tone, "I'm already up, don't let me go down. Didn't we make an appointment a long time ago? No matter what the future faces, I will face it with you." "I see." Yi Meng held the girl Wanda's hand, did not continue to persuade, and activated the donut battleship he was on. The engine exploded and the clouds broke. The donut battleship is like a huge wheel, breaking through the atmosphere in an instant, and using advanced jump technology, it returns to the headquarters spaceship at an extremely fast speed. Target, Thanos fleet? At the moment, Earth. The same type of donut alien spaceship suspended in the sky above New York, in the clouds, maintains an invisible state and scans the city below. In the dim cockpit with electronic fluorescent lights on, an elderly alien in a black gentleman's suit, with his old body suspended above the deck, looked at the monitor and raised his brows. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, their spacecraft suddenly left the Earth. Next to it, stood a 2-meter-tall monster warrior who looked like a blackened Hulk. It was wearing armor, carrying a huge axe, and spewing hot white smoke from its mouth and nose. They got the mind gem so quickly. This is too fast, I haven't detected the specific location of the time gem yet. Ebony Maw narrowed his eyes. As a general and strategist, he instinctively noticed something was wrong with his keen mind. Black Dwarf didn't care about this, and said carelessly, "Maybe it just happened to hit it. We have scanned so many times here, and only a little bit of gemstone-free energy has been scanned. This is the strange thing." With Black Dwarf's reminder, Ebony Maw pondered for a while. Someone should have stored the time gem in a unique space. Black Dwarf continued to snort heavily. "Those two guys probably want to take the gems one step ahead of us and go back to claim credit." Ebony Maw nodded, and didn't think Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight would fail. What's more, although they came to the Earth together, they have already acted in groups. Once they succeed, they can escort the gems away and directly join the Overlord of the universe. Ebony Maw shook his head, throwing away his inner doubts. "Leave them alone. The most important thing is getting time gem here." In a dark and vast universe, the donut alien spaceship is constantly jumping, and it has leaped tens of millions of light years away. Cabin. The two corpses were burned to ashes, leaving behind two horrible charred trails. Yi Meng walked up to a corpse, and picked up the undamaged sickle weapon on the ground. No, it's not a sickle, it's more like a closed knife with two blades. The silver-plated handle is cold and hard, one end is curved and the other is straight, and the sharp edges on both ends are shining faintly. "Xiao Meng, look." Wanda picked up another golden spear and motioned for it. "The Peerless Blade and the Divine Spear," Yi Meng said. "It's not his secondary, this is the original name of the weapon in Marvel's settings. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are good at melee games, and these two special weapons account for more than half of the combat power. In the original book, Vision was seriously injured by the Peerless Blade, and the vibraniumized body was directly paralyzed and seriously injured. That is to say, even the hardest vibranium on the Earth can be split, and Captain America's shield is not enough to look at. As for Proxima Midnight's sharpshooter, the front end of the gunhead can emit laser beams by itself, and it is common for cold weapons and hot weapons. In the Marvel Universe, these two weapons can be regarded as artifacts. Yi Meng caressed the handle of the Peerless Blade, and suddenly had a perception. A gentle yellow light appeared between his brows. "This is..." Yi Meng's heart moved, and he secretly gestured to Wanda. Wanda immediately comprehended, put the sharp gun aside, her eyes fell on the Peerless Blade, and her hands were lingering with scarlet light. Meanwhile, deep in the universe. "Ask for help. Ask for support. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. Our crews are Asgard civilians. We are not warships. We carry no weapons." A message of a distress signal fluctuated in this area of the universe, and disappeared towards the far end of the universe. Unfortunately, no one is destined to respond. Visible. One is comparable to a mountain peak, and it can already be regarded as a huge amount of alien spaceship. It is stagnant in the universe and is constantly sending out urgent distress signals. Right in front of the huge spaceship, there is a metal land plate. No, it was an extremely huge spaceship and battleship, like a stretched diamond-shaped planet, blocking half of the starlight in the universe. Compared with the alien spaceship that sent out the cry for help, it was like a baby in its infancy. It has a name that is enough to make the cosmic civilization tremble and fear. Thanos Fleet? The Thanos battleship stopped the spaceship from Asgard, and beams of light cannon across the space between the two destroyed most of Asgard's spaceship shell, killing countless civilians in the cabin. The tragic and brilliant orange flame quietly bloomed in the silent depths of the universe, making life seem insignificant. Dozens of small spaceships flew out from the Thanos battleship, densely surrounded the broken spaceships, and blocked the way out. A burly armored figure in purple, wearing a golden gem glove on the left and a large double-bladed weapon in the right, commanded soldiers aboard the dilapidated cabin of the Asgard spaceship. There were bursts of roars of fighting inside, but they soon turned into screams and wailing, until the screams were silent. The corpses of Asgard civilians fell on the bloody pool on the deck of the spaceship. This is a massacre. The wrecked spaceship, which was soon full of Asgard civilians, was almost wiped out, and the deck was stained with blood. Only a few crew members survived, and they were taken hostage by alien generals and soldiers to the main hall, kneeling in front of the existence holding double blades. Thor, who was wearing a single eye patch and only had his right eye left, was bloodstained and embarrassed. His face was full of anger, resentment. He was suppressed by mechanical soldiers and knelt on the ground. His bloodshot one eye looked at the fleet ahead. Leader. The other party was wearing a heavy armor, showing only a calm but majestic purple face. On the metal glove on his left hand, there was already a purple gemstone inlaid, leaving 5 hollow dents. His burly and tall body was full of corpses, and he inserted the double-edged weapon on the steel deck casually. Yes, the other party also has the name of the overlord of the trembling stars. Thanos? Thanos, I'm going to kill you, absolutely. Thor was unwilling to roar, but he didn't even have the strength to roar. As a god, he was completely defeated, and there was no possibility of struggling and resisting. The opponent is so strong. Even if they teamed up with the Hulk banner before, they were also defeated cleanly by the opponent. That is, the power of a titan that far surpasses top mutations and natural gods. Eternal power? I know what it feels like to fail. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to accept the fate of failure. Thanos stepped forward indifferently without joy or sorrow, and held Thor's head with one hand. With a tall body of more than 2 meters, he lifted the 1.9 meter high man like a chicken. I am your destiny. When the destiny comes, everything is unstoppable. Thanos held Thor in one hand, turned around, and looked at the black-haired man behind him. At the moment the black-haired man Loki's face was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. As a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, at this moment he felt unprecedentedly cold. Although, flames were burning everywhere in the cabin. Next to Loki, a female alien general surrounded him with a dozen mechanical soldiers. Tesseract, or your big brother's head, you choose yourself. Thanos pinched Thor's head hard, looked at Loki indifferently and domineeringly, and when Loki was trying to talk nonsense, he directly grasped the Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand. The inlaid purple gemstones on the Infinity Gauntlet lit up, bursting out with powerful annihilation energy, and seared Thor's temple along with the fist. At this moment, the extremely durable and hard-to-death body of a god is like a normal human encountering a hot red iron. As tough as Thor was, he could not restrain himself from screaming. Seeing that Thor's head was about to be melted, Loki finally couldn't help shouting, "Enough. I'll give it to you." Loki gritted his teeth and stepped forward, knelt down on one knee, raised his left hand, and conjured a blue Rubik's Cube. The blue Rubik's Cube has its own indestructible brilliance, and it is filled with infinite energy. Tesseract. Thanos couldn't help getting excited when he saw it, and grabbed the Tesseract with his left hand, but at this moment, Loki suddenly exploded, and a bayonet made of ice stabbed Thanos in the face. Thanos had already taken precautions. The left hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet was very fast, and instead grabbed the wrist of Loki's attacker, making the tip of the ice bayonet stop in front of his eyes. Loki pales. Stupid, weak. Thanos, expressionless, let go of Thor with his right hand, strangled Loki's neck with 5 fingers forward, and under the force stronger than the Hulk, Loki's face was purple and his body was twitching in an instant. Get off deck. Then, there was a click. Loki immediately bled from his 5 orifices, his struggling limbs slowly dropped, and the Tesseract rolled to the ground. A mechanical soldier next to him stepped forward and respectfully helped to pick up the Tesseract. Thanos casually tossed the body aside. No. Thor, who fell on the ground, saw this. His eyes were red, and he was about to get up and fight Thanos desperately. Go down. The female general supergiant stepped forward, her white eyes glowed with bright silver light, and the powerful spirit psychokinesis swept forward and suppressed, making Thor unable to move on the ground. Supreme Master, you are the first in the universe, holding 2 infinite gems. The female general supergiant said with a look of admiration. No, it should be 3. I just received the message that the warships are returning. They are the warships of Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. They have returned. Looks like they got it. Mind gem. The corners of Thanos' mouth could not help but rise, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. And many more. Why did he send the 4 alien generals to Earth? Although obtaining infinite gems is indeed my wish, but according to the original plan, shouldn't the generals be sent to collect other gems after the space gem is obtained? After all, after obtaining the space gem, it means that he can support and intervene in various battlefields at any time through teleportation. Is he too anxious? So before getting the space gem, the 4 generals were sent to Earth for action in advance. Thanos' face tightened, his thoughts spinning rapidly. Wrong? He has been plotting infinite gems for so many years, how could he make such an upside-down mistake, as if his mind was induced by wrong hints? Mind, gem. Thanos muttered to himself, glanced down at the purple power gem on the Infinity Gauntlet, and finally realized something. Someone is plotting against him? Fortunately, I still got Tesseract, the space gem. Hey, what are you doing? At the same time, the female General Supergiant suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Thanos looked along the supergiant's eyes in shock, and saw the mechanical soldier who picked up the Tesseract and threw the Tesseract off the spaceship with his backhand. Stop it! Thanos yelled angrily. Supergiant also sensed that something was wrong and used psychokinesis, trying to pull Tesseract back from the air. But it was still a step too late. An imaginary broken metal palm stretched out, passed through the deck, and scooped up the Tesseract in the palm from the shadows. It's dangerous, but I still caught up. The emotional words of the mysterious young man resounded in the spaceship cabin. In the depths of the universe, on a civilian spaceship besieged by Thanos' fleet. The Tesseract, which had already succeeded, was intercepted halfway, which made Thanos and Thor on the field stunned. Who are you? Why are you here? Walking out of the dark place in the spaceship cabin through the wall, it was a mysterious young man incarnated by a perfect mechanical metal body, with a glowing topaz embedded in his eyebrows, and a dark golden metal phase change cloak on his shoulders. The rift of the battle-damaged version, the metal right hand is holding the Tesseract just now. What are you doing? Are you defecting? The female General Supergiant couldn't hide her anger and looked at the mechanical soldier. The mechanical soldier maintained the posture of throwing the Tesseract, the mechanical head turned around, and scratched the back of the metal head with the mechanical palm. It was as if he had no idea how big a mistake he had made. Boom! A heavy combat boot stepped forward directly, trampling the mechanical soldiers to pieces, from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional discus, and the thick deck of the spaceship was obviously sunken. Even, the whole spaceship trembled dully. The female General Supergiant's tall body trembled, and she looked at the silent master Thanos. She was extremely good at psychokinesis, and felt unprecedented anger from her master. That monstrous anger is enough to bury thousands of civilized races. Supergiant was terrified that his master would implicate himself with his anger afterwards, and also looked angrily at the young man with a metal body who stepped in. Whoever you are, hand over the Tesseract to me. At the same time, Supergiant's eyes glowed with piercing silver, and a powerful mental shock blasted towards the metal-bodied youth. This kind of powerful mental impact can ignore the physical defense. Even Thor will have a splitting headache, and those with slightly weaker mental strength will even directly become dizzy, which is also the unsolvable part of the mental side ability. Even if it is an artificial intelligence, facing the mental blow of such a high-level universe, it will also cause intelligence disorder. But the young man in the cloak ignored Supergiant's mental impact, and with a faint yellow light glowing between his brows, Supergiant hugged his head and let out a scream, with unbelievable fear in his eyes. What are you? It's your turn to speak. The cloaked youth shook his head, not looking at Supergiant directly. You? That kind of carelessness, indifference, and peace seemed to Supergiant to be crazy. Thanos suddenly said calmly, back off, the gemstone he holds is your absolute nemesis. Yes, master. Supergiant gritted his teeth, resisting the swelling pain in his head, and stepped back a few steps to come to Thor who was kneeling on the ground. Thanos drew the double-edged weapon with his right hand, took a step forward, fixed his deep eyes on the young man, and said, Titan, Thanos. Earth, Yi Meng. Vision Yi Meng responded calmly, holding the Tesseract and standing there. Hihi, the holder of the mind gem. Since you are here, does it mean that Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight have failed? Thanos said blankly. Yi Meng didn't respond, and inserted his left hand into the metal wall behind him, and pulled out a long scythe with 2 blades. Supergiant's eyes widened in astonishment. She still didn't believe that the other party could deal with 2 generals, but even Corvus Glaive's peerless blade was in the hands of the other party, which already explained everything. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight not only failed, they lost their lives. Facing the death of the 2 generals, Thanos did not respond, and continued to calmly say, I will send Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight to the Earth in advance, and it is also because you have influenced my thoughts through the maintenance of Mind Gem and other gems and judgment. Vision Yi Meng was not afraid either, and nodded in recognition. The first infinite gems Thanos got was the Power Gem. The second one is the Tesseract in his hand, Space Gem. And once Thanos gets the Space Gem, through the gem's space transfer ability, he will get the remaining infinite gems scattered around the universe in one fell swoop. So, from the very beginning, it was decided to turn the tables on Thanos who plundered the Mind Gem. Yi Meng started the layout in the early stage, using Mind Gem's mind control ability and the correlation between gems and gems. Definitely, it is almost impossible to directly control the mind of Thanos the Eternal. Yi Meng only hinted that when Thanos held the Power Gem, the opponent sent an alien warship in advance, so that he could return to the battlefield through the warship and intercept the Space Gem that Thanos was about to get. Thanos stared at Yi Meng and sighed with emotion, awesome, you are really amazing. I have always been calculating and overpowering others, and I haven't been calculated like this for a long time. Supergiant's eyes glaze over. The other party was praised by the Master, which was even more unbelievable than killing 2 generals. For the supreme overlord of the universe, the Master King, their generals are just lowly and weak dogs. However, that's the end of it. In the face of absolute power and destiny, all calculations are futile. Thanos shook his head. His burly body over 2 meters tall was wearing heavy armor. His left hand was clenched tightly with the Infinity Gauntlet on, and his right hand held a double-edged sword as he walked forward, constantly approaching Yi Meng. Thor, who was lying on the ground, barely opened his one eye, and shouted weakly, "Run! Vision, get out of here with the gem." He and the Hulk have personally experienced Thanos' own strength, which is not at the same level as the fleet general's strength. Shut up. Supergiant stepped on Thor's head, causing him to fall completely to the ground again. Ahem, run away, leave us alone, run away. Thor's head was buried in the wound on the deck, bleeding and tearing. This man from God's realm, respected as the Prince of Asgard, who held Thor's hammer to fight the starry sky, and never loved him, at the moment was obviously very angry, and wanted to desperately replace his younger brother Loki, for revenge, but still gritted his teeth and let Vision Yi Meng, who came to the battlefield, escape. Yi Meng stood motionless in response to this, facing Thanos who kept coming forward. He gestured to the tesseract on his right hand. Want this? After hesitation, he still didn't take out the space gem immediately, but stuffed the tesseract into the vibranium, which was phase-changed and blurred, and stored it. Now, Mind Gem, Regeneration Cradle Vibranium Body, and Artificial Intelligence Consciousness Avatar. The 3 are achieved in one, a delicate balance of evolution and shackles coexisting, that is, vision. Yi Meng still doesn't know what the result will be if another infinite gems is embedded. Moreover, there is no need to insert infinite gems for the time being. I will destroy your body, dig out the mind gem on your forehead, and the tesseract in your body. I am your destiny. Thanos' taut purple face showed a sinister smile, and his pace suddenly accelerated towards Yi Meng. With his burly and strong body and under the heavy metal armor, his speed was as fast as a golden thunderbolt. Under the constantly trembling dilapidated spaceship, the heavy armored Thanos rushed to Vision Yi Meng, and the huge and heavy double blades, like helicopter blades, spun and flashed at a high speed. With the power to suppress Hulk beyond Hulk, he severed the head of vibranium in the air. Vision, run away. Thor was still struggling and shouted hoarsely. There was no doubt that the knife could split vibranium's body in 2. In particular, Vision Yi Meng's body was so damaged in battle that it looked like it would fall apart at any moment. Clang! Gold and iron mingled, tremors and shock waves surged outward. How come? Supergiant's expression froze, and the expected scene of the other party being cut did not happen. Thanos also opened his eyes a little bit, and he could see that he had slashed with all his strength, and one end of the double blade was firmly held by the peerless blade. Yes, it was so stable that it couldn't be more stable. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't chop down. And there is still only one left hand that holds the peerless blade. The severely corroded and cracked metal palm burst out with unimaginable strength, raised Corvus Glaive's peerless blade, and rejected the huge and heavy double-edged weapon in front of him. That's it. Vision Yi Meng suddenly flew up about 1 meter, holding the peerless blade and pressing down the double blades, up and down. Attack and defense ushered in a reversal in an instant, causing the deck where Thanos was standing to sag. The golden and gentle electronic eyes turned crimson with inexplicable negative emotions at this moment. Whoever escapes is not certain. The thick and hard metal deck of the spaceship was the first to be unable to withstand the heavy pressure, and it continued to sag downwards. Thanos didn't expect that he couldn't do it, but was suppressed by the opponent casually. His majestic eyes reflected the mechanical youth who flew forward, and the amazing power came from the double-edged knife in his hand. This guy is different from everyone else? Thanos' purple face flashed a flash of astonishment. As the overlord who conquered and destroyed countless civilizations, he quickly returned to his usual indifferent majesty. The muscles of his whole body under the heavy armor tensed and solidified at this moment, and he pushed Yi Meng away with one hand. Holding the peerless blade, the double-edged knife once again brought the hurricane forward and sliced forward. No matter how strong God is, he has killed it. The double-edged knife was so fast that only a blurry flash of cold light could be seen. Yi Meng stayed in the air 1 meter above the deck. The young man covered with a metal mask had a calm face. Electronic eyes captured and analyzed the trajectory of the double-edged knife, and then swung Corvus Glaive's exclusive weapon. Every movement he swung the peerless blade was fast and smooth, faster, stronger, and more professional than Corvus Glaive, as if it was a machine that ran perfectly according to the programmed code long ago. Clang! The double-edged knife and the peerless blade slammed together again. Sparks could be seen splashing everywhere, and the explosive power condensed on the weapons also collided, causing waves of shock. And that's just the beginning. Clang! 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 The moment the two weapons collided fiercely and powerfully, the next moment, they separated and struck together fiercely. In less than a second, the two sides fought countless times with weapons, and continued without any sign of stopping. The battle is imminent. Yi Meng and Thanos did not stop attacking each other, even intermittently. Each blow was enough to split the vibranium round shield, but they were deadlocked again. Both sides showed the top speed, strength, physique, and skills of the current universe, and fought face to face with high-level melee weapons. King against king, force against force, double-edged and sharp-edged. No one backed up, no one stopped. Under the brave and primitive fight of the two sharp blades, the spaceship trembled violently, cracks burst from the deck and inner walls, and the dilapidated spaceship began to disintegrate. Supergiant watched this scene in disbelief, and his body began to tremble continuously. In the past, facing any enemy, once the master made a move, the battle situation would be one-sided. Even among their 5 generals, Black Dwarf, who has the strongest melee ability, will be decapitated in less than 3 seconds when he meets a master holding a double-edged knife. But now, the other party is actually fighting with the master of the knife with a weapon inextricably. Is she wrong? Supergiant suddenly had a perception of something, turned around and saw a beam of light blasting towards her. No! Supergiant screamed, and his spirit exploded, but he was still blasted out by the light cannon, and was thrown into outer space. Thor struggled to get up from the ground, looked back in surprise, and saw an alien spaceship with donuts. Several beams of light fell from the donut ship, one of which landed on Thor, teleporting what he had absorbed into the ship. Thor only felt the scene in front of him blur, and he had been teleported from the dilapidated spaceship full of corpses to the interior of the donut spaceship. Next to him, there is Banner, the Hulk who was beaten unconscious by Thanos with his bare hands, and Heimdall, the gatekeeper of God's domain, who has a weak breath of life. Sorry, apart from you, there are no other survivors on the crashed spaceship. A pleasant female voice came down from the cockpit of the spaceship. Wanda. Thor looked at the woman in the red windbreaker in astonishment. She could not be Wanda who joined the Avengers Alliance 3 years ago. Wanda nodded and replied, I came here with Yi Meng. By the way, Thanos. Thor stepped forward with red eyes, looking through the windshield at the broken spaceship in outer space. Let me out, I will continue to fight. Avenge Loki, half of Asgard's civilians. When they evacuated Asgard, they left in 2 spaceships, each carrying half of the civilians. Now, half of Asgard's civilians, thousands of people in the God's domain, have been slaughtered. Thor's chest was going to explode. Thor, calm down. Wanda stared at him, her red lips slightly parted. Yi Meng asked me to take you out of there. He said that once he goes all out to fight Thanos, he won't be able to be distracted you guys. Thor was shaken all over, his body supported on the console a little weakly, watching the battle outside blankly. Is he, the majestic new king of Asgard and Thor, a burden at this time? Only the remains of the corpse remained, and the spaceship that kept most of the cabin. The shock waves formed by swords, lights, swords, and shadows continuously swept across the cabin, carrying a hurricane, as fast as lightning, and the decks and walls where they passed were all dismembered and separated. Under the hand-to-hand combat between Yi Meng and Thanos, the entire large spacecraft disintegrated like a toy. If it weren't for the gravitational pull of the fleet in front, it would have all scattered and rushed into the universe. With a cold face, Thanos leaped forward on the split spaceship deck. His burly and strong body is like the condensed body of a 1,000-meter-long giant, wearing heavy armor and charging forward with beast, and the double-edged knife in his hand is constantly attacking like a violent rainstorm. Yi Meng stayed in the air the whole time, using his peerless blade to block and fight back, taking all the attacks. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the peerless blade in his hand. At the moment, the sharp blades at both ends and the handle were full of holes. Come again. Without giving any chance to breathe, Thanos smashed through a metal outer wall and leaped forward again. Yi Meng raised the peerless blade again, but this time, as the double-edged knife slashed down heavily, Corvus Glaive's peerless blade was directly split in 2, and the double-edged knife in Thanos' hand was intact, flickering coldly, flashing forward. Seeing that the double-edged knife continued to slash towards the chest, a beam of light suddenly burst out from the gemstone on Yi Meng's forehead, and it rushed straight to Thanos' head without warning. Even if it was only less than 1 meter away, Thanos still reacted. The double-edged knife suddenly tilted, and the sharp blade directly split the beam of light into several pieces. Several laser beams brushed against Thanos' body, piercing the spaceship and heading for the end of outer space. The beam fades. The spaceship is almost in pieces, one of the decks. Thanos looked at the broken blade in Yi Meng's hand, and said in a deep voice, I have to say that you have exceeded my expectations to be able to support this with Corvus Glaive's peerless blade. I would call you the strongest on Earth. It's been a long time since I've had so much fun, but it's time to stop here. Reloaded, Thanos said in a deep voice, brandishing a double-edged knife and rushing towards Yi Meng. Yi Meng suddenly smiled, threw away the peerless blade that was broken in 2, and took the initiative to fly towards the double-edged knife that could split everything. Court death. Thanos smiled coldly, the muscles of his right arm under the heavy armor swelled and tightened, and he used the strongest power of his Titan Eternal Clan, making the spinning double-edged knife seem to cut open space, and slashed at the mechanical youth. With this knife, Thanos is confident that he can directly split the Tesseract in the mechanical youth's body. Without the peerless blade weapon, Yi Meng, who was barehanded, raised the corner of his mouth, and reached for the rapidly falling double-edged knife with his left hand. The palm of vibranium collided with the edge of the double-edged knife like this, under the double-edged sword that Thanos slashed with all his strength. Click! A crack was cut in the cracked vibranium palm, but the sharp edge of the double-edged knife stopped suddenly, and the sharp blade could not sink into the palm, let alone split the entire vibranium mechanical body. It's like, within the mechanical youth, there is something harder than the peerless blade and vibranium's body. What is that? Thanos' eyes shrank suddenly in astonishment, and he clearly saw that in the body of the mechanical youth named Yi Meng, under the palm skin made of vibranium, there were bones like normal humans. The white bone hidden under vibranium's body surface is much harder than vibranium and the peerless blade. Moreover, the power that at the moment Yi Meng erupted was several times, even 10 times, that of the initial one. Without even retreating, he stopped the slash with one hand. How can that be? Thanos' brain went blank. Even if his power was comparable to the Eternal Titans, how could it exceed so much? Also, what happened to that bone-like hardness? Is it some special cosmic metal material? Is that enough to have fun? Wasn't it just a warm-up session? Easily catching Thanos' deadly double-edged sword with his bare hands, Yi Meng had a faint smile on his mouth, and swung his fist forward with his right hand. Just one punch made Thanos' breastplate burst. The double-edged knife was released, the breastplate shattered like a mirror, and Thanos flew backwards like a cannonball. The deadlocked situation ushered in an instant reversal. Yi Meng threw away the double-edged knife, and continued to chase and fly forward. His tall figure flashed, and he quickly caught up with Thanos. And at this moment, the infinity gauntlet that Thanos was quietly wearing, flying upside down, clenched tightly, and a purple energy glare shone above the fist, like a concentrated energy light cannonball hitting Yi Meng. Thanos felt that he could not defeat the opponent under normal circumstances, so in order to win without any hesitation, he directly used the power of the power gem. There is no doubt about the power of the power gem, which can directly increase the strength of the holder, and can also unleash unparalleled energy attacks. Since ancient times, countless civilization planets have been destroyed because of power gems. Even if it is only part of the power, it is enough to smash everything. I am destiny. Under absolute power, no one can stop it. Thanos growled, raised his body, and swung his fist with purple energy flashing at top speed. However, he also suddenly saw the right fist of the mechanical youth was raised accordingly, and the entire vibranium mechanical body, which disintegrated at any time, surged with a power that did not belong to infinite gems, but was enough to make people feel frightened. Crackling, the golden current, as if containing the will to destroy, rushed to Yi Meng's metal right fist, forming a small ball of lightning, and then met Thanos' power gem gloves. I'm just destruction machine Superman, Yi Meng said flatly. The two punches clashed instantly. Boom! The terrifying energies of purple and gold are intertwined into a ball, expanding rapidly and sweeping outward, covering the wreckage of the spaceship in an instant, and erasing everything covered by the strong light. Then, like a tiny supernova exploded, a figure flew backwards from the energy ball at extreme speed, schemed over a space area of tens of thousands of meters, and slammed into the fleet group blocking the universe ahead. The donut spaceship located in the not-too-distant space region of Asgard, like a small sailboat in a storm on the sea, is constantly shaking and bumping. Dazzling strange strong light, from the glass windows of the spaceships everywhere, was thrown into the windows forcefully, making the dim cabin brighten up for a while. Under the illumination of strong light, the Hulk banner lying on the cold deck slowly came to his senses. He shook his head that was still swollen, clutched his chest and climbed up from the deck. Although he had recovered, he still had the remains of the hammer that Thanos had just blasted with his bare hands. Pain. Hulk's green eyes couldn't help squinting. He used his big hand to block the glare a little, and walked towards the control platform where Wanda and Thor were. As we approached, we could see that Wanda and Thor were standing motionless on the stage, facing the strong light, barely opening their eyes to stare at the strange scene outside the spaceship. Hulk Banner looked along the line of sight of the two, and the expression in his eyes froze. Visible. A region of space miles away. A group of strong purple light and a group of golden electric light exploded powerfully at the same time, and the two groups of terrifying powerful energy confronted each other left and right, expanding and swallowing the broken spaceship and space area. One side was like a purple sun and the other was like a golden black hole. This is like a scene of cosmic evolution and disaster, but it was caused by two cosmic beings fighting. The dilapidated spaceship at the center of the outbreak of the battle was instantly buried and annihilated by the energy, and the aftermath of the energy made the fleet several kilometers away tremble and recede. Buzz. The two energies are intertwined, ripple after circle, rising in the depths of space, spreading towards the end of space. At the beginning, the purple energy was obviously stronger, but at the same time as the golden lightning ball confronted each other, it seemed to devour and transform the energy in reverse, completely reversing the advantage in less than 10 seconds. Boom! In the end, the golden spherical lightning with a radius of 1,000 meters exploded, throwing out a small piece of the remaining peerless blade. One of the figures was also better than the shot of a shell, smashing 2 or 3 small scout fighters in succession, and the speed did not decrease. Hit the huge overlord ship that traverses the starry sky? The main ship seemed to be bombarded by a real shell. The extremely thick shell of the hull was dented, and a hole was intuitively broken in the left half area, and a small piece of peerless blade was nailed to the deck. The other figure continued to hang in the cosmic area of the previous battle, and the energy flow and dazzling glare faded like a tide. The female General Supergiant, who activated the mental shield in time to resist a shot, is returning to the fleet group, planning to launch an armed attack on the main ship against the stolen donut spaceship. As for the Master Thanos, Supergiant is confident that if it is a one-on-one fight, the Master must win. After all, the Master has never been defeated, and will never lose. But at this moment, when she noticed the damage to the main ship's spaceship, she called up the monitoring screen and was completely stunned for an instant. Not only was she stunned, but other subordinates and soldiers in the fleet group were also dumbfounded. The smoke from the damaged cabin of the main ship dissipated, and a tall and burly purple body was stuck on the inner wall of the corridor in the cabin under the rush of electric light. The chest part of the heavy armor on the upper body was shattered, the left hand was trembling and paralyzed, and the golden energy flow remained on the body. At the moment, the cosmic overlord wearing the infinity gauntlet blessed by the power gem also apparently stayed on the scene unexpectedly. This is impossible, I will never believe it. Supergiant muttered to himself, unable to believe what he saw. 10,000 meters ahead of the main ship, the energy glare dissipated, revealing a young metal body with increasingly serious battle damage. There is a yellow gemstone on the young man's forehead. The body with a dark gold background is broken into pieces. Some completely cracked shells reveal a human-like skeleton inside. Change cape. At this moment, his electronic eyes seemed to be leaping with red flames, and the shattered vibranium body overflowed with destructive energy, shining like a small sun in the universe. Just like the integration of technology and the past, the combination of gods and demons looks perfect and terrifying. She is obviously dilapidated and will fall apart and be scrapped at any time, but she has the power of a supermodel that surpasses gods. Is that Vision? Thor's eyes widened in shock. Even though he personally participated in the shaping of Vision 3 years ago, he has never felt unfamiliar with Vision like this moment. He knew very well that Thanos borrowed the power of the Infinity Gauntlet and the Power Gem just now, but was still defeated by the unarmed Vision Yi Meng head-on. How did you do that? This is his real strength and posture. Hulk Banner whispered. It was always angry and aggressive, but at this moment it didn't intend to fight Vision Yi Meng at all. Definitely is my little dream. The corners of Wanda's mouth were raised, and her beautiful eyes reflected the figure of the young man outside. Her beautiful face was full of confidence and pride, but tears rolled down her face inexplicably, and she stretched out her slender white palm to cover her mouth. She knew that maybe she had bound Vision Yi Meng for 3 years. Go forward boldly. No matter where the future leads, I will be by your side, Wanda said softly with awareness. After the warm-up is over, the next thing is the real show. Vision Yi Meng twisted his neck, his body stagnant in space suddenly moved, and flew towards the main ship in front at extreme speed. Kill him, Supergiant yelled. The next moment, more than a dozen large turrets on the front of the giant ship were activated at the same time, quickly adjusted the muzzles, and aimed at the flying mechanical youths to shoot light cannons. Yi Meng was unmoved, the golden lightning of destruction lingered on his body, and directly smashed through the intertwined laser barrage with his dilapidated vibranium body. Like a shooting star tearing apart the night, Vision Yi Meng flew into the main cabin through the gap, and punched Thanos' head stuck in the wall. Thanos already knew the hardness and strength of the opponent's fist, so he didn't dare to catch it with his head. The Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand once again burst into bright purple light, wrapping Yi Meng's fist with his big hand. The might of the Power Gem and the Jin Chi destruction lightning intertwined and clashed again, and the surrounding metal walls and decks were the first to fail unbearably. At the same time, Yi Meng stretched out his left hand like lightning, strangled Thanos' throat forward, leaned forward to apply pressure, and pushed him forward to fly away. Thanos quickly grasped Yi Meng's left wrist with his right hand, unable to pull away the slender mechanical hand for a while. Driven by the explosive force that was better than a meteorite crashing down, his heavily armored body was out of control and slammed into the main ship behind him. Inside, between Setsuna, they passed 100 meters, and the speed became faster and faster. All the equipment, platforms, walls, decks, and even the soldiers inside the main ship, nothing can stop them. Yi Meng strangled the place where Thanos hit, and blasted a spacious passage directly. Yes, the tall, burly and strong heavy equipment Thanos, who was more than 2 meters tall, was suppressed by a mechanical youth who was less than 1.9 meters tall. A 10-meter-tall biological soldier tried to stop it with his body, but his chest and back exploded almost at the same time. Blood began to overflow from the corner of Thanos' mouth, and his already purple face became more and more purple. He crashed through how many cabins until he broke out from the other end of the main ship. Man in outer space. Drink. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet grasped Yi Meng's fist, the purple light burst into a strong light, and under the blessing of the Power Gem, suddenly threw Yi Meng's body away. But Yi Meng stopped after flying 3 meters. He dragged the tail of Jin Chi Destroyer Lightning, quickly caught up and flew around behind Thanos, and kicked Thanos directly in the back. This foot goes down. The back of the heavy armor was shattered just like the chest just now, and Thanos shot out again like a human cannonball, and continued to sink into the main cabin of the giant at a very high speed, and crashed into the central control room all at once. With a movement of Yi Meng's figure, it turned into a streamer of light, and flew forward. Another kick hit Thanos who hadn't stopped yet, and the heavy armor on the rear hip burst. His flight speed is as fast as electricity, as if it also has the power blessing of the Power Gem, kicking the heavy armored Thanos of the Overlord of the Universe as a ball, and the goal is the giant master ship that traverses the starry sky. The originally flawless vibranium mechanical body now has a broken and decayed beauty, as if ushering in the evil fall of Blacken, exuding destruction and power. Like a complete killing machine, it's a fight that ranks among the top in the Marvel Universe. No, it's not so much a battle as it is a unilateral drop hammer. The gigantic main ship with a length and width of several kilometers was used as a goal and a toy field. The mechanical figure lingering around lightning kept flickering, and Thanos, the master of the fleet, was kicked as a ball. The burly purple figure in heavy armor and wearing a single gem infinity gauntlet was repeatedly kicked towards the main ship by Vision Yi Meng, from left to right, from top to bottom, from outside to inside, and then in different directions, angles, postures come and go. Soon the entire main ship was shattered and dismantled into more than a dozen broken cabins, floating in the universe together with the wreckage of thousands of affected soldiers. The cabin of the main ship was reduced to a purgatory. Soldiers and monsters from different races in the starry sky howled and fled, or were thrown into outer space under the aftermath, or were smashed into pieces by Thanos and the mechanical youth who came in. Supergiant only felt his faith collapsed, trembling all over, and was forced to flee to another small fighter. That is not a technological mechanical creation, but a monster through and through. In a donut ship on the edge of the fleet, Thor and Hulk Banner watched the battle in the distance, dumbfounded. Is this just now, hammering their cosmic overlord Thanos with his own strength? The Hulk looked at Thanos, who was thrown back by the hammer, rubbed his painful chest, and almost couldn't help but said happily, "That's how it feels." Although Thor was amazed at Vision's unbelievably powerful strength, at the moment still felt unprecedented joy and excitement, releasing some of the anger and resentment accumulated in his chest before. Boom! With the extremely fast tail sound of the destructive current, the figure of the mechanical youth flashed across the universe. Thanos kicked out fiercely again and landed on the Overlord chair in the command room of the main ship. The chair and the cabin of the command room were instantly torn apart. Ah! Thanos, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, roared and got up vigorously. At the moment, the heavy armor on his body was gone, and the short-sleeved battle suit inside was stained with his own blood. His body was full of scars and nothing was intact. He was the invincible overlord who ruled the universe in the past. The embarrassment has reached the extreme. Whoosh! The light and shadow of the tall mechanical youth stopped above the command room. The body of the regeneration cradle was broken, but with unstoppable dominance and power, the red eyes looked down indifferently. Thanos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, no longer had the composure he had before, and growled hoarsely, "This is impossible. Even if you request power through 2 infinite gems, it is impossible to use it as you like, endlessly." "Who said my power is obtained from gems?" Vision Yi Meng calmly replied, "This is my own power. How is this possible?" With Yi Meng's verbal acknowledgement, Thanos suddenly showed an even more incredulous expression. "But it is true, after all, apart from the power gem, none of the other gems have the power to increase the power of the individual? But without the blessing of gems, how could it be so strong? Stronger than him, the Titan Eternal who holds the power gem, this is unbelievable, and it makes Thanos feel like his current perception of the universe has collapsed. But Yi Meng didn't lie to him. This is indeed his strength. It's just that this power comes from outside the dream of the Marvel Universe. This is, belonging to another DC dreamland, the power of the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday. 3 years ago, Yi Meng in the dream of the Marvel Universe thought of something, since the mind gem and the ability of artificial intelligence can be projected onto the Doomsday of the DC dream. The power of the ancient Doomsday, even the real self, can be transmitted and assimilated. There is no reason why you can't vote for Marvel. Perhaps, in the past as the incarnation of artificial intelligence, because there was no real entity, it could not carry the physique and strength of projecting the ancient Doomsday. But 3 years ago, the artificial intelligence Yi Meng achieved the vision incarnation and had a body. Therefore, while studying and summarizing the scientific and technological knowledge of the 2 dream universes, Vision Yi Meng also tried to guide the projection of the ancient Doomsday power onto the mechanical body. 2 years ago, he succeeded. In Vision's body, some of the mechanical parts are made of steel, and there is also the projection blessing of the power and energy of the ancient Doomsday. Although it is only a partial power, Doomsday is Doomsday, the embodiment of destruction and power. How could it lose to the power gem? After all, even if Thanos holds infinite gems, it is impossible to exert the full power of the power gems. Partially blessed by the power of the ancient Doomsday, the vibranium mechanism and the Kryptonian gene fit, making Vision Yi Meng a terrifying individual. An individual like no other in the Marvel Universe? The Destroyer Superman lives up to its name. Definitely, still the same problem. Since the mind gem cannot be controlled to 100%, once the mind gem Vision Yi Meng is lost, he will still die, and excessive use of the power of the mind gem will also cause backlash. Therefore, this should be the most rubbish destruction machine Superman imagined by Yi Meng. Once the balance of various unstable energy characteristics in the body is broken, it will fall apart and be scrapped like an ordinary robot at any time. But even the most rubbish and basic version of the destruction machine Superman, the strength and characteristics are there, 3 times more than Vision originally, enough to beat all enemies in the current stage of the Marvel single universe? This is a bug that can only be created by maintaining the 2 dream universes together. It's over, Thanos. Destruction mechanic Superman Yi Meng flew forward. As you said, in the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Due to the excessive use of power gems, Thanos' left arm wearing the Infinity Gauntlet was paralyzed, and there was a tinge of bitterness at the corner of his mouth at this moment, and the expression on his purple face was in a daze. His internal organs were already injured, and he knew that no matter what, he could not defeat the opponent. It's not that he is too weak, but that the opponent is too invincible and incomprehensible, and he doesn't seem to exist in the rules of this universe concept. At least, with the blessing of a single power gem, the disparity in combat power cannot be made up. Am I really not destiny? Just when even Thanos was disheartened, suddenly, there was a flash in front of him, and a jewel-like red light emerged. That is, on the donut spaceship, Thor's expression changed when he saw the ruby red light lit up by the battle situation. That's reality gem? But how is it possible? This gem, which originally existed in the liquid form of ether, was sent to the universe collector by himself for safekeeping a few years ago. Now, it should be hundreds of billions of light years away. How could collector suddenly appear on the battlefield? This is unreasonable, so unreasonable? Here we come. Wanda seemed to know something, and her beautiful eyes were more dignified than ever. In the battle of the main ship, finally couldn't help it, intervene in this way. Yi Meng looked around quickly with indifference in his eyes. He knew from the beginning that the real enemy in this battle was not only Thanos. Thanos' eyes with red light suddenly widened, subconsciously grabbed the ruby that appeared out of thin air, and pressed the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand. Die to me. Thanos suddenly grasped the Infinity Gauntlet tightly, the red light of the reality gem lit up, and Yi Meng, who was flying forward, was suddenly surrounded by a solid iron meteorite, and then a small black hole turned from illusion to reality nearby, turning the entire radius of the gauntlet into reality. The 10-meter-long iron meteorite was also swallowed. Little dream. Vision. Inside the donut alien spaceship, the expressions of Wanda, Thor, and Dr. Banner, who has returned to human form from the Hulk, all changed. Whoosh! The donut alien spacecraft immediately fired several laser beams, blasting Thanos in the midst of the battle. Thanos regained his proud expressionless face, and waved his clenched left hand. The purple gems flashed again, smashing all the laser beams. Although I don't know what happened, this farce is over. Thanos, who holds 2 infinite gems of strength and reality, said calmly. It seems that he is still the destiny of this universe? Indeed, it's over. But at this moment, the young man's calm words sounded behind him. What? Thanos suddenly turned his head and saw the blue mist emerging behind him, which is the teleportation feature that space gems can play. His reflexes were so quick that he was about to grab the Infinity Gauntlet. However, a golden beam burst out, like a slash of cosmic energy, and rushed straight to Thanos' head. That's too late. Thanos could only raise his right hand to block it, and the next moment, the entire right arm was cut open and thrown high. Blood gushes from the gap in the arm. Thanos' eyes were red, his left hand tightly clenched the Infinity Gauntlet, and he blasted back with a flash of purple light. A metal palm directly blocked the big hand blessed by the power gem, grabbed the Infinity Gauntlet, and kicked Thanos' chest with vision breaking and Doomsday power. Click. Thanos' chest, which had already lost its heavy armor protection, was obviously sunken, and there was a sound of bone cracking. His eyes turned white, and he opened his mouth to spurt blood, and the body with the broken arm was thrown directly into the space outside the main ship. The destruction machine Superman Yi Meng has a cold face, holding the Tesseract in one hand and the Infinity Gauntlet in the other, hovering in midair on the deck of the main ship. If you want him to beat me, it's not enough to just give 1 or 2 infinite gems, but you have to give him a full 6 to have a chance. His entire metal mechanical body was dilapidated, his cold bones were exposed, and his eyes shone with a destructive red light, like a machine from the Doomsday hell. There are 6 infinite gems in the Marvel Universe. Space, time, reality, soul, mind, power. Each infinite gems has a level universe ability with a corresponding prefix name. Once the infinite gems are successfully collected and the Infinity Gauntlet is used to unleash the infinite power of the gems, you can kill the entire Marvel Universe with a snap of your fingers. Definitely, no one can control infinite gems, only temporarily borrow its infinite power. Even with the protection of Infinity Gauntlet, using gem power will pay a price. As strong as Thanos, if he forcibly snaps 2 fingers, he will become a disabled person, and even the Infinity Gauntlet will be corroded and destroyed. Infinite gems reign supreme in the Marvel Universe, and a single gem can exert great power. Therefore, there is a huge difference in strength between Thanos who holds a single gem and Thanos who holds 2 gems. But it's not enough to defeat the destruction machine Superman Yi Meng. After all, Yi Meng himself has 2 infinite gems, mind and space. Under the rationality of the Marvel Universe concept, Thanos has the most, and can only get the other 4 infinite gems: power, reality, time, and soul. A single Marvel Universe can only accommodate 6 infinite gems with different characteristics, and more or less will collapse. Among them, the time gem should still be on Doctor Strange inherited from Ancient One, and the soul gem needs to go to the land guarded by Red Skull to sacrifice with the person you love the most. The reality gem, which was supposed to be kept in the hands of the universe collector, now appears in the hands of Thanos out of thin air, which is the result of the intervention of hidden forces. Yi Meng is very clear. Even if it is the hidden force, it is impossible to ignore the concept and rules of the current universe and act as it pleases. Even what they do must conform to the rules. They are more robot-like than Vision Yi Meng. Deep in the universe, destruction machine Superman Yi Meng stood between the shattered hulls of the main ship. He held the Infinity Gauntlet in one hand and the Tesseract in the other, and a purple arm fell on the deck. The severed arm Thanos was kicked into space outside the main ship like a sandbag. Supergiant, who was leading the spaceships of the other fleet, saw many soldiers under Thanos, and lost his voice for a while. Their eyes were full of inconceivable expressions, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. It is estimated that they will never forget the scene in front of them. The overlord of the tens of millions of civilizations in the universe, Thanos was actually defeated, and he was unilaterally ravaged and beaten by the opponent? Their cognition and belief, like Thanos who was kicked into the universe, all collapsed at once. Monster, that's a mechanical monster. Are we going to avenge our master? What revenge is there? Even the master and the main ship have been defeated by the opponent. Run away. The subordinates and soldiers of the Thanos fleet panicked. They looked at the young man in the main ship again, as if they were looking at a mechanical demon, and the dark golden figure standing in the universe was deeply imprinted in their minds. Success, Vision defeated Thanos. In the donut spaceship cabin, Thor and Dr. Banner were extremely excited. They never expected that Thanos, who brought them despair and suffocation half an hour ago, would be easily defeated by Vision Yi Meng who rushed here. This is too magical. But Wanda doesn't think so. Even seeing Thanos lose the Infinity Gauntlet and fly into outer space like a coma, Wanda's slender knuckles were still clenched and turned white, and her gorgeous and delicate face remained dignified. The battle has just begun, Wanda said in a determined and calm tone. Thor looked sideways, and said in surprise, Wanda, what are you talking about? Thanos has fallen, and only the other fleet is left. We will definitely be able to deal with them together? Well, even if we can't deal with it, we can run first. The real enemy is not the Thanos fleet. Wanda shook her head lightly. Look. Dr. Banner suddenly exclaimed in surprise, where's Thanos? Thor's eyes widened suddenly. Sure enough, Thanos, who was kicked out of outer space, lost his Infinity Gauntlet, lost his arm and was seriously injured and unconscious, suddenly disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the cabin was shattered, leaving only the inside of the main ship surrounded by the gravity device. Is it finally unbearable to end? Yi Meng calmly watched Thanos who disappeared strangely, feeling the familiar special energy fluctuations, and the Infinity Gauntlet with 2 gems inlaid in his hand also disappeared from scratch. The Tesseract held in the other hand also evaporates out of thin air under the energy fluctuations. Caught you? Yi Meng directly crushed the Tesseract with his right hand, and the Rubik's Cube powder offset that special energy fluctuation. At the same time, a mechanical phantom similar to the destruction machine Superman Yi Meng, but with a white appearance, suddenly flashed from the universe next to it, and brought out 2 mysterious people respectively. It was Vision, remotely controlled by part of Yi Meng's mind, which had been hiding in the dark waiting for this moment. The colorful streamer of quantum energy overflowed from his body, and in Vision's hands, he held a man and a woman like chickens. Regardless of the appearance of men and women, they all look like young ordinary human beings. They are dressed in uniforms with blue-bottomed helmets and uniforms. They can be directly employed as security guards on the Earth. It's so ordinary that it can't be more ordinary. At the moment, a man and a woman, security guards in mysterious uniforms, were carried by the White Vision in a half-phase transition state. Their expressions were still a little dazed, until they saw clearly where they were, and the mechanical youth standing in front of them, their faces instantly very pale. Impossible, how could you notice us? He is indeed a heterogeneity, the heterogeneity that causes changes in the sacred timeline, and must be dealt with as soon as possible. The 2 mysterious security guards panicked and said that they wanted to use the special equipment on their bodies, but their necks were pinched tightly by 5 mechanical fingers, their faces flushed purple and they couldn't breathe, like 2 human prawns convulsing and convulsing. I ask, you answer. Yi Meng floated forward, looking down at them calmly. Even if you die, we won't say it, native. Yes, we are for a sacred mission. The members of the mysterious organization, 1 man and 1 woman, are constantly struggling. Really, then you all go to die. Yi Meng flew forward, the mind gem inlaid on his forehead lit up, stretched out 2 broken mechanical fingers, and tapped on the eyebrows of the 2 mysterious uniforms respectively. Immediately, the eyes of a man and a woman were dull, revealing the yellow pupils of mind gem. Where are you from? Yi Meng asked. The male member who was extremely tough before immediately responded, Time Administration, Team B. My name is B11, and her name is B12. Really? Yi Meng's eyes flickered, and he continued to ask, where did you take Thanos and the Infinity Gauntlet? The female member named B12 quickly said, we don't know either, just now they randomly altered their current cosmic positioning through the space converter. Yi Meng believed that there were no lies under the control of Mind Gem, and continued to ask, why did you come here? B11 replied, unprecedented changes have taken place here in the sacred timeline. We came in as a forward to investigate and found that Thanos was suppressed by Vision. This is wrong. B12 continued the words, we are trying to correct this error and get the sacred timeline back on track. I see, this will set you free. Yi Meng's face was always calm and indifferent, and with a thought, Vision exerted force with his hands, and with a click, B11 and B12 fell down together. He just detected that the members of these Time Management Bureau are ordinary people without any super abilities. The only abnormal thing is that their memories and hearts have been severely edited, and only the memories of their experiences working hard at the Time Administration have been kept. They are a group of poor people who have no real self-memory and are played by the existence behind the scenes. They don't have any abilities, their past memories, and they don't know many secrets. They are just the lowest level tool people. What makes them detached from the universe, and what can interfere with the previous battle situation, is the special equipment they carry. Yi Meng took off the equipment from B11 and B12 except for the armor, which were the seemingly ordinary sticks, mechanical collars, walkie-talkies, and equipment. These are all future technological equipment from the Time Administration, which is many years ahead of this Marvel time and space. It is deeply involved in the technology of the quantum field, and it is also a device that truly uses quantum energy as a power supply. There are mind gems memory reading, and artificial intelligence's scanning analysis. Superman Yi Meng, the destruction machine, quickly became familiar with and mastered the uses of these armed equipment. Space converter, capable of spacetime teleportation, it is also the only thing that enters the Time Management Bureau. Once lost, even the staff cannot return. Time device, can be locked on the body of the time fugitive, and then through the remote control device, freely dominate and control the time criminal, and control the individual time of the other party. Time-space resetter, it can reset the time-space branch outside the sacred timeline, so as to edit and erase the germination of the birth of parallel universes. Spacetime throwing stick, can release a wave of electric current in melee, completely erasing the existence of the opponent. Forget about the first two types, but the latter two kinds of armed equipment are too buggy, especially the so-called spacetime throwing stick. Yi Meng narrowed his eyes. Can this thing directly erase all living beings? But under his detection analysis, how does it look like a special spacetime teleportation function? Don't wait for Yi Meng to think about it. As a teleportation beam from the spaceship falls, Wanda and Thor appear on the deck of the main ship nearby. Xiao Meng, has it been resolved? Are you okay? Wanda trotted over with concern, and looked down at the dead, limp corpses of two ordinary people. I'm fine. Yi Meng fell back on the deck and nodded. Thor looked surprised. Vision, what the hell is going on? Who are they? Yi Meng was about to say something. But at this moment, a teleportation portal opened not far away out of thin air. Thor looked alertly and vigilantly, and soon froze again, seeing a slender figure walking out of the portal. It was a young woman with short hair, wearing a black hooded cloak. Under the cloak, she was slender, with a fair and beautiful evil face, and a golden hair crown with a single horn on her forehead. Thor looked at the other person. His heart trembled, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and his basic affection was overwhelming. Could it be that this is love at first sight in transmission? Loki just died, what was I thinking? Thor was annoyed to himself. Vision, follow me right away. The evil woman hurriedly shouted out from the portal opened by the space converter. Who are you? Wanda stood in front of Yi Meng, watching him warily. I perceived that she didn't mean any harm. Yi Meng patted Wanda's shoulder lightly, and asked peacefully, why should I go with you? The evil woman pointed her hand and gestured to the two corpses on the lower deck. These are just the forward members who came to investigate. You killed them and messed up the sacred timeline. Soon more administration troops will arrive time and space here. She stepped forward and grabbed Yi Meng's hand, and was about to drag him away forcibly. You follow me first, let's talk in another place. However, Yi Meng is fixed on the ground like a metal statue connected to the deck. No matter how the evil woman pulls it, she remains motionless. Yi Meng smiled calmly and said, Miss, tell me your background first. The evil woman frowned, hesitated, and finally sighed. I am female Loki. You can also call me Hilway. Thor almost choked on his saliva. His bloodshot eyes widened. What are you talking about? Are you a female? Loki. Yes, big brother. Hill took a quick look at Thor, and continued to say to Vision Yi Meng, since you have captured B11 and B12, you should know more or less about the existence of the Time Administration, and it is obvious that you are now on their enemy side. Yi Meng looked at the device worn under the cloak of the other party. The device you used just now is also the device of the Time Administration. Yes, but I am not from the Time Administration, but one of the time fugitives they are looking for and arresting. I have been fighting to overthrow the existence of the Time Administration. Female Loki Hill said quickly, come with me. If you stay in this time and space, you will not only die, but also implicate other people around you, and even this specific time and space. Hill's attitude and words are extremely serious and sincere. She will take the risk of appearing in this time and space to absorb the power of vision, so as to accumulate foundation for overthrowing the Time Administration. What with what? The Time Administration? A time fugitive. Thor was still in a daze. Xiao Meng. Wanda looked at Yi Meng with her beautiful eyes, and said nothing more, waiting for Yi Meng to make a decision. If Yi Meng chooses to leave, no matter which time and space she goes to, she will choose to follow, which is already decided. Under the watchful eyes of Hill and Wanda, Yi Meng quickly made the final decision. Wanda, I'm sorry. Yi Meng said softly, and stuffed the space gem that glowed with a blue halo into Wanda's hand. Xiao Meng, you. Wanda's beautiful eyes and eyelashes fluttered, and she held the broken mechanical hand with her tender hand and refused to let go. Yi Meng smiled and stretched out his hand, stroking Wanda's soft and shiny hair like a waterfall. Don't worry. You and Thor, use the space gem to return to Earth first, and I will come soon. After entering the quantum realm, infinite gems will lose their effect and have no use for him. You promised me, you'll be back soon. Wanda's beautiful eyes were dim, and she tightly held the space gem in her hand. She obeyed Yi Meng's arrangement and believed that Yi Meng would not abandon herself. And if Yi Meng doesn't come back, then he must have failed and died, and she will lose the meaning of living. Wait me back. Destruction Machine Superman Yi Meng nodded, then looked up at Hilwei. Let's go. It is good. The female Loki Hilwei breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to reopen the portal. But Yi Meng picked up the space converter she just harvested and opened a portal one step earlier than her. You opened the time-space portal to where? Hilwei asked in astonishment. Time administration. Yi Meng said definitely, and walked towards the portal. You are crazy. Hill was dumbfounded. She thought that being the biggest time offender, she was already crazy enough. Unexpectedly, the vision of this time and space is even crazier. Just knowing the Time Management Bureau, they have to send it directly to it. You are dying in the past. Hilwei rushed forward and tried to stop him. In it, your mind gem, magic, energy, and even technology cannot be used. You will be wiped out by them directly. If you don't try, how do you know that I died in the past? Yi Meng continued to move forward without stopping. Crazy, completely crazy. Seeing that Yi Meng had no intention of stopping, Hill stayed where he was. Yi Meng came to the portal, paused, and said, if you believe in me, come with me, and I will end everything. Under the watchful eyes of the girls Wanda, Thor, and the female Loki Hill, like a dilapidated and waste mechanical youth who was eliminated by the times, he took another step and entered the portal leading to the Time Management Bureau, Divine Timeline, Vision's fate. Everything in this time and space will come to an end. The previous Infinity Gauntlet version of Thanos was nothing more than a bait for Yi Meng, in order to force out the time administration that was separated from the universe. As long as the time administration exists, the matter is not over. Even if Thanos is killed, the administration can get another Thanos out. Therefore, the real enemy in this battle has always been the time administration. Now, there is only one last step left. After solving the time administration, the fixed timeline and the fate of Vision will come to an end. Until then, in the current time and space of the Marvel Universe, there will be no existence that can stop him. Then, Destruction Machine Superman Yi Meng stepped firmly into the portal to the time administration. And just when Yi Meng stepped into Setsuna of the Time Management Bureau, before he could see the inner scene clearly, everything around him was shrouded in light, and time seemed to stop completely at this moment. This is the inner strength of the time administration? Wrong? The surrounding light also ushered in shattering and disillusionment. Just like the dream scene before waking up, Yi Meng's thoughts were separated from the world in which he was, but still did not return to the real world, but shuttled across to another dream. Dreamland, ushered in a switch at this moment? At this time, well, maybe it's because I overused the projection power of the ancient Doomsday just now. Yi Meng's dream consciousness flowed. After all, he still couldn't resist the pulling force as powerful as a black hole, and fell towards another dream. That is, the dream universe world named DC? DC Universe, Earth, Metropolis. It was noon, the sky was cloudless and clear, and the fireball-like sun hung high in the sky, shining bright golden sunlight unhindered on the city of steel. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now, September 9th, 2010, at 12 o'clock in the morning. These are the best of times, and today is the best day ever. We are fortunate to meet here at the football stadium. The stadium competition is about to start. Let me hear your cheers. As a metropolis with a world-class economic city, a transnational football ceremony is being held in the central football stadium located in the urban area. Under the passionate shout of the host, the auditorium filled the football stadium and venues, and the number of spectators from all over the world reached as high as 100,000. At this moment, they all waved support sticks and cheered, and the huge waves of spectators rose into the sky. Buzz? In the heated and grand atmosphere, the entire large football stadium vibrated. But at this time, look, what is that? In the auditorium, someone suddenly looked up at the sky and stretched out his finger, showing a surprised expression. What the hell is that? It's falling to this side, it's getting bigger and bigger. More and more spectators noticed the strangeness in the sky above the stadium, and they stood up from their seats one after another, full of surprise. And when they realized what it was, everyone in Setsuna held their breath and looked terrified in cardiac arrest. Visible, dome blue sky over football field stadium. A small black dot appeared first, and the small black dot kept getting bigger and was falling towards the bottom of the stadium. Soon the small black dot changed from the file size of rice grains to the file size of a baby's fist, and revealed the outline of the falling object, which was the white nose and steel wings. That's a plane? To be more prepared, it is a large Boeing airliner with a takeoff weight of more than 400 tons. Such a behemoth is constantly falling towards the football stadium, like a huge meteorite, and its visual impact after approaching 100 meters low is unparalleled. Looking at the Boeing airliner with its head plummeting downward, everyone in the auditorium of the football stadium was stunned, feeling the fear of destruction and death, but what kept them from panicking was the hope that was more abundant than this fear light. Having completely lost its engine braking ability, the large Boeing airliner that fell vertically actually slowed down during the fall. Sharp-eyed people have already seen that a figure is standing on the head of the Boeing airliner, using both hands to bear the terrifying weight of the aircraft, but it obviously slows down the Boeing airliner. Until the moment before the Boeing airliner crashed on the football field, it completely stopped the signs of falling. Under the support of the figure, it stopped at a low altitude for a few seconds, and then was carried by the nose and gently lowered to the lawn field. Under the golden sunlight, the packed football field was silent, and the fanatical eyes of everyone, almost believers, fell on the figure lifting the plane. The tall figure that showed the miracle slowly flew up. It was a young black-haired youth, wearing a tight-fitting battlesuit with a blue cloak, an S logo on his sturdy chest, and a bright red cloak fluttering in the wind. The young man is handsome and tall, with a reassuring sunny smile on his face, bathed in the light, like an invincible and close god on earth. Superman. 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 The host, the football players, and the 100,000 spectators in the auditorium called out almost in unison, and the fanatical voice almost resounded throughout the metropolis. Superman nodded with a smile and flew forward, reaching out to remove the safety protégé from the Boeing. He lowered his head into the cabin, and said to the hundreds of desperate passengers wearing oxygen masks, "Everyone, it's all right now. Superman, it's Superman. Ha ha ha, we are saved." Seeing the moment of youth in the battlesuit, the passengers immediately showed even more fanatical expressions, and despair was replaced by hope. They know that they are saved, no matter what disasters or difficulties they face, no one will add to the pain. Because of Superman, here comes Superman. In the metropolis, a 100-story skyscraper soars into the sky. This is the head office building of the metropolitan Planet Daily. At the moment, the news department of Planet Daily, Louise Lois, head of the press team and secretary to the manager, is walking down the hallway of the department on high heels. She was young and beautiful with light makeup on her face, her hair tied into a ponytail, and she looked capable and intellectual. She was wearing a white shirt and trousers suit, with a work card hanging on her chest, but she walked vigorously and resolutely. Passing by the multi-person office of the news department, it can be seen that there is already a mess inside. Hurry up and edit. The superhero Superman appeared again at the Metropolitan Football Stadium and saved nearly 500 people. How many times has Superman appeared? 1,000 times. Since Superman first appeared to save the workers of the offshore oil plant 3 years ago, he has saved more than 100,000 people so far, right? Whether volcanic eruptions, submarine accidents, snow mountain collapses, stormy waves, floods, or current aviation accidents, he can perfectly resolve all disasters with the mighty power comparable to the gods. The god of the world, the Red Flash, the strongest hero, is worthy of the name. The reporters in the news department were constantly amazed. Superman, the god on Earth, the strongest hero? He is also the only one. A year ago, as a stateless, pure hero, he participated in the United Nations Conference, and even a well-known existence of various world economic and natural summits. Definitely, he is also the most popular hotspot in the current era. If he shows up, he can become the headline of the newspaper that day. Compared to the buzzing news department, Louise still had a cold face, but with a smile on her lips, she came to the manager's office with a stack of documents. On the doorplate of the manager's office, it is marked, Clark Dream. After knocking on the door, a gentle male voice came from inside, "Please come in." Louise opened the door, walked in, closed the door, and locked the door. "It's Louise, you came just in time." On a desk full of documents, a well-mannered young man wearing black-rimmed glasses raised his eyes and showed a pleasant and warm smile. Louise glanced at the office window. The window was not completely closed, but the hair and neckline of the young man on the office chair were not messed up at all. Obviously, no one except her knew that the other party had just returned from the football field that caused a sensation. Louise stepped forward to put the documents on the table, and complained a little, "Mr. Manager, next time you go out, at least remind me to come and guard the door, otherwise what if someone comes to deal with business?" The young man smiled slightly, "I'm afraid you're too busy. Besides, it's just a small accident and it won't take long. If I go out again next time, I'll explain the situation to you." There was no resentment in Louise's heart, and she didn't know how many times she thought silently in her heart, "He is really a perfect person. I don't know what kind of person can cultivate such a perfect person. Can I and them really become a family in the future?" Louise was a little confused and asked, "Tell me, what else do you want me to do?" "Louis, we've been in love for almost 3 years. Clark smiled. "Yes, I think it's time to introduce you to my family. If all goes well, we'll get married next year." "Hey." Louise's eyes widened. In the afternoon, approaching evening, a low-end luxury car drove out of the metropolitan area and headed towards the suburbs at a constant speed. Inside the car, Clark, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses and a suit and leather shoes, was driving the vehicle, while Louise, who was sitting beside him in the passenger seat, put on a long skirt and was holding her hands together anxiously. "There's no need to be so nervous." Clark saw the uneasiness in Louise's heart, and gently held her hands with one hand. With Clark's comfort, Louise calmed down a bit, but still said anxiously, "I just think that you are so outstanding and perfect, while I am very ordinary, even in the eyes of thousands of employees in the company." Clark, who was the manager of the news department at the young age of 30, is definitely a superior talent with unlimited potential. He is methodical, experienced, gentle, and a gentleman with a perfect style of conduct. He is a person with perfect character and appearance, ability, and background. Louise even knew the biggest secret of the other party. Clark is Superman? That's right, it's the perfect existence who debuted as a superhero for 3 years and is known as the god of the world or the Red Flash. No matter what crisis or calamity can be solved, it has been recognized by the global official organization, and the figure of the red cloak flies over the city, and the world has begun to change for it. The perfect man and the perfect god are in one. This is Clark Dream. This is Superman. Therefore, Louise and Clark are in a relationship, and they have been under pressure in their hearts, let alone going to see their parents now? Clark comforted, "Don't worry, King. My adoptive father once said that nothing is perfect, everything has flaws, and the most important thing is to find the flaws, and then make them perfect. Your adoptive father is amazing." Louise said sincerely, "But I have too many flaws, will your adoptive father dislike me? I can guarantee this, it won't." Clark said firmly, "My adoptive father also said that to him, human beings are all the same, and there is no distinction between high and low." Really? Louise breathed a sigh of relief, but somehow felt that Clark's words were a bit strange. The vehicle drove into a large manor surrounded by forests and stopped in front of the manor mansion. "This is the home you grew up in." Louise got out of the car and looked up at the huge quiet and low-luxury manor mansion, and was shocked. It turns out that Clark is still a rich second generation? "Yes, I grew up here." Clark paused, looking into Louise's eyes. "Louis, my family members are very different from ordinary people outside, in every way. In short, no matter, you don't need to panic about what you see inside, I will always be with you." Louise nodded and said, "I'm fine with that. I'm a reporter and I've seen everything." Clark opened his mouth and was about to say something, but at this moment, a figure walked out from the door of the mansion. It was a beautiful woman with white hair. There was no trace of age on her face. She was wearing a long silver scale skirt to make her plump. She called softly, "It's Clark, you're back." "Yes, and hi." Clark pulled Louise aside. "She is what I told you before, Louise Lois, my colleague and my lover." "And hi." Louise blushed and called out, "Miss Louise, you are so beautiful." Atlanta praised, but hurriedly pushed Clark aside, and said in a low voice, "I told you, don't bring Louise here. I want to show her to the king." Clark said persistently, "This is a mistake. The king doesn't care, how could he care about these?" Atlanta sighed. Clark said peacefully, "At least let me take her to the king's side. Since they are all here, the king must have seen it, so it's not appropriate to leave like this." Atlanta hesitated to speak, and finally sighed, "You guys, go." Clark nodded, took Louise and walked towards the main entrance of the mansion. Atlanta looked at Louise's back and shook her head. Ahead but hell. The mansion is huge and quiet. Louise looked around curiously, but she couldn't see a single person. It seemed that such a large manor house didn't even have a housekeeper or nanny. The king doesn't like to be disturbed by others, and he can't get close to him without certain strength. Clark explained. "King?" Louise already understood that what Clark referred to as the adoptive father is the current king, but why is it called the king? Louise wanted to ask, but when she came to the stairs on the second floor, she just ran into a girl who came out of the room. A pink-haired girl about 12 years old. Her face and facial features are as delicate as a doll, her skin is as milky and white as a baby, and she wears a dress like a dream angel. Especially her eyes, clear and bright, better than the stars in the night sky. The pink-haired girl glanced at Louise, and Louise suddenly felt that everything was seen through. The girl's clear eyes were full of disgust. "Clark, you can pick up any cat or dog, especially if you want to disturb the king." Clark immediately maintained, "Her name is Louise, and she is my girlfriend." "Oh, girlfriend, hum." The pink-haired girl was still hostile, and her floral dress was swaying as she flew towards the third floor. Clark explained, "Her name is Cam, alias Xiaohuahua. Don't look at her like this, but she is about the same age as me. That's my childhood sweetheart." Louise wasn't angry either. She was surprised and then suddenly said, "It's not because of you that she treats me so badly." Clark shook his head, "You misunderstood. She treats everyone like this except the king, including me." "King?" Louise muttered again in her heart, becoming more and more curious. The next moment after stepping on the third floor of the mansion, Louise began to tremble due to the human genes in her body. Her pretty face was pale and bloodless, and she looked at the two terrifying beings guarding the door of a room. Left side. It is a huge wolf head more than 2 meters high, with 2 horns on top of the inhuman existence. It is covered with broken silver armor, and a thick chain is tied around the neck. Between its breaths, the scorching breath erupted makes one's hair stand on end, and the cowbell's big eyes opened Setsuna as if being targeted by a devil. Right. It was a tall, bald man who was nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a strange dark black battlesuit, with a lightning-shaped mark on his chest, and his body was locked by a dark chain of nothingness. Standing there, he felt even less human than the former, with electric lights flickering faintly in his chest, and an extremely evil aura lingered. "Don't be afraid, they are called Steppenwolf and Black Adam respectively, and they are prisoners in the king's hands." Even though Clark said so, he still stretched out his arms to hold Louise, wrapped her in a biological force field, and led her to continue walking forward. Every time Louise took a step forward, she felt like she was stepping closer to hell. Just the existence of the two guarding the door, and their own terrifying aura pressure, is enough to paralyze the human beings outside, like evil gods who cannot look directly at them. Even with the protection of the biological force field, Louise still felt that she was weaker than an ant, and it was difficult to catch her breath. Her heart was sometimes rushing and sometimes slowly suppressed and convulsed. Stopping at the door, Xiaohuahua showed a look of disdain, and whispered to herself, "Just getting close to here, you will die." "My lord, I'm back." Clark yelled suddenly, supporting Louise before he reached the door. A calm voice came from inside, "Come in." The words just fell. The Steppenwolf on the left side of the door turned around and lowered his head, while Black Adam on the right side of the door turned around and knelt down on one knee. The devil and evil god bowed their heads and surrendered to the existence in the room. The depressing atmosphere of despair also dissipated. Louise was breathing rapidly, her forehead and back were covered with sweat, and her face was pale. Louise. Clark looked at her worriedly. I'm fine, let's go in. Louise gritted her teeth and firmly held Clark's hand. Tisk. Xiao Huahua felt a little bored, and went into the room first. Clark led Louise, passed between the Steppenwolf and Black Adam on both sides of the door, and entered the room one step later. Louise looked up at the light, and could see a bone spur monster wearing a Superman-like black battlesuit sitting on the main seat deep in the room. There are endless red flames dancing in its eyes, and the obviously hideous and terrifying bony spurs and facial features flow brightly like white jade, exuding a sacred and supreme aura. Superman Clark let go of his girlfriend Louise's hand, and knelt down towards the chief seat in front of him. Destroy the king. Destroy the king? This is a monster. He is Clark's adoptive father? Louise looked at Clark kneeling on one knee, her mind went blank and her body trembled. The superhero Superman, who was hailed as the god of the world by the outside world and has always been strong and invincible, showed a very low profile at this time. King. Louise was at a loss, but she knelt down with Clark, or her legs were weak. The Bone Spur King sitting on the main seat made her look familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Although she hadn't remembered it yet, she had already felt the emotion in her heart. The emotion called fear. On the main seat, Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, had red light flickering in his eyes, feeling the power overflowing from every cell in his body, and was in a trance for a while. Back to this world again, the cosmic dreamland called DC. Although, over the years, I have long been used to the dream switching between Marvel and DC. Since the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday is still too powerful, it will draw Yi Meng's consciousness into the DC dreamland. And every time he enters the DC dream, Yi Meng will wait until his sanity ends, and then pass the dream anchor again, trying to return to the Marvel dream. Now, as the ancient day of destruction, he can maintain human sanity for a year. This also led to the fact that Yi Meng's consciousness spent much longer in the DC dream than in the Marvel dream. Since the last time I fell into a dream from the real world, I began to wander and sink in the dream, unable to wake up. Yi Meng has been in the Marvel Dream universe for 3 years in total, and in the DC Dream universe, he has been in the ancient Doomsday for a full 30 years. This is not 30 years of ignorance, but 30 years of being rational and clearly remembering every day, although most of the time is spent in battle. But the 30 years of the DC Dream, plus the 3 years of the Marvel Dream, that is, the 33 years of dreaming time, has exceeded the true age of Yi Meng's real self. Sometimes even Yi Meng doubts himself whether he can really wake up and return to his real self. At first, I used the dream as a source of power, and later as a huge cage to imprison the will. Until now, I have begun to accept the life in the dream, and I have experienced and spent a long time here. Can he really wake up from these dream worlds? Does he really want to wake up from these dreams? Whether in Marvel or DC Dreamland, respectively as Mechanical Superman, and the Ancient Doomsday, Yi Meng stood at a certain height, but still felt confused inside. The longer the immersion into the dream incarnation, the more blurred the memory of reality, more precisely, it is diluted. Sometimes, he would forget that he was dreaming a very real dream. King. The skin of the girl in the dress was puffed with powder, and she flung herself lightly into her arms. In the big bone spur's hand, Xiao Huahua let out a light laugh. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng woke up from a trance. Correct. Since it is a dream, it will wake up sooner or later. Moreover, in reality, there are people waiting for him, people worthy of his awakening. I will not give up control of the dream, but I will not get lost in it completely, and give up the real life of reality. No matter which world I am in, I am the king. At the moment of switching to the DC Dream world, Yi Meng reaffirmed his will. Although 33 years had passed in the dream, he believed that the time elapsed in reality should be much less. Now, on the side of Marvel's Dreamland, after solving the Time Management Bureau, by the way, find a way to completely control Mind Gem. After the Marvel Dreamland perfectly controls the Mind Gem, the ancient Doomsday side of the DC Dreamland should be able to maintain sanity forever, and perhaps be able to completely control the destructive power and return to reality after waking up from the Dreamland. Although circled, but the goal is clear. It is nothing more than to control the 2 dream incarnations while finding a balance to realize the metamorphosis of the self in reality. There is only one step left, just take that step. Head up. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng spoke. His voice was already slow enough, it still made the air in the room vibrate. This body, with its uncontrolled real voice, can form sound waves that can directly shock to death ordinary people 100 meters away. Clark looked up, and he kept kneeling on one knee, but he said innocently and happily like a child, "Your Majesty, look, this is the woman I chose, and her name is Louise Lois." Yi Meng looked at the human woman who was also kneeling beside her. Louise's face was pale, and as an ordinary human being, she definitely felt fear. If the astonishingly powerful Steppenwolf and Black Adam made her feel as fragile as an ant as a human being, then the hideous and sacred existence above the main seat now made her as insignificant as if she looked up at the starry universe. Everything that exists is insignificant before him. But for Clark, Louise still lifted her chin vigorously, raised her face, and accepted the sight that was like being baptized by the hot sun. Only then did Louise notice that there were two other people on both sides of the main seat. In this mysterious mansion where Clark grew up, apart from the eccentric and friendly beautiful young woman Atlanta, the pink girl Cam who is the same age as Clark, Steppenwolf, and Black Adam who are known as prisoners and unknown evil existence at the door, there are two other female humans. That's right, it's a female human being, she read it right. On the left side of the main seat is a tall black-haired girl, whose facial features are carefully carved like a god, with a graceful figure and slender limbs, wearing a fashionable plain windbreaker. Her pale black eyebrows were like the edge of a sword, and her beautiful eyes stared at her with encouragement, giving her a sense of divine healing. It's like a statue of a goddess alive, flawless. On the right is a sexy blonde, with a top-notch delicate appearance that exudes charm, wearing a very wild leopard print coat, and the inner sweater clearly outlines mature and plump seductive curves. The pupils of the eyes flickered coquettishly, and the eyes were extremely aggressive, but after seeing Superman, they still restrained and looked away. There is also a divinity, but the fallen kind. Angel on the left and devil on the right, and the bone spur monster in the middle seat is ferocious and sacred. This kind of scene drawing can be the world of gods or hell, everything depends on the choice of the main seat. Louise suddenly understood why he was called king. A king is a king for no other reason. He is above everything and suppresses everything in this world. Yi Meng looked at Louise, a human woman who was struggling to lift her head. In his eyes, there was no secret in her body, and the blood cells and genes in her body were also showing up. She was an ordinary human being who could not be more ordinary. However, the moment Clark chose her, the other party was not ordinary. Sure enough, even though Clark's growth, environment, personality, and life had changed, Louise Lois was still chosen. So, can the other party really conceive the offspring of Kryptonians? At least, the embryo that doesn't appear to be pregnant yet. The day of destruction of the ancients. For some reason, Yi Meng has developed a collection of powerful people over the years. Or in other words, personal toy collection preferences. The day of ancient destruction. Yi Meng's eyes fell back on Superman Clark. Feeling the respect from the heart, he shook his head inexplicably. In fact, he was disappointed with Superman Clark. Although the opponent has indeed grown into Superman, and to some extent, as a superhero is extremely perfect. It's a pity that the opponent is still too weak, he has not reached the height he expected, and he does not have the indomitable spirit of the strong. Even after becoming an adult, it also becomes my own toy. Oh no, let me vent out as a training partner, and fight with me all the way. But even if he was beaten half to death, the opponent still couldn't unleash the true potential of the Kryptonian gene in his body. For a long time, the combat power that Superman Clark can display in battle is at most about 80% of his true strength, let alone his desperate and sublimated super performance. As for Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, the number of strengths he can express is even lower. Often a Superman needs to gather one or two outsiders to form a combat team in order to warm up a little. As the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, even if Yi Meng has reason, he still can't feel the self-emotion of being a human being. The will to destroy is still there, but it is temporarily controlled by him and integrated into one body by him. He is not in the extremely evil lineup, nor is he in the justice lineup. All behaviors are based on his own inner preferences. Definitely, because he often ignores the world's rules and restrictions when expressing his inner preferences, and because of the appearance of the ancient Doomsday, in the eyes of many outsiders, he is the most evil among all evils. In DC Dreamland, it has been 30 years since I regained my sanity. The ancient destruction day. Yi Meng no longer blindly kills for the sake of destruction. It is just the lowest level of destruction fun, but he doesn't care about accidentally stepping on a few or tens of thousands of ants when he is doing outside activities. Definitely is a lot to him. Living things are ants. He also only invests in and collects DC technology from the outside world for the Marvel dream. And, in order to satisfy the preferences of the ancient Doomsday, go to the outer space of the universe and the old gods of the earth, and satisfy the relatively high level of destruction fun by venting the desire to fight and raising the strong in captivity. The most recent battle that made him more satisfied was finding an old magician named Shazam who was hidden in the dark of the earth and inherited the power of the old Egyptian god. In that battle, even the divine power and lightning resistance of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, were greatly improved. At last, Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, gave old Shazam an end, and released the evil gods sealed by him in one fell swoop. Among them, the others had already died in that battle, leaving only Black Adam who inherited the power of the 6 Egyptian gods. At that time, Black Adam's strength was not far from Superman's, and some abilities were even higher than Superman's. In addition, Black Adam took the initiative to surrender his soul, so Yi Meng took advantage of the opportunity to keep this good sandbag by his side. Under the starry sky, look for the strong, ravage the strong, and raise the strong. Ancient Destruction Day. Yi Meng has done nothing in the past 30 years. Definitely, what he didn't know was, in the eyes of others, this invincible Supreme King has suppressed this world for 30 years. Go down. The Ancient Destruction Day. Yi Meng nodded and waved his hand. Louise was still in a daze, her body was stiff, her legs were limp and she knelt on the ground, looking up at the king sitting on her seat. Okay, my lord, I will come to see you next time. Clark showed a bright smile and was satisfied. He helped Louise up and led her out. face this scene. Except for the King of Destruction, everyone in the room had different expressions. The Steppenwolf's chained head was still hanging down, thinking that such a weak human being was not worthy to set foot here. But since the Supreme King of Destruction didn't say anything, the guard dog has nothing to say. Steppenwolf looked up at the king with fanaticism and awe. It has not forgotten that it is a new Protoss, and it has the pride of a new Protoss in its bones. It still despises other cosmic races, but it is sincere in its submission to the King of Destruction. Nor did it betray Apocalypse, still waiting for a chance. But as long as the King of Destruction exists on the Earth for one day, it will continue to surrender and kneel here. After all, as long as the King of Destruction exists, it is meaningless to call the Apocalypse forces. Black Adam's sturdy and mighty face was calm, and he knelt on one knee, watching Clark and Louise walk out of the door. Although he didn't know what the King of Destruction was thinking, he always had a feeling of ignorance. Is this also part of the plan of the King of Destruction to rule the universe? Black Adam thought secretly. He has the wisdom endowed by the Egyptian gods, and he has always believed that the destruction of the king's domination of so many powerful people is obviously the final preparation for ruling the universe. Thousands of years ago, he only wanted to rule the Earth world, and the king undoubtedly had a loftier and more distant goal. This too. After Black Adam was defeated 3 years ago, he was willing to take the initiative to put soul shackles on himself, which became a major reason for the destruction of the king's prisoner. He felt that on the road to rule the universe, he could be positioned as a future military strategist. Wonder Woman Diana also secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Louise was able to leave safely. If the King of Destruction attacked the opponent, even if she tried to stop it, she might be powerless. At the beginning, after promising to kill the King of Destruction, Wonder Woman Diana stayed here for more than 20 years. Over the past 20 years, Wonder Woman has wandered between life and death countless times. She personally feels that she is much stronger than 20 years ago, and her divine power has increased by half. At least, if she meets Ares, the god of war. Now, she also believes that she has the power to fight. However, want to defeat, or even kill the King of Destruction. Sorry, can't do it. Only this must not be done. Wonder Woman Diana has accepted this fact, and she must not be able to defeat the fact that the King of Destruction is on her own. Wonder Woman is not ashamed to admit it, but takes it definitely for granted. After more than 20 years, she became stronger and felt the king's strength and invincibility, but as a goddess, she is on the side of justice, even if she joins forces. Wonder Woman Diana cast her eyes on the leopard girl Barbara on the other side of the main seat, but she saw her former colleague, at the moment, peeking at the king with winking eyes. Wonder Woman has a slight headache. Leopard girl Barbara secretly looked at the main seat, overflowing with powerful and coercive king all the time. She knows that Superman Clark is a special existence for this supreme king who treats all things equally. After all, the other party has grown up here since he was a child, and as a superhero, he keeps attracting rumors from the outside world. Obviously, the King of Destruction has certain expectations for Clark. And now, Clark has actually chosen an ordinary human woman as his partner, and the King of Destruction seems to have a good attitude towards it? That being the case, why didn't she have a chance to become the partner of the King of Destruction? After becoming one with the Wishing Stone and becoming the god Leopard Girl, she is already the top hunter in the world, and her spiritual concept is no longer that of a human being, but more of a primitive beast and a fallen divinity. It must be wonderful to have a child with such a powerful king. The Leopard Girl Barbara licked her soft lips involuntarily, and stroked her flat, fat-free, smooth belly through a close-fitting sweater. Shameless woman? Kaim Ziahuawa leaned next to Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction. Telepathy seemed to hear the voice of the leopard girl, and she couldn't help but glared at him with bright star eyes, but no matter how vicious her appearance was, her pink lowly appearance couldn't be more fierce. Apart from destroying the king, Kaim didn't like everyone in the mansion, because she knew that none of these people really followed the king. For example, once the king has an accident, he will immediately betray Steppenwolf and Black Adam. For example, Wonder Woman wants to kill the king all the time, and Atlanta, who cultivates Superman, also wants to get rid of the king. The leopard girl disgusted Kaim even more. The other party had such lust and courage. If the Supreme King of Destruction wanted offspring, it should be her. As a Martian family, she can transform into different forms, and her race's genes are also very superior. At the moment, Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, naturally doesn't know what other people think. Even if he knows, he doesn't care. Whoever he left, he destroyed. It has nothing to do with others, only one thought by oneself. Yi Meng watched Clark and Louise leave, and thought casually that Superman finally met the most important woman in his life. A woman who might make Superman weaker, but also might make Superman go all the way and be a decent opponent. Thinking of this, the bony spur body, which is like a large-scale energy conversion field, is surging with heat waves, and the excitement is almost uncontrollable. The red flames in Yi Meng's eyes danced, the corners of his mouth grinned, and he spoke in the room that was quiet again. The casual hoarse voice fell. In the huge room, the faces of the demigod Wonder Woman, Kem of the Martian clan, Steppenwolf of the new Protoss clan, and Black Adam of the power of the 6 Egyptian gods all changed their expressions and their bodies trembled involuntarily. That sentence is, "Today, let's go up together." Superman Clark helped his girlfriend Louise, who was almost collapsed, down the stairs. Atlanta, who was guarding the first floor, saw that Louise was safe and sound, obviously relieved, and said softly, "Clark, she is also tired and needs to take a good rest. You can send her home first." "Okay, Aunt Hi." Superman Clark nodded, picked up Louise, and took off from the gate of the mansion under the force field of the creature, flying towards the metropolis. Atlanta watched the two leave, shook her head secretly, and looked back to the upstairs of the mansion worriedly. She did succeed, cultivating Clark into a hero with the potential to be a land king. However, Clark's deep-rooted admiration for the King of Destruction was not so easy to change since he was a child, but became more and more stable as the years went by. Atlanta knew that Clark even considered destroying the king as his adoptive father, which was the biggest mistake ever. She needs an opportunity to break the current relationship. Definitely relying on Clark's strength alone is not enough. Atlanta racked her brains and kept thinking, even though she knew that in this manor mansion, there was a Kime who could read the mind at any time and was absolutely loyal to the King of Destruction, she still did not conceal her calculations. 4. The King of Destruction doesn't care. If he cared, she would have died 30 years ago. Even, the rebelliousness of the people in the mansion here are more fun for the King of Destruction. After 30 years of planning and calculation, Atlanta still felt that she was trying to use a crowbar to shake a mountain higher than the sky. In the face of absolutely powerful forces, all schemes are pale and powerless. A kilometer in the sky outside the metropolis, Clark held Louise in his arms, and flew to the urban area of the metropolis at a steady flight speed that just broke the speed of sound. Leaving the private mansion that was like a combination of a temple and hell, Louise's pale face regained a little rossiness, and the heartbeat under the palm of her hand was no longer suppressed, and it beat evenly, but the expression in her eyes and the genes in her body were already filled with fear. "Don't worry, you are fine and healthy, just stressed." Clark looked down at her and said softly, "I'm sorry, I should have explained the situation to you in advance, but if you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen it with your own eyes. We'll believe it. It's me who should be sorry. I just behaved shamelessly." Louise responded ashamedly. "That's not the case." Clark smiled and said, "You should be brave enough, so the king will recognize you." Louise couldn't help recalling the Bone Spur King sitting on the main seat just now, and those eyes that seemed to be burning with red flames that could destroy everything. Her body convulsed and trembled again. She trembled and asked, "Clark, your adoptive father, that king, was it 30 years ago? It was called the Doomsday disaster by the world, and during the 30 years, it caused disasters all over the earth from time to time." Clark and her looked at each other, and calmly responded, "Yes." "How so?" After being verified, Louise covered her mouth, unable to accept it. Known as the world's strongest superhero, the god of the world, Superman who fights for justice and peace, the revered and beloved adoptive father turned out to be the world's most evil, moving and natural disaster-destroying monster. "Don't talk about her. I'm afraid the human beings all over the world won't be able to accept it." Clark flew directly back to Louise's apartment, landed on the balcony, and said firmly, "I can't comment on the king's affairs. But not everything is as the outside world says. With the strength of the king, if he wanted to, he could have destroyed the world as early as 30 years ago. Not only him, 30 years ago, the Steppenwolf alone was enough to cause disasters in the world and usher in the extinction of mankind." He paused, and said softly, "Definitely, Louise, I respect your choice. If you can't accept it, let's break up tonight. You can take my identity as Superman and everything you saw in the manor, forget it. It's good for you and me." Clark caressed Louise's messy hair, and took off on the spot gently but firmly. Louise was dazed in a daze, with clasped hands resting on her chest, watching Clark's figure quickly disappear into the night sky. What she felt oppressed and uncomfortable at this time was not the shocking identity of Clark's adoptive father, but Clark's attitude. Obviously, for Clark, the king known as the Doomsday disaster is the first in his heart. This is not a good thing for her, or even for the world. Manor Mansion. Atlanta went to the third floor through the stairs, but saw that the third floor was also deserted, without any figure or sound, and she was the only one left in the whole mansion. She was in a trance for a moment, and she actually felt a little lonely, but she quickly came to her senses and quickened her pace to the deep room. Looking along the open door, there is only a huge main seat left there, and there is still a heat wave in the air, but the king and other people on the seat are gone. At this time, the King of Destruction actually took everyone else out. Atlanta still knew that there would be a few days a week. In order to vent his desire to fight, the King of Destruction would combine the mansion personnel in 2s and 3s. Over the past 30 years, the King of Destruction has won all victories, and almost every time it ends with the opponent half dead. I just don't know where they chose to fight this time: Mars, the moon, the Antarctic, the desert, or the sea, or the hidden sea in the center of the earth. Wait, if they went to the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth? Atlanta suddenly remembered something. Her well-maintained body trembled, and her pretty face also changed. But at this time, when Superman Clark flew back to the manor, he found that everyone in the family, including Atlanta, was gone. Clark thought for a while, but instead of going out to look for it, he went straight to the basement of the mansion. The smart lights at the entrance of the passage light up sequentially, illuminating the empty space in the basement, covering an area equal to that of the manor on the surface, and overall exceeding the file size of 2 football fields. In the center of the huge basement, a black alien spaceship is quietly parked. As soon as Clark approached the portal of the spacecraft, the intelligent portal of the spacecraft opened. Welcome, son of Krypton. Go through the hallway. Clark changed the Superman battlesuit in the closet. He originally wanted to leave, but after a pause, he continued along the corridor to the cockpit of the spaceship. Clark sat down on the slightly stretched metal chair. His face that had turned from youthful to mature looked blank. He knew that the two most important women in his life, Atlanta and Louise, didn't like the king, but he didn't think it was wrong to respect the king. It is because of the king that there is the current Superman, the perfect god on Earth. The only thing that concerned Clark was that the king hadn't mentioned to him about his biological parents and the situation of his hometown Krypton. 5 minutes in the silent cockpit. Clark dismissed the chaotic thoughts in his heart, got up and left, but at this moment, there was a beeping sound from the driving platform. This Kryptonian spacecraft, which has been silent for many years, received a signal message from space for the first time. Explore the spaceship. This is the Kryptonian warship. Please reply. Krypton? Who are you? Clark asked with wide-eyed eyes. The signal message from the unknown space was silent for a while, and then, a calm and powerful word came out in the feedback. Hey, Al-Karl? We'll be right there. According to the prophecy, the Tibetan Sea in the center of the Earth is at the bottom of this sea area. In order to get back the Trident artifact, I have to go down and have a look no matter what. In the middle of the night, a round moon hangs in the dark night sky of the Mediterranean Sea. On a simple and inferior fishing boat, on the deck stood a burly man with casual clothes and disheveled hair, and a charming and sexy woman in a thin green scale tights. The two looked at each other and plunged into the turbulent waves. Diving all the way to the deep sea without any hindrance, after reaching the seabed of about 10,000 meters, a huge vortex appeared in front of my eyes, with electric lights flickering and intertwined inside. The two hadn't reacted yet, even though they had the advantage of the underwater people. They were still absorbed by the huge vortex and pushed towards an endless place. Under the turbulent and violent vortex undercurrent, it seems to be continuously pushed towards the endless bottom below the bottom of the sea, but the front suddenly lights up, breaking into another deep sea that does not belong to the Mediterranean Sea. Aquaman Arthur, the son of human beings and the Quasi-Queen of Atlantis, and Mera, the princess of the kingdom of Ze Bell, showed a rescued expression, and immediately swam up along the visible light of the sea above. Plop, plop. The heads of Arthur and Mera protruded from the surface of the mysterious sea, their eyes continued to follow the light, and they were both stunned. Huge suspended mountains float above the sea, and the dome thousands of meters above is a crystal wall layer flowing with colorful brilliance, which is casting bright and gorgeous light that is indistinguishable from the sun. The hidden sea in the center of the Earth. This must be the legendary hidden sea in the center of the Earth. Arthur was very excited. Mera couldn't hide her excitement, and waved her clenched fist vigorously. Now, we need to find the artifact of the Trident left here, and go back to rule the submarine empire. The two quickly looked around, but for a while they didn't see the legendary Holy Island in the center of the Earth. Not to mention the island, you can't even see a small beach, only a vast and empty sea area. At the same time, the tides in the Tibetan Sea where it is located are inexplicably churning, the wall of the dome's core is trembling, and a heat wave of unknown origin is blowing down, and an extremely ominous premonition is shrouded downward. What's going on here? Mera's eyes widened in confusion. Get out of the way. A black shadow fell, and Arthur raised his head to look at the dome directly above, and suddenly let out a low growl. The next moment, the suspended mountain above fell down, like a meteorite crashing into the sea, and the water spray was thrown hundreds of meters above, causing the turbulent waves to sweep out and beat. Fortunately, Arthur and Mera walked extremely fast in the water and avoided the fallen mountain. They were in the midst of huge waves, and a red light was reflected in their raised eyes in astonishment. It looks like a laser, but it is several times thicker than ordinary energy beams. It looks like a thunder, but it is straighter and faster than lightning. The beam of red light burst out from the other end of the hidden sea in the center of the Earth, and traveled to this side tens of thousands of meters away. Several suspended mountains along the way were pierced and cut off, collapsing and falling continuously. Wherever it passes, it will be reduced to flames. Dozens of primitive pterosaurs spontaneously ignited and fell during the flight in the air, screaming and mourning one after another. Even though they were hundreds of meters away from the red light beams that swept and destroyed everything, Arthur and Mera still felt their skins scorched. Boom, boom, boom. Groups of lightning, or energy waves, or physical shock waves, erupted from the other end of the bursting red light beam. All of a sudden, the tranquility of the originally peaceful sea hidden in the center of the Earth was completely broken. The inner lightning raged, the hurricane swept through, the heat wave surged, the mountain collapsed, the sea waves turbulent, and the wall shattered. The entire hidden sea in the center of the Earth seems to be destroyed at this moment, and this is just the aftermath of the battle at the other end. Boom! A purple female figure with one tail was projected from the other end of the hidden sea in the center of the Earth. Like a cannonball, it schemed 10,000 meters above the sea area and smashed hard on a floating mountain. The mountain suddenly burst into cracks like spider webs. Hee, King, it really is the best. The leopard-printed amethyst armor on her body exploded, and the tall and sexy woman with a protruding body fell deeply into the suspended mountain, with a whisper of blood hanging from the corner of her delicate mouth. She rolled her eyes and passed out. Hey, I'm afraid he died, right? In the sea below, Arthur and Mera obviously couldn't understand this scene. Even Aquaman Arthur, who thinks his body can resist grenades, feels that he will be smashed into a split dead fish when thrown with such terrifying inertia. And the battle at the other end has just begun, and it is even getting more intense. Arthur and Mera shivered in the sea, staring into the distance. A group of blue ball lightning collided with golden red ball lightning, and then exploded crazily, and the flowing current shot out and ravaged everything within 10,000 meters. A bald male figure in black clothes lost consciousness, and his tall and strong body shot towards the sea here, smashing the water. Arthur and Mera felt a paralyzing tingle from the lightning left over from the bald man alone. At the other end of the hidden sea in the center of the earth, the figure in black with bone spurs standing high above the sea glanced at the sea here, and then continued to fight. Just being glanced at from a distance, those eyes that were burning with a red light that swept across everything still made the blood of the underwater royal family in Arthur and Mera tremble. What kind of existence is that? Just being looked at from afar, without even looking at him, he instinctively wants to run away. I advise you to leave here this morning. A pleasant and light voice suddenly came from behind. Arthur and Mera looked back from the sea in astonishment, and saw a petite girl who appeared behind them at some point. The girl's whole body skin is a dreamy light pink, wearing a suspenders and shorts. Her hair is even more dreamy and originally colorful, and her eyes with different pupils are as bright as stars. She doesn't seem to be swimming in the water, but more like flying into the sea. Little sister, who are you? Mera asked, holding back her surprise. I'm just the king's toy. Kym blinked. I know who you are and what you want to do. If it wasn't about Atlanta, I really wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. You know my mother. Aquaman Arthur asked urgently with wide eyes, where is she now? No comment. Kym smiled lightly. Listen, after all, that woman took care of me when I was a child, so I specifically advise you to leave here immediately, otherwise the king may trample you to death like ants. She stuck out her tongue. After all, with your strength, you are far from being selected by the king. Arthur and Mera looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. They had obviously come to the hidden sea in the center of the earth, and there were clues about their mother. Uncle. Aquaman Arthur. Arthur, it's just a child, there's no need to. Mera hadn't finished speaking yet. A pink streamer cut through the sea water, approaching Aquaman's chest like a teleportation. A small pink fist landed on Aquaman Arthur's exposed strong tattooed chest. Boom! The sea water exploded. Aquaman Arthur didn't respond. His chest was dented by a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and shot towards the vortex of the sea below like a water arrow. It's obvious that people's gentleness is for the king. If it weren't for Atlanta, she wouldn't have endured such soft words, and would have killed you a long time ago. The pink loli's eyes overflowed with dazzling pupils, and she gritted her teeth and said angrily. She looked like an angel just a moment ago, but now she is simply a Trask, with a terrifying and fierce aura gushing out of her body. Arthur. Mera turned pale with fright, quickly raised her hands, and lowered her water control ability. Together with the sea's home field, the vortex rolled towards the pink loli. However, the moment her gaze met the pink loli's colorful eyes, the back of Mera's head also seemed to be hit hard. Her consciousness was in severe pain, and she passed out directly holding her head. Don't bother me and the king. Kym withdrew his gaze, broke through the water, and flew quickly from the battle situation at the other end. 5 minutes later, the movement of the sea in the center of the earth subsided. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, stands high above the Zhanghai Sea, holding a limp pink body in his left hand, and Wonder Woman with slender limbs and a dangling crown in his right hand. Wonder Woman still holds the Vulcan sword in her hand, but she has lost consciousness. On the messy battlefield below, Leopard Girl, Black Adam, and Steppenwolves were stuck on the mountain or wall in all directions. The natural scenery of the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth has been completely destroyed into ruins. It's not bad, you guys satisfied me halfway this time. Yi Meng said calmly, exhaling heat waves from his mouth and nose. But no one could answer his question. Invincible, sometimes quite lonely. Sudden. A wisp of red virtual static electricity entered the mind of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction. This is. Yi Meng lowered his head slightly, looking at the vortex of the seabed leading to the outside world, his eyes gleaming red. It seems that something interesting happened. Outside, Earth is nearly empty. A huge amounts of alien spaceship is approaching continuously. A man with long hair in a technological armor is standing on the bridge, looking down at the blue planet indifferently but excitedly. He was bathed in the sunlight from the window. He spread his arms, and the aura on his body expanded rapidly. North American Aviation Command. General Swanwick walked into the command center, looked at the panicked staff inside, and quickly fell on the terrified and dignified old aviation doctor. On the big screen in the command room in front of the aviation doctor, it can be seen that a flight object is constantly approaching the Earth. General Swanwick was surprised. Doctor, what did you find? A comet, or a small planet? A comet or a planet won't change its trajectory. The old doctor smiled wryly. Could it be? General Swanwick's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. The old doctor nodded and replied, yes, there is an alien spacecraft flying towards our Earth. This is the picture taken by the near-Earth satellite. Soon, news channels around the world broadcast an urgent news story. An alien spaceship is approaching Earth? At first, people who saw the news thought it was a prank, until the video captured by the satellite was broadcast on the news in real time. Visible. It was a bone-colored spaceship in the shape of a spider and insect, larger than ordinary skyscrapers. The spaceship's legs were like claws retracted downwards, hanging in the near space outside the Earth's atmosphere. Under the sun, the spaceship is contrasted with a highly technological metal glint, and one can tell at a glance that it is an alien super-advanced technological creation that does not belong to the Earth. No one knows where it came from, no one knows why it came. But the fact that this alien spacecraft can arrive here shows that the technology it possesses is bound to far surpass that of the Earth. On this day, mankind recalled the fear of being dominated by alien creations. Sizzle. Suddenly, the signals of all TV screens and even mobile phone screens around the world were invaded. First, there was a phenomenon of blurred screens and loss of sound, and then a hoarse voice with its own translator in a language that the locals could understand. To all mankind. My name is General Zed, and I come from a world far away from you called Krypton. I have flown through countless planets and finally found you. A citizen born on our planet, who has lived here for decades. You call him Superman? Very well, Superman, Al Carl. I am here to shout out to you. If you hear, please come immediately, the spaceship is here. Otherwise I don't guarantee what the consequences will be. Metropolis, Gotham City, New York, Washington, Paris. North American Aviation Joint Department, Planet Daily News Department, White House Conference Room, Underground Military Base. On the streets, in the outdoors and indoors, at the moment played its menacing manifesto around the world. On the screen where the signal invaded, a burly man in armor was faintly revealed, looking down domineeringly, and a pressure directly shrouded the world through the screen. Whoosh! The figure of a young man wearing a dark blue background and a red cloak over his shoulders flew up from the Manor Mansion on the outskirts of the metropolis, broke through the sound barrier in the air with constant acceleration, and soon arrived in the near space above the metropolis. Facing his approach, the white insect-shaped spaceship suspended in the sky opened the hatch and welcomed him in. Superman Clark, led by several Kryptonian soldiers wearing full black armor, led all the way to the center cockpit at the head of the Kryptonian spacecraft. Also wearing a black armor, with his head covered by an invisible helmet, the middle-aged man with white temples opened his arms excitedly, and walked out with vigorous strides. Al Carl, welcome your return, my tribe has one more bit. Superman Clark faced him, kept a certain distance, and frowned. Al Carl, it seems that you still don't know your identity on Krypton. General Zed pouted, however, I'm sure that your name is Al Carl and your father is Joel. After all, apart from you and us, there are no other Kryptonians in this universe. What happened to Krypton and my birth parents? Superman Clark couldn't help asking. This is the answer that even Atlanta didn't know. He had always wanted to know. 30 years ago, something terrible happened to our home civilization, Krypton. The star core collapsed, and General Zed's words paused, and a terrifying figure of a bone spur monster appeared in his mind, and he still felt an uncontrollable palpitation to this day. If they hadn't been running fast and had other Kryptonian warships covering them, they might have been buried with Kryptonian. Anyway, our Krypton has self-destruct. Except for us, all Kryptonians or civilization relics no longer exist. General Zed patted Superman Clark on the shoulder and smiled. So, we will use Krypton code. The Earth here is to revitalize the Kryptonian civilization. Superman Clark continued to ask, did my biological parents stay on Krypton, which is ushering in destruction? No. General Zed shook his head and said, they were already dead on the eve of Krypton's destruction. How did you die? Superman Clark clenched his fists tightly. This, I really don't want to recall it. It is an unbearable memory, and there is only despair and fear in front of it. General Zed's resolute face throbbed, and it was difficult to calmly say, it is the embodiment of destruction, it is Krypton. A harbinger of doom, it is. Ancient Doomsday. Ancient, Doomsday. Superman Clark murmured the name softly, then suddenly vomited blood, and fell weakly on the deck of the cabin. What happened to him? Farah, the female deputy commander, looked at Clark who had fainted on the ground in surprise. He has lived on the Earth since he was a child, and he is used to the air here, while the air in our cabin is only suitable for Kryptonians. This conversion process will take some time to adapt. General Zed shook his head and ordered, don't worry about him, since he is here, there is nothing else that can stop us. With a calm and determined tone, he waved his big hand. Let's start ruling this planet. Yes, General. Deputy Commander Farah shouted. When Louise and other residents walked out of the apartment in a panic, the street outside was already in chaos. If you look up, you can see that a huge pale alien spacecraft descended from the atmosphere to the center of the metropolis, and finally stopped about 300 meters above the city. The spaceship's tripod like an insect's claw unfolded slightly, and in the next moment, a burst of energy burst out from the bottom of the spaceship, sinking into the city. Immediately, the center of the metropolis was pierced by an energy light beam with a radius of 10 meters, and countless vehicles and urban garbage around it floated up under the gravitational force, and then a shock wave swept outward layer by layer, and the Setsuna Room, which was several kilometers away in the central city, was destroyed. Like the dawn of doom, the entire metropolitan city. It should be said that the entire Earth world is shaking at this moment. Damn, what is that spaceship trying to do? Inside the North American Aviation Joint Command, General Swanwick exclaimed in astonishment. The doctor looked at the screen and continued to analyze to himself. A shock wave combined with gravity and energy entered from the metropolis, penetrated the entire Earth, and overflowed from the Indian Ocean at the other end, thus affecting the whole world. He realized something, and exclaimed, "It's over. This is the Planet Project? They want to directly transform the atmosphere and environment of the Earth, and completely turn this planet into a second Krypton suitable for them to live in. Once they succeed, all human beings will cease to exist." At the moment the world descends into chaos as Kryptonian spacecraft terraform the environment in the apocalypse. In the Indian Ocean, waves of gravitational shock surged out from the sea. In the dark deep sea area, a pair of red flame-like eyes suddenly opened, and the bony spur monster in black looked down calmly. A little bit of strange green on crystal is being born from the gravitational surge. It seemed to be the nemesis of the Kryptonian gene in the body, but it was only illuminated by the crystallized green light, and it still felt that the body was obviously weakening. It's just that at this moment, feeling the existence of the bone spur monster that is weakened by itself, the corners of its mouth are grinning, as if it is smiling. Superman Clark gradually adapted to the air in the cabin. After waking up from a coma, he got up from the deck and saw General Zod standing in front of the console in the cabin. At the moment, the alien spaceship it is in is constantly swaying and operating with extremely high energy consumption. "What are you doing?" Superman Clark lowered his head, his perspective eyes pierced the deck of the spaceship, and saw the engine at the bottom of the spaceship emitting light beams towards the city below. The central city of the metropolis has been reduced to ruins. I don't know how many human beings lost their lives, and a large number of residents are fleeing and evacuating. Superman's eyes were bloodshot. "What are you doing? Didn't I just say that?" General Zod turned around, looked at him with a smile, and said, "This planet is the most suitable planet to revive our Kryptonian family. Al-Karl, you can choose to donate the money that your father stole. Kryptonian Codex, use this to atone for sins, and join us in leading the new Krypton to a glorious future." With a whoosh, Superman Clark rushed to General Zod. His eyes were burning, and he put his hands on his neck and said angrily, "Stop, I tell you to stop immediately." Seeing this, the deputy commander and Kryptonian soldiers immediately rushed forward. General Zod raised his hand, stopped the actions of his subordinates, and continued to calmly say, "Al-Karl, do you really choose to stand on the side of the human beings on Earth and fight against us who are also from Krypton? Krypton has long lost the chance to save itself. You can't implicate the Earth because of this, and you are courting death by doing this." Superman said angrily, his eyes kept turning red, trying to shoot out his heat to destroy the console in the cabin of the Kryptonian spacecraft. Boom! Superman was suddenly pushed by General Zod, and immediately flew out like a cannonball, shot out from the hatch of the spaceship reopened in time, and crashed into a tall building in the city below. "Go ahead, I'll go play with him," General Zod said domineeringly. He untied his armor to reveal the black tights, his tall and burly body squatted down slightly, and then a burst of hurricanes blew up, and human-shaped bullets shot out from the inner deck of the cabin. "That kid is dead." The deputy commander smiled coldly. They have already discovered that the solar radiation here, coupled with the gravity of the Earth, makes the Kryptonians have Superman-like abilities to play here. Therefore, Superman, who is called the god of the world here, is not much better than an ordinary Kryptonian soldier. Among them, the general who was genetically programmed to be a top fighter is more than 3 times stronger than ordinary Kryptonian soldiers. He has been constantly controlling his senses and strength since he was a child, and ordinary Kryptonian soldiers will be brought down when they meet. In fact, it is true. I saw that General Zod slammed into the tall buildings below like a cannonball, his muscles bulged, and then he carried Superman on his shoulders, rushing through 4 or 5 buildings. Strength, speed, reflexes, skill. General Zod suppressed Superman and rubbed Superman on the ground all the way. Boom! Superman was rethrown by General Zod and slammed into a building. Superman's eyes were red and he wanted to release his heat vision. He could sense the presence of residents nearby, and hesitation Setsuna was kicked out again. That's it. General Zod twisted the muscles of his neck, ignoring the people around him, and strode forward aggressively, stepping on the ground to catch up to the thrown Superman. He blasted Superman down from 100 meters to the surface, and then punched the building 10,000 meters away from the surface. City earthquakes, buildings collapse. Today is definitely a day of despair for mankind. A powerful enemy that even the god Superman can't stop, and there is more than one such strong enemy. Each one is a monster as powerful as Superman. As the strongest here, is this the level? General Zod's eyes were hot, overflowing with heat vision stronger than Superman's. He glanced 10,000 meters away, and the merged 2 heat visions melted the building. Facing the hot wind, it rushed into the melted and collapsed building at supersonic speed. General Zod lifted up Superman's struggling body, and landed another violent punch, blasting Superman to the street outside. The masonry was as fragile as tofu, and a 100-meter-long ditch was easily plowed. Superman lay on the ground with scorched black hair, unable to get up for a while. At the beginning, this is the natural reproduction your father advocated? Weak and full of genetic defects? Obviously, under genetic programming, you can directly create the most perfect and powerful warrior. General Zod stood domineeringly and flew down to Superman, looking down at him indifferently. Superman barely supported his body, looked up at General Zod, suddenly trembled all over, and said ashamedly like a child, "I'm sorry." General Zod said coldly, "It's too late to apologize now, I will grant you a normal death. The premise is, you tell me where the Kryptonian code is." But Superman seemed not to have heard. Lying on the ground, he said, "I'm sorry, my lord, I should have told you in advance. I'm still too weak, and I failed your expectations." "You're saying?" General Zod frowned, and was about to say something, but stopped quickly, and his face became stiff at the same time. A gust of cold air continued to surge up from the tailbone, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. This familiar and dangerous feeling seemed familiar, as if I had encountered it somewhere before. General Zod, who was nearly 2 meters tall, turned his head stiffly and slowly, and finally saw a taller bone spur monster standing near behind him. It silently stopped half a meter above the ditch, with 2 clusters of red flames dancing on its bone-like face, and those red flame-like pupils seemed to be able to destroy everything. Compared with 30 years ago, the size has shrunk a bit, but the breath on the body is more dangerous and solid, making the Kryptonian blood and genes tremble and thrill. Just by taking a look, the domineering, self-confidence, and pride of General Zod disappeared, replaced by fear. The fear that goes deep into the bone marrow and implants in the soul. No, impossible? How could it be here? General Zod's heartbeat stopped suddenly, Fang Zhang's resolute face turned pale, he instinctively stepped back, and his body began to tremble. As long as it is a Kryptonian who has witnessed and survived 30 years ago, there is no one who is not afraid of this existence living in a real nightmare. Like the collapsed star core, the monster that declared the end of Krypton. But how could it appear here? It should not disappear with Krypton. Tread. The surface of the ground was stepped on like a spider web of cracks. General Zod, who was invincible a moment ago, turned around and jumped to the sky at the fastest speed, as if he was fleeing directly to his death. In this scene, not only the residents of the metropolis who watched the battle from a distance, but even Superman who fell on the ground were a little dumbfounded. Although Superman Clark knows the strength of the king, he doesn't know what his existence means to the Kryptonian civilization and survivors. It is a nightmare from which you cannot wake up, despair from which you cannot escape, hell from which you cannot escape. Boom! He was obviously huge and strong, but he was faster than General Zod, who was traveling at a supersonic speed. A violent storm broke out in the metropolis, and a black lightning chased to the back of General Zod at an extremely fast speed. "Don't come here." General Zod's eyes were tearing when he turned his head, and he screamed in horror that he couldn't even imagine. Then, a big hard and smooth bony hand protruded like lightning to wrap around his feet. The day of destruction of the ancients Yi Meng flew in the air, grabbed General Zod's feet, spun and swung it a few times, and threw it over the metropolis. Hurrah! In less than a second, General Zod was far away from the metropolitan area, broke through the atmosphere, smashed a satellite marked with the Wayne Industrial logo, and continued to fall into outer space at an unabated speed. The metropolis is more than 300 kilometers away, outside the atmosphere, the boundary of the space universe. A satellite in the satellite orbital layer exploded, like the grandest firework, fragmented and exploded into countless sparks. General Zod, surrounded by countless sparks, flung towards a more distant space. He resisted the pain in his body, while using the biological force field to reduce the strong inertia, trying to stop in space, while scanning the Earth with high nervousness. "Can't see, didn't the monster chase it out? By the way, that monster can't fly, as long as it hides in outer space, it's safe." In this short period of time, General Zod had the idea of abandoning the Kryptonian spaceship and his soldiers below, and fleeing from Earth. That monster symbolizes destruction, and wherever it passes, the starry sky and civilization are darkened. If the Kryptonians represent the hope of the universe, then that monster represents the opposite of hope. There is no hope here, and it is not the best location for second Krypton at all. Run away like this? As a Kryptonian general inherited from the genetic programming of Kryptonian warriors, General Zod is naturally powerful and courageous. He will not waver in the slightest for the goal of revitalizing Krypton in his heart, even if he is an enemy of the entire Kryptonian. The only exception is facing the existence on the other side. He is equivalent to the evil god of Krypton, representing the end of the end, enough to destroy all hope. As long as I can survive, there is still hope for Kryptonian civilization. The next moment he stabilized his figure in outer space, General Zod stopped hesitation, turned his back to the Earth, and was about to fly towards the vast universe. However, General Zod turned to Setsuna, and his body suddenly stopped in shock. The pupils of his eyes shrank like an earthquake, and the figure of the bone spur monster was standing in the space behind, wearing a black battle suit to block the bright sunlight that was cast towards this side. In the universe, General Zod opened his mouth wide open silently, and his frightened and wide-open eyes shot out a bundle of powerful heat vision. Yi Meng's eyes lit up with red light, and a beam of red heat ray 3 times thicker moved forward, forcefully defeating General Zod's heat sight and body. General Zod continued to lose control and flew towards the Earth behind him. During the fall, Yi Meng continued to catch up with flight, calling for large bony spur fists and solace, which made General Zod fall faster and faster. Travel from outer space through the Earth's atmosphere to the metropolitan city visible below. General Zod's screams also changed from silent to vocal. 10,000 meters in the air. The day of destruction of the ancients finally, Yi Meng clenched his fists and swung them around to hit the opponent's back. There was an exaggerated sound of bone cracking, and General Zod fell to the ground completely. Boom, boom, boom. General Zod ran through more than a dozen buildings in the urban area of the metropolis, and finally fell into the underground of the city. The place where he fell collapsed into a terrible pothole 100 meters deep. General Zod spat out a mouthful of blood, got up from the pit in a state of embarrassment, and looked up to see Yi Meng coming towards him, with a look of despair on his face. Even if there is a huge amount of improvement in strength on Earth, there is still a huge gap between them and the opponent. No matter how you fight, it's not enough to fight with your life, and you have no strength to fight back. At this time, two tearing air sounds suddenly sounded, and two Kryptonian armored soldiers flew across the air at a high speed, clinging tightly to the falling bone spur monster, desperately trying to hinder it. Go, General! Run, run away! Two Kryptonian soldiers shouted with the will to die. General Zod had no hesitation, so he staggered up and flew towards the Kryptonian spacecraft that was still transforming the Earth. Tread! General Zod didn't even care to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed into the inner deck from the opened hatch, and the female deputy commander and soldiers inside rushed out to greet him. He's here, even if we go together, we have no chance of victory, and it's too late to escape from this planet by launching the spaceship. General Zod said in a succinct and deep voice. The deputy commander's face showed a frightening paleness at first, and then asked calmly, General, what do you need us to do? Phantom engine. General Zod paused, his eyes flickering, and then said forcefully, please die for me. Yes, General. The female deputy commander responded without hesitation, please carry our hope, live on, and once again achieve the glory of Krypton. General, let's go. A dozen other Kryptonian soldiers also replied together. General, let's go, there is no time. The female deputy commander looked out of the spaceship hatch and shouted. General Zod turned his head and saw the high altitude of the city outside the spaceship. The bony spur monster casually threw down the two Kryptonian soldiers who had broken their necks, and the ones that broke the sound barrier flew towards this direction at a high speed. Goodbye. General Zod dropped these words, and quickly left towards the other side of the Kryptonian spacecraft, while the other Kryptonian soldiers remained in the cabin, with a resolute will to die. Tread. The day of ancient destruction. Yi Meng had just rushed into the Kryptonian spaceship, and a dozen Kryptonian soldiers in the cabin suddenly rushed towards him frantically, clinging to his limbs and body with bone spurs, as if desperately trying to delay time. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, Kryptonian soldiers flew out like cannonballs, their armor was cracked and shattered, and they fell to various areas of the spaceship. But in the end, it still managed to delay for a little time. There are monsters that should perish with Krypton, let's die with us Krypton sinners. In the control cabin of the Kryptonian spacecraft, the deputy commander quickly started a final emergency procedure. His cold face showed madness, and then he slammed down a virtual red button. General Zod flew out from the hatch on the other side of the Kryptonian spacecraft. Just after flying 1,000 meters away, the Kryptonian spacecraft behind him suddenly trembled and swayed, and then exploded. The engine at the bottom of the Kryptonian spacecraft erupted with a dazzling daytime light, and the gravitational force collapsed and contracted, forming a strange singularity black hole, and the Kryptonian spacecraft continued to collapse and fall into it. Not only the Kryptonian spacecraft, but everything within a radius of 10,000 meters of the city was swallowed by the powerful gravitational whirlwind. General Zod was about 1,000 meters away from the spaceship, but was almost pulled by gravity. He struggled to break away from flight with all his limbs, and rushed out 10,000 meters away through gritted teeth. Boom! As soon as General Zod escaped from the gravitational region of the black hole, he smashed a building with too much force and just fell to the street where Superman was. At the moment, Superman is almost healed from his injuries, watching the Kryptonian spaceship self-destruct in the distance. He flew forward and strangled General Zod's neck, lifted him from the ground and asked loudly, "What did you do?" General Zod slapped Superman's hand away with his backhand, suspended himself in the low air, looked at the Kryptonian spacecraft that was constantly self-destructing, and burst into inexplicable laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. General Zod smiled and said, "Change the engine of the Kryptonian spacecraft to thrust, which is the phantom engine that can distort time and space. Back then, the spaceship that sent you here used the phantom engine. Similarly, the phantom engine can also self-destruct, forming a singularity that instantly distorts spacetime, a spacetime black hole that can devour everything." Superman said angrily, "If you do this, all the Kryptonian personnel on the spacecraft will die." "Yeah, but their sacrifice is enough for me to survive and take that monster away." General Zod didn't think so, but thought it was worth it. He coughed a few times and continued to talk to himself. Even if it is such an invincible existence, it is impossible to escape from the phantom area on the dark side of the universe. Dazzling daytime light shines from the sky above the center of the metropolis. With this as the center, everything within a range of 10,000 meters will be pulled inward by gravity and collapsed. The huge, insect-like Kryptonian ship disintegrated itself, so little remained of the pod that nothing could escape from it. Within 10 meters, even light cannot escape, and it is chaotically twisting. King. On the modern streets of the ruins of the metropolis, Superman Clark looked at the gravitational black hole erupting in the sky in the distance. His upright face could not hide his worry. King. General Zod gave him a very surprised look, and as if realizing something, the muscles on his face twitched, and an inexplicable manic laughter broke out again. "Ha ha ha ha, so it is so, so it is so. That's why you didn't die at the beginning, so it was on the Earth." If your father Joel knew, I don't know how he would feel, ha 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 ha. Stop it. Superman looked at him angrily. Once the Phantom engine self-destructs, it won't be able to stop. General Zod regained his previous self-confidence, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said domineeringly, without him, this world still belongs to me. Only by finding the code of Krypton again, I can revive the new Krypton by myself. Glory. Stop. When the hurricane broke out, Superman rushed towards General Zod with red eyes. General Zod kicked Superman away, and said coldly, you won't forget that you can't beat me at all, right? Superman only flew more than 10 meters upside down, then stabilized his body in the air, his muscles tensed like steel, and flew over angrily again. It's endless, isn't it? General Zod didn't care and continued to spar with him. But this time, it wasn't as easy as before. General Zod punched Superman in the stomach, but his face was also punched, and the back of the head hit the building 100 meters away. General Zod got up hastily, and saw the red-eyed Superman continue to rush towards him, slamming into his body hard, and the entire skyscraper was pierced back and forth. General Zod's eyes widened, and he finally wrestled seriously with the opponent. The two shot from city streets to high altitudes, and then from high altitudes to outer space, falling together with another satellite marked with the Wayne Industrial logo. Boom! Standing 100 meters in the air, General Zod blasted Superman towards the building on the opposite street with his fists, but Superman rushed back at an extremely fast speed, blasting him towards the ground below. General Zod was not only serious, but also tried his best, but he still couldn't tell the winner. His eyes widened in disbelief as Superman swooped back. Not the same, this guy is totally different. Under the fury of that anger, no matter the strength, speed, or reaction, etc., they are all much higher than before. Although there is still a certain gap with him, the gap is still shrinking. It wasn't Superman's true strength before, but now it is. This is impossible. How can a Kryptonian freak who gave birth naturally defeat a warrior programmed with perfect genes? General Zod swung his fist angrily, and with a storm, like a missile, he blasted towards the diving Superman. However, Superman avoided his punch with a more rapid reaction and speed, locked his neck with both hands, and walked around behind General Zod to lock him. Stop. Superman yelled, calmly. It's said that it can't stop. He is dead, but you should be grateful to me. General Zod was locked by the neck, and he couldn't break free with all his strength. His eyes couldn't help but glow red, and he shot at the citizens at the far end of the city who had no time to evacuate. Stop. Superman couldn't hide his anger. Do you not know, or do you not want to believe it? General Zod shot and killed the human citizens at the far end with his hot gaze, while laughing maniacally. That's right, the king you call is. Shut up and stop. Superman's upright and handsome face flushed red, overflowing with anger. Regardless of General Zod's disregard, the hot vision shot cut off several humans at the far end, and was about to sweep towards more humans who took refuge in the house, and continued to shout frantically, that monster is the ancient destruction day, which destroyed Krypton. Seeing, who killed your biological parents. Click. General Zod's head suddenly turned more than 180 degrees, and the sharp voice and fiery sight stopped abruptly. Superman let go, and General Zod suddenly collapsed, lifeless. Superman gasped for breath, as if out of strength, and sat limply on the ground, his eyes dimmed from heat. At the same time, Superman heard a strange sound coming from the sky above the far end of the city, looked up, his dark eyes were illuminated by the light of day again. In the center of the metropolis, the Kryptonian spacecraft that was originally stagnant in the sky, and the urban buildings and objects within 10,000 meters were all swallowed up. Seeing the gravitationally distorted singularity black hole was about to completely close and disappear at the last moment, a bony palm stretched out, and then a hideous and sacred figure rushed out. The light dimmed and the singularity disappeared. Everything ends, only a figure in black still stands in the sky of the Purgatory City. If General Zod hadn't died yet, seeing this scene, he might have tried to commit suicide in despair. Even if the Kryptonian spacecraft and all his men were sacrificed, it would still not be able to cause any actual damage. Yi Meng, the day of ancient destruction, flew down and stopped at a low altitude next to Superman, looking down at the lifeless General Zod. Not bad. Yi Meng grinned. Your Majesty, you're all right, what's that? Superman Clark stood up and looked at a small one-person spaceship held by the Big Bone Spur. The spaceship was only slightly larger than the spaceship cabin that sent him to Earth. It was sucked in by gravity just now, and I picked it up casually inside. Yi Meng originally went for technology, but now that he sees the small one-person spaceship, the internal data is still Kryptonian technology, so he can't help but feel a little disappointed. Gone back. He threw the small spaceship on the ground at will, and with a strong wind, it turned into a black streamer and flew away from the metropolis, breaking through the sound barrier. It seems that the invasion of the Kryptonian spacecraft is just a trivial matter for the king. Superman Clark came back to his senses and looked at the one-person spaceship not far away. There seemed to be a young girl lying in the dormant cabin inside. Manor Mansion, inside the master room. The ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng flew in from the open window, and on the desktop of the room, 2 palm file-sized crystals were lying on it, constantly glowing with dazzling green brilliance. Just being illuminated by the green light. Yi Meng still felt that his Kryptonian battlesuit and bone spur body were weakening. The red light in the eyes of Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, was a little dimmer. He sat on the main chair and stared at the crystal. That's right, this is the key to restraining the Kryptonian family. The kryptonite of the DC universe? This product, also a product of Kryptonian technological errors, is a side effect of the transformation of the Earth by the Kryptonian spacecraft. Perhaps it is due to the factors of the Kryptonian environment, the Earth's matter, solar radiation, and the dark matter in the Phantom area, which were shaped by unexpected chemical reactions. In any case, kryptonite is a fatal weakness for Superman and Doomsday, such top cosmic creatures with Kryptonian genes. Even an ordinary person can seriously injure a Kryptonian remotely if he obtains a bullet made of kryptonite. This is also Yi Meng's biggest gain this time. The day of destruction of the ancients, Yi Meng reached out and grabbed the kryptonite on the table. Even the nuclear bomb could not do anything about the steel body with bone spurs in his palm, but was directly cut open by the irregular crystal water chestnut of the kryptonite. The moment Yi Meng came into contact with kryptonite, Yi Meng's biological aura that silently enveloped the entire manor was also weakening, and the wound was difficult to heal. Definitely, no matter how weakened it is still strong. However, Yi Meng has no doubt that this kryptonite can seriously injure the body of the ancient Doomsday, and even kill itself. This is the biggest shortcoming of the ancient Doomsday, and also the biggest genetic flaw. The ancient destruction day Yi Meng has been pursuing genetic perfection and regaining his sanity for 30 years. During the constant battle, many of his resistances and abilities have been greatly improved. It can be said that he is not only becoming stronger, but also becoming a perfect immortal creature. Anyway, Yi Meng felt that he had reached a certain bottleneck, and he hadn't felt a sense of crisis for a long time, until he saw the birth of a product like kryptonite. If I can overcome the single biggest weakness of kryptonite, maybe I can take a step forward as the ancient Doomsday and achieve perfection. The day of destruction of the ancients, Yi Meng held kryptonite, a faint mind gem phantom glowed between his brows, and he closed his eyes that looked like red flames. Now, let's stop here for the dream. Let's end the fate of Marvel first. Wanda, Wanda, Wanda. The day of destruction of the ancients, Yi Meng called softly in his heart, using Marvel's dream anchor, trying to switch himself to the Marvel dream. The anchor point of the dream became clearer. But at this moment, there seemed to be an immature and clear female voice, ringing in my ears. Teacher Yuba, do you still remember me? You are. Yi Meng's heart trembled. Hearing the call of a girl whom I hadn't heard for a long time, the room where the ancient Doomsday was located stagnated and disillusioned, and my consciousness immediately left the current DC Universe dream, and traveled to another dream named Marvel. Outside the Marvel Universe. In the depths of the quantum realm, a huge amounts of superdimensional black technology city is located above the quantum fog. Among them, there are row upon row of distinctive skyscrapers, shining with dreamy cold golden light, and drones shuttle in an orderly manner over the city. 3 giant statues of lizardmen in solemn and sacred robes stand upright. This is the Time Administration. The full name is Time Variation Administration, or TVA for short. Tens of thousands of workers have lived here since birth. It is divided into civilian workers who live and work here all their lives, and armed personnel who go out from time to maintain and repair the timeline. At the moment, a residential area on the edge of the Time Administration. Woohoo! The alarm that detected the space-time anomaly sounded sharply. Under the tense gaze of more than a dozen armed personnel wearing explosion-proof helmets and security uniforms, a 2-meter-high square space portal opened out of thin air, from which first stepped a worn-out and corroded dark gold foot, and then a metal mechanical youth with a height of nearly 1.9 meters and a perfect physique. The moment they saw each other, more than a dozen armed men suddenly showed a tense expression of high alert, and clenched their batons tightly. The body of the metal mechanical youth presents the muscular curves of an assembly line, but at the moment the whole body is broken, worn out, and corroded, and the hands, feet, and chest even reveal biological bone. The light gold cloak in the phase transition state reverts to a normal entity. Step here instantly. The yellow gem inlaid between the youth's brows continued to dim, and soon completely lost the brilliance containing the profound meaning of the universe. The red light shining in the electron's eyes also went out, and all vitality was lost at once. Almost as soon as he took a step from the space portal, he kept his head down and stood there, like a dilapidated metal statue, standing motionless in front of the portal. What's wrong with it? A group of armed men on high alert looked at each other. The leading team leader B-15 also frowned. Let me Miss Time answer this question. As a pleasant word sounded, an animation-style artificial intelligence projection jumped out of the air on the field. Its body is like a round clock, with an anime-style face, small and cute hands and feet, and big eyes under slender eyelashes. Miss Time supported the waist of the clock figure, suspended in the low air, and said, no matter how much he mutates, he is still Vision. This is an unchangeable fact. At the beginning of Vision's birth, it was shaped by Mind Gem, artificial intelligence, Vibranium's regeneration cradle, and the thunder power of Thor's hammer. Mind Gem, which has become a part of his brain terminal, once it is suddenly removed or loses its effectiveness, he will also lose his self-awareness and life, just like a computer mainframe whose motherboard is suddenly unplugged. Hearing this, the armed personnel on the field suddenly realized, and at the same time relieved their guard in a Panasonic tone. This is the Time Administration, which has unique rule restrictions outside the Marvel Universe and is ruled by 3 Time Asgardians. Infinite gems, like ordinary stones, lose their original infinite power. Therefore, the moment Vision sets foot here, it is equivalent to stepping into the realm of death. The leading armed Captain B-15, with a dark face still dignified, asked, "But, Miss Time, why did he cause such an unprecedented mutation in the sacred timeline?" This time, Miss Time, the only artificial intelligence life in the Time Management Bureau, remained silent and did not give any response. Armed Captain B-15 pondered for a while, and ordered, "He killed 2 personnel of the Time Management Bureau, which is already a crime of time. Although the machine is dead now, let's send him to the Time Court for judgment." Yes. The 2 armed men immediately obeyed the order, with a relaxed expression, and walked towards the mechanical youth who was motionless. Just as their hands reached out to Setsuna towards the mechanical youth, suddenly, from the space portal behind the mechanical youth, a female figure wearing a black cloak rushed out, supported the young man's shoulders and kicked 2 feet vigorously, sending the 2 armed men flying a meter or 2 away. This shocking change made the expressions of the armed personnel on the field change. Is her B-15's dark eyes sharpened immediately, like a predator seeing the best prey. The first fugitive, female Loki Hillway, go. After the female Loki Hillway kicked the 2 armed men away, she immediately turned around, trying to push the motionless mechanical youth into the space portal. But in the Time Management Bureau, she lost all spells and abilities, and she is just an ordinary human being with a bit of agility. Therefore, when the female Loki Hill went to push the metal body of the mechanical youth, it was difficult to push it for a while, and it was not until she exhausted all her strength that she fell in the direction of the space portal. But at this moment, the space portal disappeared, as if it had been forcibly closed. The mechanical youth who lost its light and brake directly fell to the ground. With a bang sound, the floor was undamaged, but some of the broken vibranium shell fell off like scrap iron. How so? Female Loki Hill looked at the mechanical youth who fell on the ground in a daze. Under the unique world rules of the Time Administration, even an invincible mechanical existence that could kill Thanos would be nothing but scrap metal in the Time Administration. It's over before it starts. That's it. Time offenders, Vision, female Loki, you are officially under arrest for disrupting the sacred timeline. More than a dozen armed soldiers rushed forward, surrounding the female Loki and the mechanical youth who fell to the ground. It seems that if you lose, I also lose the bet. Hillway smiled wryly, looking at the mechanical youth who fell to the ground. She didn't know what happened to herself, who had always been cautious, but under the young man's words, she became overheaded and followed him into the Time Management Bureau here, still without any preparations. Failure is definitely a given. No matter what. I will fight to the last moment for my freedom. Hillway gritted his teeth, took out 2 sharp daggers that shone with cold light, and faced the armed men who surrounded him, posing in a fighting posture. You've got no escape this time. Catch 'em. The leader, Captain B-15, waved his hand, and led a dozen armed men, rushing towards the female Loki Hill. Whoever comes here will die. Female Loki Hillway pursed the corners of her lips, cold determination appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she tightly clenched the dagger in her hands. And just as a dozen armed men rushed to the front, behind the female Loki Hill, the mechanical youth lying motionless on the ground, the gray electronic pupils suddenly glowed with a clear red glow. Boom! It was as if a missile had been detonated out of thin air, and a powerful explosion burst out. The ground where the female Loki Hillway was cracked and collapsed, and the armed men who rushed forward either flew out, or fell to the ground together with the burst strata, and a strong wind swept the gravel outwards. The female Loki Hill, who was preparing to attack, flew upwards. With a dull expression, she looked down at the bursting and collapsing potholes in the ground below, then turned around and saw the mechanical hand holding her own cloak and hood with one hand. Boom. The aftermath of the earthquake seemed to spread to every corner of the Time Management Bureau. What the hell happened? The Time Management Bureau will also have an earthquake. No, the authority has never seen such a situation. The staff in the Time Management Bureau stopped what they were doing one after another, showing expressions of surprise. Time Management Center. In the secretary's room at the front desk, Casey, one of the bottom-level staff, looked away from the distorted and collapsed sacred timeline on the screen, and looked at the oscillating water in the coffee cup on the desk in surprise. In the office of the middle-level managers, he was communicating with a male Loki time prisoner. As one of the few middle-level managers in the Time Management Bureau, Mobius looked at the slightly shaking lights in astonishment. In the Supreme Court, Judge Lavona Rensselaer, a young black woman sitting on the chair of the justices and holding a small hammer to judge time offenders, frowned. In the deepest part of the Time Administration, 3 lizardmen who are exactly the same as the Time Asgardian statues opened their eyes and looked towards the side of the administration. The edge of the Time Administration equal to the file size of the city. The mechanical metal youth hangs 10 meters above the ground. A ray of broken light glows in the dull yellow gemstone, and the red light in his eyes becomes brighter and brighter, as if the flames are burning. The body emerges. Vision, you. Female Loki Hill turned her head, looked at the mechanical youth holding her in one hand, and opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Who said I lost? It's just that I'm a little uncomfortable here, and I adjusted the balance. Vision Yi Meng spoke calmly, but more and more coercion emerged from the increasingly broken mechanical body. The team leader B-15, who was blown away by the blast wave, flung his body more than 10 meters away like a kite, lay on the ground and raised his head in disbelief, looking up at the figure hanging over the management office out of thin air. She saw very clearly just now that the mechanical youth did not release any thermal weapons such as missiles, but just stepped on the ground. That's right, the astonishing explosion and vibration just now were just the power caused by the opponent's kick. Team leader B-15 muttered to himself, this is impossible and unreasonable. In the Time Management Bureau, it is already a miracle that Vision can move normally. How could it be possible to have such a performance? The worst has happened. Miss Time appeared in the air not far away, glanced at the mechanical youth with extreme apprehension, and then quickly disappeared into the air. Hoo! The siren blared mournfully over the Time Management Bureau. Immediately, it was like a giant honeycomb exploding, and dozens of drones slightly larger than cars flew towards this side, densely packed like a net, flying towards Yi Meng and Hill, who broke into the Time Management Bureau. Vision, let's escape first, the female Loki Hill yelled, swallowing her saliva. Run from what? Yi Meng, who has just switched back from the DC dream world, still retains the casualness and violence of the ancient Doomsday in his consciousness. Looking at the Time Management drones flying over the sky, his electronic eyes are full of endlessness that even melts vibranium eye sockets. Red. The next moment. Laugh. The two beams of thermal vision merged into a scarlet laser, and a swipe to the front high in the sky, a dozen drones burst into the Setsuna room. The thermal line of sight extended 1,000 meters forward, like a lightsaber held by a giant, splitting all the approaching drones, and the broken drones exploded one after another. Together with countless internal buildings of the Administration Bureau, they were also implicated and cut off in the middle. The cuts of the buildings were melted flat, and raging fires ignited wherever they passed. In less than 3 seconds, all the drones were destroyed, and none of them could get close to the 100-meter range of the mechanical youth. Excellent, powerful. Hill was dumbfounded. In the Marvel Universe, holding infinite gems and being able to defeat Infinity Gauntlet Thanos was enough to shock her. And now in the Time Management Bureau, Yi Meng, who has demonstrated strong combat power, has directly subverted her cognition. It's not just that her cognition has been subverted. At the moment, the armed personnel who survived the scene also had their eyes glazed over in the face of this scene, feeling unprecedented fear. In any case, they are just ordinary human physiques. Therefore, when the time offender is also restricted and becomes an ordinary person, using the technological equipment of the Time Management Bureau, they can easily reduce the dimensionality and suppress time criminals. But today, the Time Administration broke into the extraordinary fugitives who seemed to be unrestricted and unique. This is undoubtedly a disastrous bug for all the administrations that operate in order. Time Authority, Headquarters. At the moment headquarters, the inside of the building is already in chaos. Whether it is civilian workers or armed personnel, when they walk out of the office and come out of the corridor, they look out along the large transparent windows, and they can see a line of fire spreading from the edge of the city. Raging flames quickly covered a small half of the Administration Bureau city. Looking at the Management Bureau shrouded in flames, everyone was astonished. Loki, who escaped with the Tesseract and thus became a time criminal during the Battle of New York in the parallel universe. He walked out of the office and looked out the window, blinked and turned back and asked, "Hey, is this kind of thing normal here in your Time Administration?" Mobius' eyes were shining with fire, his face was pale, and he shook his head with great difficulty. It never happened. It is the first time that the Time Management Bureau, which is high above the sky and transcends time and space, has existed for an unknown period of time and maintains the sacred timeline, has a major accident? Someone broke in, 2 time criminals? All armed personnel are dispatched. An armed force walked through the corridor resolutely and separated the crowd. Everyone please go back to their posts and stay on guard. The words are not finished yet. Boom! The headquarters building of the Time Management Bureau trembled violently, and the ceiling and floor collapsed in layers of explosions. Under the powerful shock wave opened by the interior corridor, a tall figure descended from the sky with a woman. The armed forces in the corridor looked up in amazement. Numerous civilian workers, Loki, and Mobius were also stunned. Visible, opened a hole in the ceiling under the hole. A mechanical youth is suspended here, the metal eye sockets are red and melted, so that the bones are exposed, and the broken body is lingering with lightning. In the present moment, all living beings are equal, and even the outside gods will lose the time management of ability, and only others will appear before them. It's here, right? Yi Meng asked peacefully. Hilwei, who was holding in his hand, nodded excitedly. That's right, the next floor, the central, is the Supreme Court, with a judge? That's what I know, the person in charge of the highest authority in the Time Management Bureau. Take him down. When the armed forces in the corridor heard the news, their faces changed drastically, and they took out various technological weapons. Facing the armed forces that were about to attack them, the destruction machine Superman Yi Meng didn't make any moves, but suddenly blew forward, and there was a burst of cold air in the corridor. Get out of the way. Loki's face was pale, and he quickly hugged Mobius and rushed into the office. Next moment, the corridors and walls blown by the cold wind condensed into ice, and the armed forces in the corridors also froze into ice, and the air was bone-chillingly cold. Simple, only the projection power of the ancient Doomsday. Yi Meng swung his left fist forward again, and under the blessing of the biological force field, like a compressed air cannon, the shock waves blasted forward layer upon layer. Boom! The corridor ahead was shattered and shattered, directly passing through to the next floor, and leading directly to the Supreme Court. All the buildings and personnel obstacles that the fist wave passed were broken away. The headquarters building of the Time Management Bureau fell silent for a moment, only Hill's venting laughter resounded. Chop suey, judge us? Fixed fate? This time, it's our turn to judge you? Marvel Universe. The Time Administration, the Supreme Court that tries time offenders, is in the trial chamber. The interior is very quiet, solemn, and sacred. Bang bang. Along with the dull knock of the small wooden hammer of the judge on the high seat of the court, another time criminal was sentenced to death, and was escorted from the trial seat by 2 fully armed agents. No, please, don't kill me. I can stay in the Time Administration and work hard for you. No matter how the time criminal struggled and begged for mercy, the young female judge sitting on the high seat of the trial court had a solemn face and did not respond to this. Sizzle. A TVA agent swung down a baton with a yellow light on the front, and the moment it touched the time prisoner, the body of the time prisoner disappeared from the trial platform as if it had been forcibly erased. Next, Justice Lavona Lunzrule spoke slowly. At this time, the sound of shaking continued to be heard outside, and then, the headquarters where it was located also shook violently. This is. Justice Lavona frowned uncomfortably. Suddenly, an anime-style clock figure jumped out from the side of the high table, waving its tiny virtual limbs. I feel obliged to remind you, Miss Time, what's going on outside? Although Lavona looked young and female, she maintained enough stability and composure. In fact, the age and appearance of the staff who live and work here are also fixed, and they can only judge how long the other party has survived through their work experience. And Lavona Lenceller is obviously the oldest group of people, and has been working here since the establishment of the Time Administration. Miss Time, who is an artificial intelligence life, said, "Run away, he is coming." "Who's here?" Lavona actually felt a bit of human panic from Miss Time. Miss Time said quickly, "Vision? And female Loki, they're coming this way." Vision, the time criminal who caused the collapse of the sacred timeline. Lavona was startled. At the same time, there was a bang. The ceiling above the courtroom was shattered and collapsed, a strong momentum poured in, and a woman shouted coldly from above, "This time, it's our turn to judge you. It's still too late." Miss Time shook her head and sighed. The virtual stereoscopic projection disappeared, and she hit again. Just as Lavona was about to escape from the high seat, the young man brought the woman down from the broken ceiling, and a gust of wind swept away the gravel and dust, hanging in front of the judgment seat. Vision, female Loki. Lavona narrowed her dark eyes, opened her lips in surprise, and looked at the mechanical youth and the cloaked woman who forcibly broke into the time management court. "It's her." Hillway jumped directly into the judgment stand, holding 2 dagger-like slender bayonets, blocking Lavona's way, with a sneer on his pretty and charming face. "You tried me before, didn't you? As I said, I will definitely be back. Protect the judge." Seeing this, several armed agents quickly rushed towards the 2 of them. Yi Meng grabbed the 3 to 4 meter long large wooden table of the judgment stand, lifted it up easily, and sent it back. The large wooden table was thrown out by violent swirls. Boom! The speed of the large wooden chair is extremely fast, and it contains terrible strength. Several armed agents were hit by the large wooden table, screaming and wailing immediately, and flew out like bowling balls, and the wooden table blocked the door of the court. "By the way, you know what to do, right?" Yi Meng was suspended in the air, and his electronic eyes flashed a cold red light, looking down calmly at Justice Lavona, who was held by Hill with a bayonet. Justice Lavona swallowed. The Time Management Bureau has existed for an unknown period of time, but it is the first time that it has been intruded by time offenders from the outer universe. And the terrifying strength displayed by the other party is definitely not something that TVA agents can stop. Justice Lavona was silent for a moment, then said wisely, I will take you to meet the 3-time Asgardians." The female Loki Hillway nodded to Yi Meng without removing the bayonet in her hand. Yi Meng pondered for a moment. He didn't know much about the Time Administration. After all, he hadn't watched this drama in his previous life, and he only knew the general concept. But, according to what the female Loki said, and the mind memories of the 2 TVA agents B11 and B12 that were read by Mind Gem, the 3-time Asgardians, in order to prevent chaos and wars from breaking out in the multiverse world, maintain time as a sacred timeline. That is, there is only one universe. They are the founders of this time administration, and they are also the gods who manipulate all the staff behind the scenes. If you want to solve the time administration, you can't get around it. Yi Meng had noticed before that the staff in the Time Management Bureau had their memories and minds tampered with, and they were just tool people. The general staff of the Time Administration do not know where the 3-time Asgardians are, and Justice Lavona, who is a high-ranking member of the administration, is obviously an exception. "Lead the way." Yi Meng nodded. Although he also knew that Justice Lavona was so obedient, maybe she was secretly thinking about something. It is said that they promised to take them to meet Time Asgardian. Maybe it is to use the power of Time Asgardian to solve them. But it doesn't matter anymore. The time he can maintain in this state is not long, and when he enters the Time Management Bureau, he is actually ready to break everything with a strong force. If Time Asgardian is really strong, give him a go. Yi Meng, the Superman of destroyer mechanics, has no fear and is determined to rush to the last step. After the internal teleportation of the Time Administration, Justice Lavona led the way and walked into the dark and wide underground corridor. Yi Meng is at the back. The yellow warm glow between the eyebrows is like a cluster of flames, which will be extinguished at any moment. Female Loki Hilwei leaned over here, looked at Yi Meng worriedly, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Let alone her, anyone with a discerning eye can see that something is wrong with Yi Meng now. Enough. Yi Meng simply replied. The destructive red light in his eyes was flickering, the energy aura on his body was still powerful and boundless, but the broken vibranium body was constantly melting and disintegrating, revealing a large amount of cold white bone layers on his face, hands, and feet. Tick-tock, liquefied vibranium drips to the ground. There will be creaking parts and bones when walking, like a mechanical biological body that will fall apart and be scrapped at any time. Even, while showing powerful power just now, his own body could not withstand the burst of high-load combat power. This is because, after entering the Time Administration, Yi Meng lost the original power of Marvel as Vision. The Mind Gem also loses its effectiveness. If it weren't for the power of the Shattered Mind and the projection power of the DC Dreamland Ancient Destruction Day, it would be impossible for Yi Meng to act. Now it is equivalent to Yi Meng's dream consciousness and the projected power of the ancient Doomsday, dragging the disused body of Vision forward. Facing the Time Administration, this may be the last battle of Vision's identity, the real battle of fate. It's here. At the end of the underground corridor, Justice Livona stopped. Following her words, the huge stone door at the end of the corridor ahead opened automatically. Hilwei still has some hesitation from the cautiousness in his heart, but Yi Meng has already stepped into it without fear. Behind the stone gate is a neat and bright empty main hall. In the depths of the silent main hall, 3 lizard men dressed in noble and high robes sat on chairs, with ugly faces and dignified faces. Time Iscardian. Justice Livona stepped forward and saluted respectfully. I brought here 2 time criminals who want to know the truth about the Time Administration. The 3 lizardmen known as Time Iscardian expressionlessly glanced at Yi Meng and Hilwei who entered here. The female Loki Hill felt a little weird for no reason. She was about to speak and ask something. Who? A gust of wind passed by at a high speed. Yi Meng flew over directly ignoring the rules and etiquette, and landed a simple and rude punch on Iscardian who was sitting in the center.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.